Chapter 438. Without thinking too much, Murong Qingqing focused her attention on the black jade. It was shining with a soft light and it was very warm to the touch. As she poured in her zhenyuan, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind and started to play. On the crimson wasteland, a real demon floated under the crimson moon. The demon had black bat wings on its back, 2 horns on its head and silver pupils. There was no skin on its body, only a layer of armor. The demon was more than 2 meters tall, and from its appearance, it looked no different from a human. However, at a glance, there was only one feeling in the depths of one's heart, and that was that it was strong. It was not strong in terms of strength but strong in nature. It seemed to be a powerful existence that was above humans. In front of the demon was a human in a black robe. If the demon was a natural demon, then this black-robed man was a postnatal demon. There was a black aura lingering around his body. This aura seemed to have a spirit, wisp by wisp. Boom. The evil demon with bat wings on its back chopped out with a hand blade, and a dark light covered the sky. Suddenly the sky was shattered and the earth cracked. Soul-extinguishing wave. The black-robed man raised his head, and his eyes revealed an arrogant and domineering look. He shook his palm and the same black light condensed into a ball, which then shot out in a fan shape. Its power increased continuously, and not only did it cancel out the evil demon's attack, it even sent the opponent flying hundreds of miles away. In silence, the evil demon seemed to have lost its soul, and its body fell from the sky without a trace of injury. Murong Qingqing, who was still in shock, tensed up. In her mind, the black-robed man smiled at her, and the fan-shaped light drowned her thoughts. Yichen did not disturb Murong Qingqing, who was still motionless. He had the experience of receiving profound sense martial arts, so he knew that during the process of receiving information, his mind would be in a mess, and he would not be able to wake up for a while. If he disturbed her forcefully, it might hurt her spirit. After a long time, Murong Qingqing opened her eyes. So, the soul-extinguishing wave is a low-rank profound sense martial art, and its attack focuses on the soul. If the soul defense is not strong, no matter how strong the body is, it would be useless. Yichen was slightly surprised as he said, a low-rank profound sense martial art that focuses on soul attacks. This is almost equivalent to a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. The soul was different from the body. It was extremely fragile. If an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert were to grasp the soul-extinguishing wave, they would be able to kill a Taoist or even a master-level expert. Of course, this Sea of Soul Realm expert would also be instantly killed. While the two of them were talking, a horned serpent suddenly shot out from the river that had just been refilled. The horned serpent was unknown in length, and its thickness reached an astonishing 10 meters. Its entire body was covered with scales the size of wash basins, and its head, which was the size of a tall building, was no different from an awl. As the serpent flicked its tongue, it was like a blood-red spear that was more than 10 meters long, and its speed was ridiculously fast. A strong gust of wind swept across, and the horned serpent pounced towards the two of them. The demonic aura that soared up into the sky caused the sky to darken once again. Lightning bolts streaked across the sky, striking down vertically. A few mountains nearby were forcibly blasted away, and charred rocks flew all over the sky. Murong Qingqing wanted to test the strength of the demonic will. Her body did not move at all, and she sent out a palm that contained an unparalleled demonic will. The horned serpent snapped, and a huge palm imprint appeared on its forehead. Black chi rose from the palm imprint, and the serpent's huge body was blasted away before it could completely leave the river. Its head smashed into the mountain where the demonic statue was, and it died instantly. An 8th-grade ancient demonic beast could not even withstand a palm strike from Murong Qingqing. It should be known that ancient demonic beasts were much more powerful than the current demonic beasts. A 7th-grade ancient demonic beast could contend against 8th-grade demonic beasts, and an 8th-grade ancient demonic beast was equivalent to a 9th-grade demonic beast. Even if it was not as powerful, it was not much weaker. However, it was still killed in one strike. The might of the demonic will was unfathomable. As the owner of the demonic will, Murong Qingqing understood the pros and cons better than Yichen. She said, the demonic will is similar to the sword will in that it discards the amplification of defense and strengthens the offense. Moreover, it seems to have some side effects that are not really flaws. The same path of attack? Yichen was very clear that there was no strong or weak will. Martial will walked the path of balance, developing offense, speed, and defense. The sword will was the strongest in offense, followed by speed, and the weakest in defense. The demonic will was probably the same. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such power. As for the subtle differences, he did not know. After all, he and Battle King had both comprehended sword will. Let's go. We might be able to find a way out here. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer wanted to obtain anything. His only thought was to leave this underground world. Murong Qingqing nodded. Looking at the hundreds of meters tall stone statue, Yin Demon Ancestor's face twitched. It was fine if it had the strength of a Taoist, but it actually had an undying body. No matter how he hit it, there was no damage at all. This left him completely helpless. Rumble. The stone statue punched out, and the wind from the fist scraped off layer after layer of the ground. Yin Demon chop. Yin Demon Ancestor raised his blade and went up. One statue and one man fought for hundreds of rounds, but they could not do anything to the other. In the end, Yin Demon Ancestor had no choice but to give up and use Earth as sky to knock the statue down. He then used the Yin Wind Escape technique and quickly left this place. One day and one night. After flying for a whole day and night, Yin Demon Ancestor finally got rid of the statue. The other party's speed almost made him collapse. Fortunately, it was still a bit slower than him. After a whole day, that bit of speed increased to tens of thousands of li. There is a huge mountain range in front. On the plains, Yin Demon Ancestor looked at the distant mountain range. It was very different from the mountain ranges outside. The mountain was black and the sky was also black like night. However, outside of the mountain range it was a dusky day. The two formed a sharp contrast. Let's go in and take a look first. Just like Yi Chen, the Yin Demon Ancestor did not have the urge to get the undying body anymore. Of course, the undying body was placed right in front of him. He just wanted to leave the underground world and return to his own world. Otherwise, he would not be able to guarantee his own survival if he continued to stay here. No matter if it was the underground humans or the stone statues, they both made him feel extremely tired. Swish. Increasing his speed to about 8 times that of sound, Yin Demon Ancestor carefully entered the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, 2 figures were flying. They were precisely Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. With the demonic will and the devil soul embryo reaching the critical point, Murong Qingqing's speed was not much inferior to Yi Chen's. Her combat power had even doubled. Her gains could not be said to be small. There's something strange over there. Murong Qingqing's vision was extremely powerful. Even from thousands of li away, she could see the abnormality in the center of the mountain range. That area was filled with a layer of faint white light, as if there was a huge source of light. Let's go over. Yi Chen had also seen it, and his speed had increased by 30%. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the place where the light was shining. The scene in front of them surprised them a bit. What entered their eyes was a vast valley filled with white light. Although it was called light, it was actually a bit like fog. To be more precise, it was countless rays of light entangled together. These rays of light were extremely twisted and wriggling unceasingly. Throwing a stone in and seeing that there was nothing strange, the two operated their protective Zhenyuan and walked step by step into the valley. The white rays of light made contact with the protective Zhenyuan soundlessly, and there was no effect at all. However, the two could feel that the white rays of light and protective Zhenyuan had made contact. Moreover, there seemed to be some interaction between the two as if they wanted to fuse together. After walking for dozens of li, the two saw an altar, an enlarged version of the undying altar. It was 100 meters tall and 400 meters wide, with 6 pillars that looked like they could support the heavens, reaching all the way into the pitch-black sky. The white rays of light were seeping out from these pillars. However, the higher they went, the darker the light became. The surface of the altar was the most dazzling. Undying altar, it should be the undying altar. I didn't think there would be an undying altar here as well. Yi Chen carefully examined it and could confirm that this altar was exactly the same as the one he had seen when he first entered. The only difference was probably the size. Arriving near the altar, Yi Chen found another beam of light shooting out from the center of the altar, shining on the opposite rock wall. The rock wall was as smooth as a mirror, just like the wall of a god. It was grand and vast, emitting a boundless ancient aura. Meanwhile, the light was shining on a hollow in the center. Surrounding the hollow were many human-shaped pits of different sizes. The big ones were around 100 meters, while the small ones were only a dozen meters. In front of the rock wall was a stone stele. On the stele there were 4 ancient characters. Undying rock wall. Could there really be an undying body? Undying altar, undying rock wall, and the pits on the undying rock wall. Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something, but at the same time he didn't seem to have thought of anything. He only knew that he needed to remember something, otherwise he wouldn't be able to solve it. Murong Qingqing said hesitantly, Don't you think that the size of these pits is the same as the statues in the Stoneman spell? Yes. They are the golem statues. With Murong Qingqing's reminder, Yichen immediately recalled that these pits were about the same size as the golem statues, even their shapes were similar. In order to solve this puzzle, they would have to replace the golem statues that fell from the surface. However, that rainforest was too far away from here, and the two of them had no way to get out, let alone bring them here. How could they accomplish their goal? Forget it, let's see what mysteries this undying altar has. Yichen focused his attention on the undying altar. Looking at the base of the altar, Yichen saw an inconspicuous crack. This wasn't a crack caused by damage, but a crack formed by two objects sticking together. The altar seemed to be able to rotate. Clatter, clatter. Placing his palm on the edge of the altar, Yichen pushed it in a certain direction. Just as he expected, the top half of the altar slowly rotated, and the light emitted from the center of the altar began to change colors. Chapter 439. 3 Colors. For colors. When the radiance changed from single to 6 colors, the entire undying rock wall started to tremble. Shortly after, a radiance was emitted from the human-shaped crater on the wall. This radiance was so penetrative that the surface of the wall turned transparent, as if it was a huge piece of 6-colored unpolished jade. In the next moment, the undying rock wall shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. The pitch-black sky instantly turned white, and halos spread out continuously. What's going on? Demon Ancestor raised his head and looked at the center of the mountain range. Outside the Holy Land, in the rainforest of the first layer of the underground world, the stone statues that had fallen from the surface suddenly trembled. All of a sudden, all the stone statues left the ground and flew towards the Holy Land. Along the way, the stone statues suddenly disappeared into the void. This scene was witnessed by the Greenwood St. Clan's clansmen. They thought that they had seen a miracle, and their mouths were wide open. The stone statues didn't go through the conveyor gate, but directly broke through the spatial layer and arrived in the Holy Land. A strange thing happened. The stone statues in the Holy Land seemed to have sensed the invasion of the foreign stone statues. All of them revived and roared furiously in the direction of the flying statues. Some of the closer ones even chased after the stone statues and attacked crazily, giving off a horrifying feeling of killing each other. Ping! The foreign stone statues blossomed with a resplendent radiance. All the stone statues that came into contact with the radiance instantly crumbled, and their undying bodies lost their effects. The stone statues flew at a very fast speed, appearing and disappearing in the void. In almost a dozen blinks of an eye, they arrived at the radiant valley, and then arranged themselves in a formation in the air, embedding themselves into the human-shaped pits on the undying rock wall one by one. Originally, the radiance of the undying rock wall had illuminated the heaven and earth. However, when the stone statues returned to their positions, the radiance quickly retracted and concentrated inside each statue. Complicated patterns appeared on the statues' bodies, and these patterns connected with the obscure patterns on the undying rock wall, forming a complete map. The radiance then followed the map to the center of the undying rock wall, right above the hole. Rumble. A dull sound rang out and a long stone was pulled out. Although the stone was not gold, it emitted a golden light that was purer than gold. Through the slightly transparent golden stone, Yichen and Murong Qingqing could see that there was a scroll sealed inside, a golden scroll. The golden light was emitted by the scroll, and had nothing to do with the stone. Golden scroll. As the initiator, Yichen could naturally tell that the golden scroll was extraordinary. He had a hunch that the golden scroll recorded the cultivation secrets of the immortal body. Bus. Cracks gradually covered the surface of the stone, and rays of even stronger golden light leaked out, causing the stone to look like a golden hedgehog. This was not the end. On top of the stone, a golden shadow gradually took shape. The golden shadow's face was blurry, but the aura it emitted was enough to make people want to worship it. Golden light, golden shadow. Could it be the immortal body? Thousands of li away from the center of the mountain range, Demon Ancestor's face flashed with astonishment. Back then, when he had obtained the map of the immortal body, there was also a picture on it. On the picture was a golden scroll. Within the golden light emitted by the scroll, there was a golden shadow sitting cross-legged, which was extremely similar to the scene in front of him, although he did not see the golden scroll. Immortal body, yes, it's the immortal body. Who opened the restriction and allowed the immortal body to reappear in the world? Bastard, I want him dead. The immortal body belongs to me. All of a sudden, Demon Ancestor went crazy. What was the purpose of his painstaking research for 50 years? It was still for the immortal body. Previously, he had lost the motivation to search for the immortal body. It was not that he did not care, but because he had not found it, and his body and mind were exhausted. But now the immortal body was right in front of him. Anyone who tried to stop him would die. His eyes turning bloodshot, Een demon ancestor flew toward the center of the mountain range with his fastest speed. Kacha. The stone shattered, and the golden scroll reappeared in the world. It's not a physical object but an energy body. Yi Qin used his eyesight and discovered that the golden scroll was not a real scroll, but a construct of golden energy. The words on it were faintly discernible, emitting a rhythmic undulation. The golden scroll paused for a moment, then suddenly exploded. Boundless golden light rushed toward Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. At that moment, the two even felt that time had stopped and they could not sense anything. They could not think of anything, and the only thing left was the golden light that filled their vision. Suddenly, Murong Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and was blown away by the golden light. Yi Qin, on the other hand, did not receive any injuries, and was drowned in the dazzling light. The requirement of the golden scroll on the soul is higher than low-grade profound martial skills. No wonder. Murong Qingqing looked pensive. She more or less understood that it was not the golden light that repelled her. In fact, she had been eliminated and her soul quality was not enough. The golden light gradually converged, forming a golden light ball. Yi Qin was in the middle of the golden light ball, and his emotionless pupils turned golden. If one observed carefully, one could see that there were many strange characters in his pupils. These characters were too small and were constantly rearranging themselves. The moment the light ball was formed, Yi Qin had already recovered his ability to think. He was startled and only checked his mind after realizing his current situation. It is indeed the undying body. And it is the undying body scroll. The cultivation secrets of the undying body contain too many characters. The first ones that were arranged correctly were the ones at the front. After they were arranged, Yi Qin could finally confirm that the golden scroll was indeed recording the undying body. However, the undying body seemed to have been separated into two scrolls, and he had only obtained the first one. As for whether there was a second scroll or not, it was still unknown. Soon the characters were also arranged properly. The undying body scroll has 3 levels. The first level is flesh healing. Any wounds without any defects can be healed in an instant. The so-called wounds without defects were wounds that did not harm the foundation. For example, a cut on the body would be considered as wounds without any defects. However, if an arm or a leg was broken, it would not be without defects but the foundation would be damaged. The first level would not be able to heal the foundation. The second level is limb regrowth. Severed head, severed arm and legs can be healed in an instant, but it consumes life yuan qi. The more serious the foundation is, the more life yuan qi it consumes. If the life yuan qi is insufficient, it will not be able to heal completely. Once the life yuan qi is exhausted, limb regrowth will lose its effect. Limb regrowth didn't need to be mentioned. As long as one wasn't crushed into meat paste or split into too many pieces, one could recover. However, limb regrowth was different from flesh healing, as it consumed life yuan qi. What was life yuan qi? It was a person's innate yuan qi. Under normal circumstances, life yuan qi was very difficult to increase, and the gap between qi realm and astral reaching realm was not that big. However, from the astral reaching realm to the Sea of Soul realm, life yuan qi would suddenly increase by several folds. After all, after reaching the Sea of Soul realm, one's body would no longer be an ordinary body, and life yuan qi would naturally be incomparably powerful. The third level is flesh regeneration. A piece of flesh can be regenerated, but it consumes a huge amount of life yuan qi. Without enough life yuan qi, the regenerated body will be in a weak state, and the degree of weakness will depend on the amount of life yuan qi. The life and death realm undying body had a total of 3 levels. The first was limb regrowth, the second was flesh regeneration, and the third was blood rebirth. The undying body recorded on the golden scroll also had 3 levels. The first was flesh healing, the second was limb regrowth, and the third was flesh regeneration. In other words, the second and third levels were the same as the first and second levels of the life and death realm. If nothing unexpected happened, the realm of blood rebirth should be recorded in the second volume of the undying body. Unfortunately, there were no more characters here. Although flesh healing is not as good as limb regrowth, it's very important for me right now, and it's also relatively easy to learn. Although Yi Qin had the 3,000 years old blood sunflower and the greater half of the heavenly demonic flower, recovering from serious injuries would still require a lot of time. If he could successfully cultivate flesh healing, he would be able to recover to his peak state in an instant, and he wouldn't need to consume life yuan qi at all. Just think about it, in a life and death battle, the opponent would be riddled with scars while you were still in your peak state. The final result was self-evident. The golden sphere suddenly shrunk into a golden pellet and entered Yi Chen's sea of soul between his eyebrows. Yi Chen regained control of his body. At this moment, a figure entered the valley at lightning speed and saw Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. He also saw the undying altar, undying cliff, and the statues on the cliff. The newcomer was precisely Yin Demon Ancestor. Kid, let me ask you, where is the secret art of undying body? Without any superfluous words, a cold killing intent flickered on Yin Demon Ancestor's face as he unblinkingly stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew that whatever he said would be useless, so he indifferently said, "No comment." "Yi, seems like you've obtained it. Hand it over or die." Yin Demon Ancestor didn't put Yi Chen in his eyes in the slightest. Under the condition of losing his Zhen Yuan, he might be apprehensive of Yi Chen. But at this moment, the latter was no different from an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert in his eyes. He could kill him with a flip of his hand. Yi Chen indifferently smiled. "Perhaps you won't have the chance." Swish. As his voice faded, Yi Chen jumped onto the undying altar. Murong Qingqing received his message and climbed up almost at the same time. "What do you think you're doing?" Yin Demon Ancestor had a bad premonition. He furiously roared and slashed at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing on the altar. Rumble. The blade light bounced off, and the light of the undying altar protected the two within. "Do you think you can hide inside forever?" Yin Demon Ancestor's aura soared. He extended his right hand, wanting to flip the undying altar. "I said you won't have the chance." Using some unknown method, Yi Chen activated the huge undying altar, turning it into a beam of white light and fleeing into the distance. Yin Demon Ancestor's face turned ashen as he crazily chased after. Chapter 440. The undying altar's speed was unimaginably fast. It gave off the impression that it was leaping through the void. Each leap covered a distance of over 10 kilometers, and after 3 or 4 leaps, it was already over 50 kilometers away. In the end, it was only an illusory white dot. Yin Demon Ancestor was worthy of being a master-level expert. His entire body was shrouded in an indistinct gray whirlwind as he chased after it. "Stay here." Following Yin Demon Ancestor's roar, the space around the undying altar violently fluctuated, and the cosmos reversed. At the same time, a huge earthen yellow hand descended, wanting to grab the altar. Pop. The huge earthen yellow hand split open, and the undying altar broke out of the encirclement. Soon after, it disappeared into the void, completely disappearing from Yin Demon Ancestor's perception. A sawtooth blade light flickered, almost splitting the space apart. Unfortunately, it was a step slower. Yin Demon Ancestor's complexion turned unsightly as he halted. Although he knew that the undying altar was extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be able to escape into the void. No matter how powerful he was, as long as he couldn't tear open the space, he wouldn't be able to catch up. "When I, Yin Demon Ancestor, leave, it will be your death, unless you can cultivate the undying body in a short time." Yin Demon Ancestor wasn't clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the undying body, but compared to the undying body of a life and death king, one could imagine its difficulty. It should be known that entering the realm of life and death was not an easy matter, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the history of True Spirit Continent, the highest number of life and death kings in 100 years was merely 14, and the lowest was merely 8. Therefore, even if there were shortcuts, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to cultivate the undying body in a short time. Even 5 or 10 years might not be enough. White rays of light interweaved into a thin defensive layer, isolating the berserk spatial power outside. Occasionally, the density of the spatial power would increase a bit, and the undying altar would tremble a bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like it was shuttling through the void. Standing on the vast undying altar, Yi Chen looked outside through the defensive layer. There were no objects in the outside world, only flowing colors. Because the colors were too dense, it was impossible to tell how many colors there were. Some that had been seen before, some that had not. These colors seemed to be liquid yet not liquid, gas yet not gas, solid yet not solid. They seemed to be very close, but they could not be touched at all. This is the power of space. Yi Chen suddenly thought of the void-shattering finger art. As a profound martial art, the void-shattering finger art required the space profound to activate, which was one of the most incredible profound out of all of the profound martial arts. The number of people who had mastered it could be counted on one hand. Therefore, even though he had obtained the third movement of the void-shattering finger art for many years, Yi Chen had never been able to make any progress, and had been stuck at the superficial level. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chen flicked his finger. The invisible finger force passed through the defensive layer without any obstruction and came into contact with the power of space. A miraculous scene happened. Within the flowing space power, a spiral-shaped ripple appeared. It was about 10 meters long and 3 inches in diameter. Of course, this was just a visual observation. As for its true length and width, Yi Chen had no idea. He was currently sensing the connection between the space power and the void-shattering finger art. Space mentality. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed an astonished expression. True Spirit Continent had a saying that time reigns supreme and space reigns supreme. The meaning of this saying was that time reigns supreme among all profound mysteries. If time didn't reign supreme, then space would reign supreme. The reason why Xianhou was so powerful was because she had grasped the space profound. Among life and death kings, her strength was second only to Su King, and she was equally famous as the Evil King and Dragon King. However, this was the ranking of True Spirit Continent. Outside of True Spirit Continent, there was still the boundless ocean. Nobody knew what kind of terrifying characters were there. In any case, all kings were apprehensive of the boundless ocean. Yi Chen repeatedly used the void-shattering finger art. The defensive layer of interweaving white light didn't obstruct the energy flowing out, allowing Yi Chen's finger force to have 100% effect on the space power. As the number of times increased, Yi Chen's comprehension of the space mentality deepened. Space was like a great furnace. Besides time, everything else was its fuel. Grasping the concept of space was like gradually understanding this great furnace. When the concept of space reached its limit, it would approach the essence of space and enter the realm of profound meaning. But the profound meaning of space was even more mysterious than the concept of space. The concept of space was to understand the great furnace, and the profound meaning of space was to grasp it. Grasping the great furnace was the same as grasping all living things. Faintly closing his eyes, Yi Chen extended his right hand, raised his index finger and held his breath, seemingly condensing in incorporeal power. The undying altar shuttled back and forth at a rapid speed without any fluctuations. Standing on top of it, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had different expressions. One was motionless like a statue, while the other was gazing at the other with an unfathomable black light flickering in her eyes. But all of a sudden, Yi Chen opened his eyes and his index finger pointed out without any trace. Outside the defensive layer of the undying altar, a splash appeared on the space power. Then a spiral-shaped ripple spread out at an extreme speed. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. This time Yi Chen broke all the previous records. For the first time, the spiral-shaped ripple broke through 20 meters and reached 25 meters. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen felt very tired. This finger attack didn't consume a lot of Zhen Yuan, but the amount of essence, qi and soul it consumed was beyond his imagination. If he used another finger attack, he might really fall to the ground. Void-shattering finger's third movement. I finally comprehended 10% of it. However, 10% of the void-shattering finger's power is even greater than the Sky Thunder Cut. The space mentality is definitely several times more powerful than most mentalities. Unfortunately, 2 fingers is my limit. Unless it's a life or death situation, I can only use 1 finger. If 1 finger couldn't kill someone, he could still escape. If 2 fingers couldn't kill someone, then he wouldn't even be able to run. Therefore, from the current situation, void-shattering finger was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could become a life or death ace attack. If not used well, then he would lose his own life. Murong Qingqing couldn't tell how powerful void-shattering finger was. Time and space could never be judged by appearance. Although it looked ordinary, it was actually a fatal attack. However, void-shattering finger, which was powered by the space mentality, shouldn't be too bad. It might be another powerful ace attack. Thunder region. It was the region with the richest thunder yuan qi. It wasn't as big as Misty Snow region, and was considered medium in the southern sector. However, it was the strongest region in the southern sector, and had the most powerful warriors and geniuses as well as the most sections. Thunder region had 4 great danger zones, and one of them was called Thunder Cry Grave. Thunder Cry Grave sounded like a graveyard, but it wasn't actually a graveyard as people understood it to be. From another perspective, it was a graveyard of thunder and lightning. Thunder Cry Grave was extremely vast, spanning 33,000 li from south to north, and 28,000 li from east to west. Due to the abnormal magnetic field, The air and underground of Thunder Cry Grave was filled with lightning, visible to the naked eye. Therefore it was called Thunder Cry Grave. Every year many people would come to explore Thunder Cry Grave, and the majority of the explorers' physiques were inclined towards Thunder attribute. Here they could obtain Thunder attribute herbs, ores and treasures, or even comprehend the Thunder mentality. It was also a pretty good choice. Old 6, do you feel that the lightning around us has become even more berserk? At the edge of Thunder Cry Grave's core zone, an astral-reaching expert said to his companion. The middle-aged man called Old 6 revealed an astonished expression. I thought I was the only one who had this feeling. Did you feel it too? That's right. In the past, the lightning's frequency wasn't this fast. I think we'd better leave this place. Thunder Cry Grave is known as a graveyard of thunder and lightning, but the number of people who died inside is also not small. And you're right. Let's leave. The two's figures flashed, urging their Zhen Yuan and rapidly flying towards the periphery. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the two had expected, the lightning's frequency was getting higher and higher. In just a few blinks of an eye, the frequency had doubled. After a quarter of an hour, the entire area was shrouded in lightning. A glaring radiance burst out ferociously like a blazing white sun. Rumble. The ground within several hundred li suddenly shook. At the center of the lightning explosion, a huge object broke out of the ground and rushed into the sky. It was wrapped in endless lightning, dragging a lightning flame tail behind it. Look, there's a lightning ball shooting out. The abnormality could be seen from thousands of li away. When the huge object rushed into the sky, it looked like a lightning ball with lightning coiling around it. When the huge object reached a height of 10,000 meters, its power disappeared and it fell down. The lightning it brought along collided with other lightning bolts, creating layers of explosions. Finally, the huge object steadily landed on the flat ground, and the lightning was dissipating. Finally, when all the lightning had dissipated, the huge object could be seen clearly. It was a 400 meters wide and 100 meters tall six-pillared altar. In the center of the altar stood two people, one male and one female. The male was dressed in blue and had a long sword hanging from his waist. He looked delicate and handsome. The female was dressed in a purple dress and had a light veil covering her face. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her eyes were like cold stars. These two were indeed Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. They had been brought out of the underground world by the undying altar and came to the surface world. However, they did not know where exactly they were. The white light interweaved into a defensive layer, and the two walked out. Swish. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared beside them, striking the ground and cracking it. Murong Qingqing muttered, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Thunder region. Only the Thunder region's Thunder Yuan Qi is this rich. Thunder region. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The place of extreme negative energy was several million li away from the Thunder region. As for the strongest region in the southern sector, Yi Chen had long heard of it. To him, even if he did not come this time, he would come again in the future. So, it did not matter. The ground trembled slightly. Yi Chen turned around and saw the undying altar gradually sinking into the ground until it disappeared. Chapter 441. Yi Chen, you and I are both new to the Thunder region. Why don't we take a stroll around? Murong Qingqing also didn't have the intention to go back. As one of the top geniuses in South Rudra region, she always wished to look around and see how many powerful geniuses there were in this world. Staying in one place for too long would be detrimental to cultivation. It would be like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Yi Chen nodded, that's exactly what I was thinking. The two had the same destination, so they casually chose a direction. On the way, after some observation, the two found out that this region was one of the 4 great danger zones of the Thunder region, the Thunder Cry Tomb. Its danger was not inferior to the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Lake. Of course, the danger of the Thunder Cry Tomb was only relative to people below the extreme astral reaching realm. Once one's battle power reached the extreme astral reaching realm, one could basically move unhindered in the Thunder Cry Tomb. When Murong Qingqing met Yi Chen, she already had the strength of the extreme astral reaching realm. Later on, she obtained the demonic evil stone and condensed her martial soul embryo, further increasing her battle power. Later on, she even transformed her martial soul embryo into a demonic soul embryo, and was close to the critical point. She was only a step away from the true demonic soul. Her battle power was not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. If she cultivated the soul extinguishing wave, she could almost rival Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen, even he himself didn't know how powerful he was. Sky Thunder Cut, Sword Steps, Martial Soul Embryo, 3 Great Attribute Sword Intense, Void Shattering Finger, any one of them was enough to shock the world, not to mention the Undying Body Scroll he had just obtained. Exiting the Thunder Cry Tomb without any danger, the two rushed toward the nearest city. 10 days later the two arrived at the bustling Thunder Lake City. Thunder Lake City and Thunder Lake Sword City only differed by a single word. It was the only major city in the Thunder region, the Thunder Empire. Thunder region is worthy of being the strongest region in the southern sector. The average battle power of the young geniuses far surpasses that of South Rudra region. Murong Qingqing said with a sigh. Yi Chen said, humans are social animals, so they will always be affected by the environment. The martial culture in the Thunder region is undoubtedly stronger than the South Rudra region. Along the way the two often saw geniuses who were about the same age as them. Because of Murong Qingqing's beauty, there were also young geniuses who would come over to talk to her. Not a single one of these young geniuses wasn't an astral reaching expert. From their mouths, they learned that they were quite famous in a certain region. However, when asked about the whole Thunder region they were all speechless. They said that without reaching late astral reaching realm, there was simply no way to compete with them. Even if they reached late astral reaching realm, they would only be at the bottom. This made Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing rather speechless. It should be known that in the South Rudra region, being able to reach the astral reaching realm under the age of 30 would be enough to make one famous in the whole region. But in this place it was nothing. As one of the most important cities of the Thunder Empire, the Thunderpool City had an astonishing flow of people. Normally, the geniuses of the other countries in the Thunder region would use this place as a gathering point, and there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. The Storm Restaurant was one of the 3 biggest restaurants of the Thunderpool City. It had 5 floors and each floor could accommodate a large number of customers. It was the favorite place for young geniuses and rich and powerful disciples. In the lobby of the 5th floor for young geniuses were talking loudly. I just heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Thunder Cry Tomb. A several hundred meters wide lightning ball broke out of the ground and soared into the sky. Since the Thunder Cry Tomb is one of the 4 dangerous places of the Thunder region, it also has some mysteries. We've come all the way to the Thunder Empire. This is not the time to talk about strange things. Let's talk about the martial tea gathering hosted by the Thunder Princess. This is the most important event for the young generation of the southern sector. It happens every 2 years. The last one was hosted by the Edict Prince, and this one is the Thunder Princess turn. You're right, let's talk about the martial tea gathering. In recent years, the martial tea gathering has become more and more influential. In the past, it was only attended by geniuses of our Thunder region and the neighboring regions. But, starting from the last one, it has already spread to the entire southern sector, including the regions closest to it. The geniuses of the southern sector all consider it an honor to participate. Of course, didn't you see who hosted the last 2 tea gatherings? The Edict Prince and the Thunder Princess are both leading figures of the southern sector, and their strength is unfathomable. Although they haven't reached the Sea of Soul realm, they've both defeated Sea of Soul realm experts. On the west side by the window, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were listening to their conversation. Murong Qingqing said, I've heard about the martial tea gathering. They're right. In recent years, the martial tea gathering has become more and more famous, especially since the last one hosted by the Edict Prince. It has become a palace where the top geniuses of the southern sector gather. And the Thunder Princess hosting this tea gathering is a genius on par with the Edict Prince. She's known as one of the top 5 geniuses of the southern sector. Yi Chen lightly drank a mouthful of wine. He had heard about the Thunder Princess from senior brother Wang of the Dragon God Celestial Palace. She had the Thunder Spirit body, which allowed her to cultivate Thunder Zhenyuan with half the effort. She could comprehend Thunder Mentality or Thunder Profound several times faster than ordinary people. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to several years of bitter cultivation for others. 2 years ago, the geniuses of our Thunder region were still the most impressive. I wonder what kind of geniuses will appear this time. The 4 seemed to be in high spirits, and their voices were getting louder and louder as they drank. Comparing the quantity and quality of the geniuses, of course, our Thunder region would be the best. However, the region where Edict Prince is from is not to be underestimated either. There are 2 or 3 other regions that are not at a disadvantage and are right behind the Thunder region. Other regions such as Misty Snow region and Wavy Cloud region are also capable of producing powerful geniuses. On the contrary, South Rudra region is at the bottom as usual. Last time there was only one Sikong Sheng. Although his strength is not bad, he can't be ranked at the top in the whole southern region. I really didn't expect him to be one of the top geniuses in South Rudra region. Hee, any top warrior from our Thunder region would be able to sweep across the whole South Rudra region. Even you and me can be the king of the whole South Rudra region. South Rudra region is the last place, but that mountain region is not any better. A young man sitting near the fore could not hold it in anymore. His face turned pale as he sneered, "Nonsense! Do you think you can talk about all the geniuses in the world?" Hearing him, one of them looked over with a cold expression and said casually, "Please. Zhao Feng from the mountain region." Ha ha ha. Hearing him say that he was from the mountain region, the four started to laugh out loud. As far as I know, only the Cold Moon Spear and the Star Competition Mountain are a bit more powerful. Or you, Zhao Feng. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The four did not give Zhao Feng any face at all. You only talk about being powerful. Do you dare to fight me? Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and yelled. Why not? It is just that the blade is merciless. You deserve to be wounded by me. The young warrior in yellow did not even stand up as he said with a cold voice. What a great skill. Zhao Feng's weapon was an iron spear. Pouring his Zhen Yuan into it, the iron spear swept out horizontally. The spear light turned into a roaring huge wolf, attacking toward his opponent. Break. The young man in yellow did not even take out his weapon. He made a grabbing gesture in the air with his right hand, and the huge wolf that was formed by the spear light was grabbed by the neck, shattering into pieces. Go back. With a twist of his right hand, the shattered spear light shot out at an even faster speed. Ding, 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 ding. Sparks flew everywhere as Zhao Feng was blown back while holding his iron spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing through the walls of the 5th floor before landing on the street outside. So weak. The young man in yellow curled his lips. Seeing this, some of the geniuses from the mountain region on the 5th floor lowered their heads. Zhao Feng was not a nameless brat in the mountain region. He was at least ranked in the top 15 or even top 10. Even he had been defeated, so it would be useless for them to go up. Plus, it seemed like the other had not even used 70 to 80% of his power. How could they fight back? Unfortunately, the more they acted like this, the more the young man in yellow and his companions looked down on them. They felt that they had a higher evaluation of the mountain region, so they started to laugh out loud. Luo next to him laughed. Luo, I haven't seen you for a couple of months, and your power has improved again. I think you will be able to show off a bit in this tea gathering. The person who had attacked was quite famous in the Thunder region. He had reached the peak level late astral reaching realm a year ago, and had formed his martial spirit 3 months ago. It was exactly because of this that Luo and his 3 companions had the right to be so arrogant and look down on the South Rudra region and the mountain region. Luo said lightly, beating him is not worth mentioning. If I mention it, it would only be an insult to me. But I have to say something. People from the mountain region and the South Rudra region should all go back now, in case they embarrass themselves in the tea gathering and lower the standard of the event. As he spoke, his eyes scanned around the 5th floor, his head slightly raised. The warriors from the mountain region were very frustrated, their faces turning red. It was their first time in the Thunder region, and they were planning to go to the tea gathering to see the level of the martial geniuses in the whole South region. But who knew that they would be defeated before the tea gathering even started? Let's go. Some of the warriors from the mountain region could not stand the atmosphere anymore, so they lowered their heads and left with their companions. Only a small part of them stayed behind. Yi Chen put down his wine cup and said to Murong Qingqing, "Which one of us will do it?" It was not Yi Chen's style to stay low-key after being humiliated. Whether it was the South Rudra region or the warriors from the South Rudra region, they were all one. Murong Qingqing was about to reply when she suddenly said, "It seems like we do not need to do it anymore. I, Guiyun, will battle with you." 2 young people walked up the stairs. The leading young lady was indeed the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank from the South Rudra region, Guiyun, a disciple of the Floating Mountain Martial School and the descendant of the Stone King. Guiyun had just arrived at the Wind and Rain restaurant when she heard Luo and his companions laughing at the South Rudra region from the 4th floor, even asking them to leave the Thunder region. So it is a girl. Are you from the South Rudra region or the mountain region? Luo did not take Guiyun seriously either. The young man standing right next to Guiyun said without thinking, "South Rudra region. Haha, you guys come together. Saves me the trouble of taking care of you one by one." If he could kick all of the warriors from the South Rudra region and the mountain region out of the Thunder region, it would definitely make Luo famous. He licked his lips, showing his arrogance. Chapter 442. 2 against 1. It is not a fair fight. I alone will be enough. Guiyun could tell that Luoqiu was not a normal warrior. If he was in the South Rudra region he would not be weaker than Yan Qihua or Li Daoxian. However, she was not the same as before. With the bloodline of the Stone King, her cultivation had increased at a tremendous speed, reaching the peak level late astral reaching realm in just 4 to 5 years. If it were other martial geniuses, they would not be able to make it this fast. Because of the bloodline of the Stone King, it would be the most stable for training. Even if they did not work hard, their growth would still be faster than normal people. Of course, once the potential of the bloodline was used up, it would not be this stable anymore. Therefore, it was not without reason that the bloodline of the king was so valued. Martial geniuses could die easily, and they might not be as good as they were when they were young. But, the inheritor of the bloodline of the king would definitely reach a certain height if given enough time. The bloodline of the king was like a paved road. As long as one followed it, it would be enough. Take this. Holding her breath, Guiyun extended her body, ignoring the 20 meters of distance between them. She appeared right in front of Luoqiu, throwing out a fist that was shining with a yellow light. The corner of Luoqiu's mouth curled up as he reached out his left hand casually. Dong. The two had hidden their power inside, not leaking out at all. But, the second they clashed together, their power clashed with each other. The aftermath of the attack shook the entire building, as if it was going to explode at any second. All of the young warriors in the lobby hurried to activate their Zhenyuan, trying their best to protect the building. Let's go out and fight. After her fist attack had failed, Guiyun's body turned blurry as she flew out of the building within a second. She was so fast that most of the young warriors could not even see her clearly. They only knew that she was definitely not someone that Zhao Feng could compete with. Otherwise, she would not be able to compete with Luoqiu. Luoqiu was a bit surprised as he chased after her. Judging on movement, he was not weaker than Guiyun at all. He said, "No wonder you are so confident. You do have some tricks up your sleeves, but it is still not enough." The two flew out of the building one after another, hovering in the air above the Thunderpool city. The rest of the young warriors were very interested in this battle, so they all came to the window seats and looked out. As for Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing, they were already sitting by the window so they could see everything by turning their heads. Boom. Bang 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 bang. In the sky above Thunderpool City, the two of them fought fiercely. The shockwaves from their battle spread out in all directions, dyeing the sky red and yellow. Strong winds blew in all directions. Break! The red light on Luoqiu's palm swirled and turned into a giant millstone. The millstone spun and smashed towards Guiyun, who was dozens of meters away. Stone King Protective Fist. Guiyun did not step back. She steadied her qi and blood, lowered her center of gravity, and poured out all of her Zhenyuan. She threw out a powerful punch. After throwing out a punch, Guiyun's protective Zhenyuan layer thickened a little bit. The dark yellow light was like a small yellow sun, which was not blinding at all. Instead of being shocked, Luoqiu laughed. His hands turned into claws and attacked towards Guiyun. Every time his claws slashed out, a layer of the little yellow sun would be shaved off. It was obvious that Luoqiu's claw art was much more powerful than his palm art. His extreme fire mentality also contained explosive power. Pow, pow, pow. Luoqiu's claw speed was way too fast. After throwing out dozens of claws, Guiyun had only thrown out dozens of punches. The burning flame was extremely condensed, looking like red lava. Each drop of lava would turn into a fireball in the air, exploding violently. Her protective Zhenyuan started to dim down, but Guiyun's expression did not change at all. She used all of her power to defend while attacking back with steady power, giving people a feeling that she would not be shocked even if the sky fell down. Murong Qingqing said, "She is indeed the descendant of the Stone King. Her training speed is extremely fast, and her understanding of the Stone King's martial art is also not the same as before. This Stone King Protective Fist art has already reached its extreme. I am afraid that with her power right now, she would at least be ranked in the top 5 of the whole South Rudra region." The King bloodline is not just for show. Yi Qin could naturally tell how powerful Guiyun was. When he was in the Hidden Dragon rank competition, Guiyun's power was only around the top 10. If some of the young warriors who could not join the competition were added in, she would only be ranked in the top 15. However, after 4 to 5 years, Guiyun had not stopped improving at all. It was not hard to tell that as she reached the astral reaching realm, the potential of the King bloodline had exploded. One day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of hard work for others. In terms of training, even Yi Qin was far behind her. Thinking about that, Yi Chen could not help but think about the other top martial geniuses in the whole South Rudra region. He wondered how powerful they were right now. Thinking about it, Sikong Sheng and Tua Baku would not be slower than Gu Yun, since the former also had the King bloodline, and the latter seemed to have the King bloodline as well. Stone King Fury. Every time she was hit by a claw, Gu Yoyun's body would store up a rebounding force. This rebounding force was not released, but it was getting stronger and stronger. When the rebounding force reached its limit, Gu Yuyun groaned and threw a punch with enough power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Boom. The explosive shockwave spread out in all directions. Luo Qiu had backed out for hundreds of meters under that punch, looking a bit messed up. So, this is your ace attack. Waving his hand to shatter that thick attacking chi, Luo Qiu seemed to be thinking about something as he squinted his eyes. Luo Qiu, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me that you cannot even beat her. Luo Qiu's friends were laughing as if they knew that Luo Qiu's power was not just this. What's the rush? I was just warming up. Luo Qiu did not seem to mind at all. Soon he opened his eyes back to normal and said slowly, with a martial genius like you in the South Rudra region, it is not that bad. But I will not go easy on you anymore. This world is a world of power and it has always been like this. Guiyun said, you can do whatever you want. I Guiyun will take it on myself. Alright. Luo Qiu took a step forward as he raised his right hand into a claw. 5 beams of red light extended out from his fingers, looking like a massive red sharp claw. The red sharp claw tightened and the front curled into a hook. It had changed from a casual mode to a battling mode, looking no different from a real sharp claw. Dark red claw. Qiu. Luo Qiu appeared in front of Gu Yuyun, his right hand waving out the red sharp claw. It tore down, leaving a burnt black claw mark in the air. Swoosh. Gu Yoyun's protective Zhenyuan layer was shattered immediately. She could not even handle one claw attack. But Gu Yoyun was prepared for it. She performed the second ace attack of the Stone King Body Protective Fist art. Stone King Double Attack. Her left hand turned into a fist and her right hand turned into a palm. The fist power contained an intense tightening power, while the palm power contained unloading power. With one punch and one palm attack, Gu Yuyun managed to block out Luo Qiu's dark red claw attack. It was not over yet. The Stone King Double Attack did not only contain a fist attack and a palm attack, but also a combo attack. As soon as the dark red claw was blown away, Gu Yoyun's elbows attacked aggressively from the left and right. Crack. Luo Qiu, who was supposed to be the main attacker, had his protective Zhenyuan layer broken by Gu Yuyun. Seems like I have to get serious. Luo Qiu looked extremely serious. In terms of the same level of power, he had undoubtedly lost to Gu Yuyun. Although he did not want to admit it, there was no point in lying to himself. The good thing was that there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent, which was that he had already formed his martial spirit 3 months ago. With the help of his martial spirit, his battling power could still increase drastically. Back out. The burning fire element Zhenyuan exploded. Luo Qiu did not take a single step back, but Gu Yuyun was blown away. Martial spirit. Gu Yuyun frowned heavily. In terms of training, she was extremely talented, but forming the martial spirit was a training of the soul and will. She was no different from most of the other martial geniuses. With the martial spirit, her battling power could be increased by at least 40 to 50%. I still have a long way to go before I can form my martial spirit. Even with the blood evil stone, it would not be enough. The martial spirit was not something that could be formed whenever one wanted to. One would have to reach the realm first. Once one reached the realm, there would be 2 choices. One would be to slowly accumulate the willpower, and the other would be to use the power of the outside to train it. Gu Yoyun's realm was not high enough yet. Luo Qiu's friends did not seem to expect that he had already formed his martial spirit. They all had their mouths wide open as they mumbled, "This tea gathering? Luo Qiu's ambition is not small at all. Forming the martial spirit is a sign of progress. We are all not as good as him. Hehe, we were indeed exaggerating before. But now I am sure that Luo Qiu would be able to sweep the entire South Rudra region all by himself." As they were chatting, Luo Qiu attacked again. 100 crack claw. It was a simple movement, but with the help of his martial spirit, it was extremely aggressive. His attacking power and speed had all reached a new peak. Gu Yuyun backed out again and again, unable to fight back at all. Right then, the space in front of Gu Yuyun started to vibrate. An invisible power field wrapped around the claw shadows, twisting them and shattering them. Luo Qiu was shocked as he looked over to where Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were. Murong Qingqing picked up a wine glass that was half filled with wine. she said lightly. You said that there is no one in the South Rudra region. I will sit here without moving. If you can get close to me, then you win. Murong Qingqing Yichen. Gu Yuyun had just noticed Murong Qingqing and Yichen. It was not that she was not observant, but she was really attracted by Luo Qiu and his friends. Plus, there were a lot of young warriors on the 5th floor and they were all about the same age. Is Yichen. The young man who came with Gu Yuyun was studying Yichen. In the South Rudra region, Yichen was a legend, and the rumors about him had never stopped. All of the disciples from the powerful martial institutions had set Yichen as their goal. Of course, there were also a lot of people who doubted his power, thinking that he might not be as powerful as he used to be after all these years. There are 2 more from the South Rudra region. Luo Qiu, leave them to us. Luo Qiu's friends attacked together, performing their top martial arts. Qin. That bright sword light shone all over the lobby as Yi Qin used his finger as a sword, waving it out casually. The next second, all of the windows on the 5th floor had been shattered, and the tables and chairs had all been blown away. That sharp sword aura had almost blinded everyone's eyes, and their souls were shaking. The 3 who were attacking even thought that they were being cut into pieces. Their confidence and aura had disappeared completely. The 3 puked out blood as they were blown out of the 5th floor. Chapter 443. What? He beat the 3 of them with one sword attack? No. He did not even use his sword. He only used his finger sword. In the Grand Hall, the young elites from the Thunder Territory and the neighboring territories were all shocked. In their opinion, since these 3 were Luo Qiu's companions, their strength would definitely not be bad. Birds of a feather flock together, this sentence was applicable everywhere. Plus, that finger sword attack from Yichen was way too powerful. Although it was not aimed at them, they all felt like someone was pointing a sword at their forehead. Luo Qiu had a different opinion from the others. He knew clearly that without using his martial will, he would not be able to win against the 3 of them. Therefore, he knew how hard it would be to beat them with one finger sword attack. Was he really from the South Rudra region? Since when did such a powerful martial genius appear in the South Rudra region? Luo Qiu felt a bit dizzy as he stared at Yi Qin, who was still drinking. Right then, Yi Qin was like a great sword that had not been taken out of its scabbard yet. He did not dare to step forward, because once a sword artist's sword was taken out of its scabbard, there would be blood. It was just that he had already spoken ruthlessly earlier. If he were to leave with his tail between his legs, it would undoubtedly be extremely embarrassing for the Thunder region. He did not want to be criticized by the other geniuses of the Thunder region and be despised by them. Thus, he braced himself and continued to endure. Moving his gaze, Luo Qiu focused on Murong Qingqing again. Facing the sword artist in blue, I do not have a high chance of winning. But facing her, I should have a higher chance of winning. Plus, I just need to get close to her. Luo Qiu did not lack confidence. He had not used all of his power during the battle with Gu Yuyun. So, it should not be too hard for him to get close to Murong Qingqing. Letting out a breath, Luo Qiu said with a loud voice, I admit that what I said before was a bit biased. There are still 1 or 2 powerful martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. But lady, you are too arrogant. How hard can it be to get close to you? Let me show you. His body flashed once, and 3 Luo Qius flew out from 3 different angles and in 3 different ways. Murong Qingqing swirled the wine in her glass. The crystal-clear wine swirled in the glass, one round after another. When Luo Qiu was 20 meters away from her, she raised the glass with her left hand and poured the wine out. Rumble. The wine, which could be drunk in a single gulp, poured out in torrents, turning into crystal waves that slammed into the 3 Luo Qius. Luo Qiu sneered, and his Zhen Yuan erupted. Raging crimson fire waves clashed with the crystal waves, trying to evaporate the wine. However, the wine was not as simple as he thought. It was wrapped in a terrifying invisible force field, which made the wine look extremely heavy, as if it was made by the compressed water of a large river. With a poof, it pierced through the fire wave and hit Luo Qiu. Everyone gasped. Luo Qiu had been blown away by just a glass of wine. This girl's power seemed to be no weaker than the sword artist in blue. Was the South Rudra region really going to rise? Gu Yuyun had already returned to the lobby on the 5th floor. Seeing this scene, she thought to herself, Murong Qingqing is Murong Qingqing. I thought that my current strength has already surpassed her. Even Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian might not be stronger than me. It seems that I have been too optimistic. Second sister, are you okay? The young man who came with Gu Yuyun asked with concern. Gu Yuyun shook her head, I'm fine. I did not expect Murong Qingqing to be this powerful. I think she is even more powerful than Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian. Most likely, unless Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian have both made a special breakthrough. But even if they did, they might not be able to beat Murong Qingqing. The young man suddenly sighed. Our head brother has not been back for 4 years. I wonder how he is now and how powerful he is now. Second sister, do you think that when our head brother comes back, he will beat Yi Qin? He said the last sentence in a very low voice. Obviously, he did not want Yi Qin to hear it. Gu Yiyun did not answer directly. The young man was Li Jie, a disciple from the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was ranked 10th in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. His talent and comprehensive ability were both very impressive. Otherwise, he would not have the right to join the tea gathering hosted by the Thunder Princess. Li Jie was very young, and because of that he thought very highly of himself. He did not like the fact that his head brother was not as powerful as Yi Qin. However, only the people who had participated in that year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would know how powerful Yi Qin was. It was not just his power but that kind of unfathomable power. From the beginning to the end, no one knew where his bottom line was. Just when you thought he had used all of his power, in the next battle, his battling power would increase to the next level, and his hidden ace attacks would be endless. As for her head brother, Sikong Sheng, Gu Yiyun still admired him a lot. In terms of talent, he had the bloodline of the Tsang King, which gave him a lot of potential. In terms of comprehensive ability, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the whole South Rudra region. Both his talent and comprehensive ability were among the top. In just a blink of an eye, 4 years had passed, and her head brother's growth was definitely shocking. It should be known that the bloodline of the king level would only get brighter and brighter until the bloodline's potential was used up. I don't know either, because they are no longer people that we can guess. Gu Yiyun said slowly. Li Jie was speechless. Was the gap really that big? They were all astral-reaching realm warriors, so why couldn't they guess? Plus, now there was also Murong Qingqing. For no reason at all, he started to worry about his head brother. Before, there was only one Yi Qin, and now there was also Murong Qingqing. It had turned into a situation of 3 stars competing for the limelight. A glass of wine had forced me to back off. Luo Qiu's face started to burn, and his eyes started to turn red. It was not that he had not thought about what kind of trick Murong Qingqing would use to force him back off, but he had never expected it to be a glass of wine. Being forced back by a glass of wine in front of everyone, no matter how arrogant he was, it would still be very humiliating. Take my dark red claw. The martial spirit in between his eyebrows started to vibrate, and a light human shadow appeared on Luo Qiu's body. It was the sign of him pushing his martial will to its limit. He yelled and raised his right hand high above his head. 5 beams of red light extended out, turning into dark red sharp claws, attacking towards Murong Qingqing. Crack. The claw light had not arrived yet, but the powerful pressure had already left 5 deep marks on the street. Right then, Luo Qiu's battling power had been pushed to its peak. Sky Demon Palm Print. As Murong Qingqing waved her left hand in the air, a huge black palm print landed on the claw light. Boom. The claw light was shattered, and the huge palm print caused the gravity within hundreds of meters to disappear completely. Some of the buildings had only been scratched slightly, but the top half of them had already started to break down, floating in the air above the Thunderpool City. Dark red armor. Luo Qiu's expression changed drastically as he crazily exploded his Zhen Yuan, forming a thick dark red armor outside his body. It covered his entire body, and even his eyes were covered with a layer of red Zhen Yuan crystals, shining with 2-foot-long red lights. However, the power gap between the two was too huge. Even with the protection of the Zhen Yuan armor, Luo Qiu still could not handle a casual attack from Murong Qingqing. The armor was shattered inch by inch, and Luo Qiu puked out a mouthful of blood before being blown away. So powerful. Since when did these 2 horrifying martial geniuses appear in the South Rudra region? One of them had beaten 3 martial geniuses from the Thunder region with only 1 finger attack, and the other had blown away the powerful Luo Qiu with ease. This kind of power would be shocking even in the Thunder region. With them participating in the tea gathering, even if the South Rudra region might not be able to shock the world, they would at least be able to stabilize the situation. Calling these 2 the twin stars of the South Rudra region would not be an exaggeration. Twin stars of the South Rudra region. What a great title. If this spread out, the other martial geniuses from the South Rudra region would be able to stand up straight. All of the young warriors in the lobby on the 5th floor started to discuss. They were very interested in Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. The group of martial geniuses from the Thunder region were not as arrogant as before, since they knew that they would not be able to compete with Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. If they were to be arrogant, they would only embarrass themselves, since they were not considered as powerful martial geniuses in the Thunder region. Yi Qin sat on the chair, shook his head and said, "It seems like he has not given up yet. Let's end this battle with this attack." Murong Qingqing said. Boom. The red light exploded like fireworks as Luo Qiu flew back. He did not care about the blood on the corner of his mouth as he said with a low voice, "If you can block out my last attack, then I, Luo Qiu, will admit defeat. Make your move." Murong Qingqing looked very calm. Oh. Just as Murong Qingqing finished her sentence, a wave of invisible heat spread out from Luo Qiu's body. Under this heat, all the pedestrians and residents within miles felt like they were on fire. One after another they ran out of the area looking horrified. In front of their eyes, all the houses around them started to smoke, and tiny flames started to rise up bit by bit. Luo Qiu is going to perform his profound sense martial art. On the street, Luo Qiu's 3 friends did not return to the 5th floor of the Wind and Rain restaurant. They were too embarrassed to go back, so they had been watching the battle from below. "Great Sun Red God Claw!" Luo Qiu roared. The air around him twisted and cracked, and the water yuan qi was evaporated completely, making his silhouette blurry, like a reflection in the water that was being blown by the wind. As the air twisted even more and more, Luo Qiu felt like there was a volcano hiding inside his body, a volcano that was about to erupt. The boiling heat gathered in his right hand from all his limbs and bones. His right hand was originally ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, it was completely wrapped up by the extremely condensed lava Zhen Yuan. Boom. Throwing out a claw attack, the palm power ignited the fire yuan qi in front of him and burned all the other yuan qi. It was like a real volcano eruption. A lot of people suspected that this claw attack would completely destroy the Wind and Rain restaurant and the surrounding area, turning everyone into ashes. A black human figure appeared on Murong Qingqing's body. The horrifying demon intent spread out in all directions. Up in the sky and down on the ground, half of the people in the Thunder City had sensed this demon intent. They were all shocked as they had never seen a martial intent like this before. The result was obvious. Luo Qiu had lost. In terms of attacking power, Murong Qingqing had the extremely rare demon intent, which had reached the critical point. She was only one step away from forming a real demon soul. Even if Luo Qiu performed a 20% profound sense martial art, he would not be able to threaten her at all. It came fast and went fast. Luo Qiu had lost again. On top of a building nearby, a young man in red and a young man in yellow stood there quietly. The one on the left had a cold expression and a handsome face, while the one on the right was Huang Kaishan, who had lost to Yi Qin in the Blue Mountain Island. "Just SOSO. Let's go." The young man in red turned around and left. Chapter 444. I did not expect to see the red water little man here. He did not join the last tea gathering because he thought that he was not powerful enough to shock the world. The tallest restaurant in the Thunderpool City was the 18th-floor Treasure Palace, which was one of the top 3 restaurants just like the Wind Rain restaurant. On the 18th floor, a young man in plain clothes watched the battle outside the Wind Rain restaurant from dozens of miles away. The red-robed young man and Huang Kaishan did not escape his sight either. The pretty girl in green chuckled. "Head disciple, you should prepare to shock the world this time as well." The young man shook his head. "I am not powerful enough to shock the world. On the other hand, that Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing are very powerful. Perhaps this is not all of their power yet." "Head disciple, why do you have to look down on your own?" The girl in green was indeed Feng Yanrou's sister disciple, Qingzhu. And the head disciple she was talking about was naturally the head disciple of the Floating Snow Martial School, Ling Hanya. Right then she made a face, not satisfied with her head disciple's attitude. Ling Hanya forced a smile. This little sister disciple of his always said whatever was on her mind. Frowning, the beautiful Feng Yanrou in white said, "Qingzhu, when you get to the tea gathering, do not speak without thinking. Everything should be based on facts." "Got it?" Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. Standing up, Ling Hanya said to the two, "All right, we have rested in the Thunderpool City for 2 days. Let's get going. You two, I am Lu Ming from the Mountain region, also known as the Flying Hand. This is my first time in the Thunder region, and it is my honor to meet you too. I am Sun Peng from the Mountain region. I would like to make friends with you too. You two are here for the tea gathering, right? How about we travel together?" In the lobby of the 5th floor, after Murong Qingqing had beaten Luo Qiu, a lot of young warriors came to greet them. However, most of them were martial geniuses from the Mountain region. The Mountain region was very similar to the South Rudra region, having been weak for a long time. However, there had been a life-and-death realm warrior from the mountain region 200 years ago, which was better than the South Rudra region. As for the geniuses from other regions, they did not think that it was necessary to make friends with them, since they did not lack powerful martial geniuses in their own regions. After getting rid of these people, Yi Chen and the other three walked down the 5th floor and picked a VIP room on the 4th floor, not wanting to be disturbed. Inside the private room, the four sat facing each other. Gu Yiyun said, "I should have guessed that you guys would participate in this martial tea gathering. The Thunder Princess reputation is unprecedented. Almost every genius wants to get to know her." Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. The two never expected that after leaving the underground world, they would directly appear in the Thunder region's Thunder Grave and hear the news about the martial tea gathering. Of course, even without the undying body in the underground world, they would most likely come after hearing that the martial tea gathering was about to begin. Yi Chen asked, "Are there many people from the South Rudra region participating? You might not know this, but all of the rank 6 martial institutions are encouraging their disciples to join the tea gathering. In the past, the South Rudra region had been weak for a long time, and had never been able to rise up again. The biggest reason was that the circle was too small, and the competition was not strong enough. So, having them join the tea gathering would allow them to see all of the martial geniuses in the whole South region. It would allow them to know how big the outside world is, and how powerful the powerful martial geniuses are. Then they would naturally train hard and try their best to stand out in the next tea gathering." Gu Yiyun explained. Yi Chen nodded. That was indeed true. Gu Yiyun said again, "Before me, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian and Lin Yun had all left. I estimate that there would be at least 20 people from the South Rudra region participating in the tea gathering. My head disciple had participated in the last tea gathering, so he would definitely join again this time," Li Jie said suddenly. Yi Chen glanced at Li Jie. He had a lot of conflicts with the Floating Mountain Martial School. Although it had ended because of Long Biyun, the leader of the school, there was still a knot in their hearts. He understood the reason why Xikong Sheng had mentioned him. Plus, he also knew that it was impossible for Xikong Sheng to not have made a breakthrough in the past 4 years. He was afraid that his power would be way more powerful than Gu Yoyun's. Gu Yoyun looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing with a complicated expression. To be honest, it would be impossible for her not to feel scared about participating in this tea gathering. The South Rudra region did not have any glorious image in the eyes of the other regions. In their eyes, the South Rudra region was the epitome of weaklings, and there were no powerful martial geniuses at all. She was clear that with her own power, she would not be able to make any waves in the tea gathering. She would not even be qualified to serve as a foil. If she was provoked, she would not know what to do. The good thing was that Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had shown up. Yi Chen was a legend in the South Rudra region. It was his first time participating in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, but he had already overturned his head disciple Xikong Sheng's ruling position. In the past 4 years, the rumors about him had never stopped. Everyone was guessing what kind of realm he had reached, and whether or not he could lead everyone out of the South Rudra region and compete with the geniuses from the other regions. Although a lot of people thought that the current Xikong Sheng should not be weaker than Yi Chen, it was just an assumption without any proof. If Yi Chen could maintain his power, the possibility of him beating Xikong Sheng again would be much higher than the possibility of Xikong Sheng overtaking him. And Murong Qingqing, who was standing right next to Yi Chen, was the epitome of the most beautiful girl in the whole South Rudra region. When people talked about her, they would definitely talk about her beauty. Her power came second, and Gu Yiyun thought that she was just SOSO. But now that she had met her again, she realized that she had left her far behind, reaching a realm that she could not even see. Even without Yi Chen, the head disciple Xikong Sheng's position would still be in danger, and Murong Qingqing would definitely have the power to fight for the throne of the number 1 young generation in the whole South Rudra region. With the two of them appearing in the tea gathering, Gu Yiyun felt a lot more relieved. Facing some challenges, she would at least have that much more confidence. And this was the most complicated part. In the South Rudra region, they were competitors, and her martial institution had conflicts with Yi Chen. They had never interacted with each other. She did not expect that once they were out of the South Rudra region, Yi Chen would unknowingly hold up an umbrella for them, strengthening their own confidence. She did not know if it was funny or sad. Head disciple, I wonder how powerful you are this time. Gu Yiyun sighed and thought to herself. Time passed like water and the sky started to turn dark. Yi Chen and the other 3 stayed in the Wind and Rain Pavilion, preparing to rest for a couple of days before leaving. The night was pitch black and the sky was dotted with stars. The bright moonlight shone into the bedroom through the window, dyeing the room in a soft white color. Sitting on the bed, Yichen activated the Undying Body Scroll in his mind and started to study it carefully. The Undying Body Scroll had 3 levels in total. He did not have much interest in the latter 2, but he could still complete the first level. So, the first level of blood flesh healing is to increase the recovery speed of the body. Normally, warriors with light wounds would not need to be treated, as they would recover after a long time. Only some of the more serious wounds would require treatment. But once the first level of blood flesh healing is mastered, the body's recovery speed would increase by hundreds of times, and it would be healed within a second. The more Yichen read, the more surprised he was. He did not expect the first level of the Undying Body Scroll to be so mysterious. Increasing the body's recovery speed was related to the mysteries of the human body. The human brain had the memory function, and so did the human body, which was the natural source of the body's recovery. Without the memory function, the human body would be completely crippled, and even a small wound would be enough to kill you. Whether it was healing or taking pellets, it would only increase the body's recovery speed. If you lost the body's recovery ability, it would be very difficult no matter how you tried to heal it, and it might not even have the slightest effect. On the other hand, the blood flesh healing realm was the same as the continuous healing process, but the effect was magnified by 10 or even 100 times. Calming himself down, Yichen continued to read. The training of the blood flesh healing realm was not very difficult, but it was also very difficult. It was not difficult because the process was very simple. There was only one step, and that was to brand the physical body with the mental mark or the soul mark. If the mental mark was successfully branded, the blood flesh healing realm would be 1/3 completed, and if the soul mark was successfully branded, it would be a great success. As for the difficulty, it was because it was very difficult to brand the mental mark and the soul mark on the human body. After all, the human body was not a treasure that could be branded at will. Moreover, the human body and the human soul were in the same body. It was so familiar that it could not be any worse. It was because of this familiarity that the difficulty increased by several times. It was like you could move your hands, but could you move your hair at will? No matter what, I should try to brand the mental mark first. When I am more familiar with it, I will start to brand the soul mark. Yichen took a deep breath and carefully activated his mental power, branding the mental mark in his body. Failed. The human body was like an hourglass. The mental mark would disappear the moment it was branded. It could not stay for long. At most, it could only stay for a little longer. Try again. I should brand according to the human body's laws. There must be a way. Not. Yichen tried again and again. Fortunately, his soul source was very powerful. No matter how many times he activated his mental power, he would not feel exhausted. Moreover, his choice was quite correct. First, he branded the mental mark. Mental power was weaker than soul power, so he could try many times. If he switched to soul power, he might not be able to persist for a long time. And this time it is a little bit effective. After countless experiments, Yichen finally succeeded. This time it was not a complete mental mark, it was incomplete. Because other parts of the body had been lost, only a part of the mental mark was left in the heart. Of course, he also found that an incomplete mental mark would eventually disappear. But at this moment, the body's recovery ability in the heart was the strongest. He suspected that without any Zhen Yuan, it would not be a problem for him to pierce through the heart with a sword. It would be easy for him to repair it. This was a major breakthrough. Taking out a dagger, Yichen made a shocking move. He took off his shirt and lightly inserted the dagger into the heart without activating his Zhen Yuan. Blood slowly flowed. Yichen stabbed 3 inches in, only 1 step away from the heart. However, he did not dare to continue. He just wanted to test the recovery speed of the heart. In a blink of an eye, the blood had stopped. In 5 blinks of an eye, the flesh had started to heal. In 30 blinks of an eye, it was completely healed. Phew! This is too amazing. Without the secret cultivation method of the undying body, even if I knew how to brand the mental mark, I would not be able to succeed. Yichen revealed a smile. Chapter 445. The morning of the second day, the lobby of the 5th floor was bustling as usual. Many young warriors who were not in a hurry were chatting while drinking their morning tea. The topic of the morning was who was the strongest among the young generation. In the southern sector, the Thunder Princess, Edict Prince, and Astral Spirit Son are the leaders. Although the other 2 of the top 5 geniuses are as famous as them, their comprehensive power is still a bit weaker. You are right. But who do you think is the strongest among the 3? That is hard to say. I personally prefer the Thunder Princess. In recent years she has been the most famous. Her comprehensive ability and talent are both exceptional. Edict Prince and Astral Spirit Son are a bit less famous. Fame is not the standard of power. I admit that the Thunder Princess is very powerful, ridiculously so. But there is no way to deny that she is in the most powerful region of the south, the Thunder region. Therefore she is the most famous. The Edict Prince was famous before the Thunder Princess. 1 year ago, the mysterious girl who suddenly appeared next to him was also very powerful. She was at least in the top 20 of the southern sector. From this, it is easy to see how powerful the Edict Prince is. The mysterious girl and the Edict Prince are inseparable. I heard that she is extremely beautiful, but she never talks in front of people. A young warrior seemed to know some inside information. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Qin, who was drinking his morning tea, smiled. It was useless to guess who was strong and who was weak. For geniuses, 1 or 2 years could change a lot of things. Once they had a breakthrough, their power would improve by leaps and bounds. This was the most interesting part of the competition between geniuses. No one knew who was stronger. Everyone had confidence in themselves and thought that they had improved a lot, which was enough to beat everyone else. Murong Qingqing is still comprehending the soul-extinguishing wave. Together with the profound martial skills of the sky-flying demon martial school, her power should be able to skyrocket in the future. The soul-extinguishing wave was not a normal low-rank profound martial skill. It was a horrifying killing attack that targeted the soul. Without exaggeration, if she could comprehend the soul-extinguishing wave to a certain level, Murong Qingqing would definitely be able to defeat those who were stronger than her in terms of comprehensive power. As for me, I will still focus on the breakthrough of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword art will be second, and then the Undying Body. From the 13th realm to the 14th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, there were 3 breakthroughs that needed to be made. When he was in the Extreme region, Yi Qin had already made 1 breakthrough. Now the second breakthrough had also started to loosen. Once the second breakthrough was made, he would not be too far away from the 14th realm. Once the Green Lotus Sword spell reached the 14th realm, his Zhen Yuan would definitely be a lot purer, and the 9 Green Lotus Sword Qi would merge into 1 Lotus Heart Sword Qi. Then his battle power would increase drastically. Next would be the 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Originally, he thought that the 9th movement would be just as powerful as the Sky Thunder Cut, but now he realized that he was wrong. The 9th movement would definitely be a lot more powerful than the Sky Thunder Cut. Otherwise, he would have already mastered it a few days ago. However, the potential of the Sky Thunder Cut was not limited to just this, because the current Sky Thunder Cut had only combined 8 movements of the Sky Cloud Sword art. As for the Undying Body, Yi Qin did not expect to succeed in a short period of time. He could not even leave a mental imprint on his body, not to mention a soul imprint. However, it did not mean that the Undying Body would be useless for the time being. If he was lucky, he would be able to leave a mental imprint on his heart 3 out of 10 times. In this way, his heart would no longer be a fatal wound. Besides these 3 aspects, Yi Qin was also training the Void-Shattering Finger. Although he could not escape into the surreal space, the training of the Void-Shattering Finger would be very slow. However, steady progress was the way of the king. I wonder how strong Thunder Princess, Edict Prince, and that Astral Spirit Son are. I'm really looking forward to it. In truth, Yi Qin did not care too much about fame. He was looking forward to seeing someone in the younger generation who could fight him with all his strength. A crazy battle, a battle to his limits, a battle to his heart's content. Although he could also fight Sea of Soul Realm experts with all his strength, it could not compare to the passion of fighting with the younger generation. At this moment, someone suddenly brought the topic to Yi Qin. What do you guys think his strength can rank in the southern sector? He's very strong. I can't see through him at all. Indeed, I reckon that top 20 is very likely. Top 20? Isn't that too high of an estimate? Apart from the 5 great geniuses, there are still a few geniuses in Thunder region chasing after Thunder Princess. The regions of Edict Prince and Astral Spirit Son also have a lot of powerful geniuses. Moreover, these 2 tea gatherings will not only have geniuses from the southern sector, but also the neighboring regions. Top 20 is already the peak level. I don't think it's too high of an estimate. Yesterday, the might of his sword finger still makes my heart palpitate. Don't you guys feel it? Everyone turned silent. How could they forget the matter of Yi Qin defeating the 3 geniuses of Thunder region? At that moment, it was the first time they had felt such a sharp sword aura, and even their souls were trembling. This martial tea gathering might create a golden age. Someone broke the silence. The night arrived once again and lightning flickered in the sky from time to time. In an inconspicuous alley, in an inconspicuous courtyard, 2 mysterious people were conversing. The one on the left was a skinny middle-aged man wearing a dark, colorful robe. His face was purple as if he had been poisoned. His left hand was playing with a black spider, and his slightly narrowed eyes occasionally emitted a purple cold light. The one on the right was wearing a bamboo hat and hemp clothes. He was sitting there, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to sense his existence. He was easily ignored like a poisonous snake in the grass, waiting for an opportunity to strike. 5 Poison, I didn't expect you to have already entered the Sea of Soul Realm. Relying on your poison arts alone, I'm afraid there are no Soul Realm experts that can do anything to you. A hoarse voice came from the hemp-garbed man. The colorful-robed middle-aged man chuckled, Elder Rain, that kid is not simple. I saw with my own eyes that he was evenly matched with the supreme elder of the Sunder Soul sect, Ghost Moon. It's a pity that my poison arts clashed with my body, or else I would have killed him. Are you sure you can kill him now? In a head-on battle, not 100%. If I'm not wrong, that kid has something you want, the hemp-garbed man said. The multicolor-robed man licked his lips, right? He was also one of the people searching for the secret of the undying body. However, due to his special identity, he didn't appear openly with the others, but acted in the dark. That day he saw everything that happened in the Stoneman Array. He thought that the person who disappeared would appear in a few days, but who knew that there would be no result after a month. Later on, he heard that the tea gathering was about to begin, so he decided to wait for Yi Qin in Thunderpool City. If Yi Qin came out, he would probably participate in the tea gathering, and Thunderpool City was the only way. If Yi Qin didn't appear, then it would be a waste of time. He didn't expect that Yi Qin would appear in Thunderpool City as he had expected. He had a premonition that Yi Qin had obtained the undying body, and he was determined to obtain it. With the undying body, his poison Jin Yuan wouldn't harm his body, and he could use his poison arts without restraint. As for Elder Rain, he had met him by chance. He didn't tell him about the undying body. He, the 5 Poison Ghost General, wouldn't trust anyone. Let's do it. I really want to see how far your poison arts have progressed. The linen-robed man didn't ask any more. He will. Tonight will be the day he dies. Taking a deep breath, the 5 Poison Ghost General spread out his right hand, and purple Zhen Yuan gushed out, condensing into a huge snake head. The snake head was vivid and lifelike, without a trace of falsehood. Fine purple scales were closely arranged, and the snake eyes were cold and emotionless. A hissing sound was heard as the snake head opened its mouth, letting out a strand of purple smoke. It didn't have any impurities and was as dense as water. It stretched longer and longer in the air, becoming thinner and thinner. Eventually, it reached a colorless level and floated out of the window, over the wall, and into the storm tower miles away. At night, the storm tower was still bustling with people coming and going. No one had noticed that a strand of deadly poison gas had entered through the door and climbed up the stairs. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 4th floor, and the west corridor of the 4th floor. After swaying outside for a while, the poisonous gas seemed to have found a gap, which was a crack in the corner of the wall. Inside the guest room, the poisonous gas got in but didn't corrode anything. It didn't make any sound either. Silently, the poisonous gas floated into the bedroom, and a smaller strand of it merged into the tea on the table next to the bed. Out of 10 times, I have already left a spiritual mark on the heart. Once the success rate reaches 100%, I will be able to spread it to other places. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin reached out his hand to pick up the teacup on the table. Bringing the teacup to his mouth, Yi Qin frowned. With a shake of his wrist, the tea splashed onto the ground and a purple smoke rose up. Poison? When did I poison it? Yi Qin held his breath. No, it's a poisonous gas. Qin. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Yi Qin pointed at the void in front of him, and a destructive sword intent shot out along with a sharp sword light. Swoosh. A purple mist exploded and the poisonous gas spread out. With a cold snort, Yi Qin's forehead swelled, and a circle of sword intent halo spread out, isolating the poisonous gas outside and dispersing it quickly. In the courtyard of the alley, an astonished expression flickered on the ghost warrior's face. What's wrong? The hemp-robed man asked. This kid is more troublesome than I thought. He even sensed my heartless poison chi. Damn it. How could he be so cautious? Even when cultivating, he maintained his peak state. This sword intent can actually restrain my poisonous gas. The ghost warrior was extremely shocked. As the head of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, his reputation was not undeserved. Before he had reached the Sea of Souls realm, the poison-type Zhenyuan he emitted could already corrode most of the Zhenyuan, killing people without a trace. After becoming a Sea of Souls realm expert, the power of his poison-type Zhenyuan would be several times stronger than before. Dealing with an astral-reaching realm expert would be a piece of cake for him, since it was not a direct confrontation, and the winner would not be decided by offense or defense. Regardless, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan was indeed at the astral-reaching realm, while his Zhenyuan was at the Sea of Souls realm. Chapter 446. Hearing his words, the linen-robed man said, "Sword artists have the sharpest perception. If it didn't work the first time, I'm afraid it won't work in the future. But you don't have to target him. Your poison isn't just for killing." "You mean that woman?" The ghost warrior guessed the meaning of the linen-robed man's words. The linen-robed man didn't reply. "You're right. There's no need to target that kid. As long as I can poison his friend, he'll have no choice but to come and beg me." The ghost warrior closed his eyes and attached his soul power to the heartless poison chi, urging it to float toward the windrain building for the second time. The poison chi was formless and colorless, and its density was even lower than air. Moreover, the way it floated was very strange, as if it was using the air as a channel. Without carefully scanning with soul power, one wouldn't be able to discover the deadly poison chi in the air. The heartless poison chi appeared in Murong Qingqing's bedroom and enveloped her. Murong Qingqing's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a black light flickered in her pupils. She discovered a wisp of purple in the air, one that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. God knows how she saw it, but it was something that even Yi Chen couldn't see. Reaching out her right hand, Murong Qingqing shrunk in the air. The next moment, the heartless poison chi curled up involuntarily and was enveloped by an invisible force field. Because of the increase in density, the poison chi's color had become very rich. Poison chi. Someone wants to ambush me. The Zhenyuan in the sky demon force field was corroded. Murong Qingqing's brows creased, and her deep gaze traced the source of the poison chi, trying to find the culprit. However, just as her gaze reached the outside of the windrain building, the ribbon-like poison chi dissipated. Pop, pop. Several people nearby fell down without anyone noticing, immediately poisoned to death. Soon after, the residents in the surrounding buildings also fell down. By the time someone noticed, within a radius of several thousand meters, apart from the powerful clasping yuan and astral-reaching experts, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. It should be known that this was only a wisp of poison chi, but it was diluted by poison element Zhenyuan. After spreading out, it could still kill the majority of people within a radius of several thousand meters. Its toxicity was simply unimaginable, more poisonous than any poison on the market. We've been discovered again. 5 Poison Ghost General's face was burning. The first time he attacked Yi Chen he had failed. The second time he attacked Murong Qingqing he had also failed. This could no longer be described as embarrassment but shame. Damn it. He was a Sea of Soul realm expert proficient in poison arts, yet he had been defeated by 2 astral-reaching experts. Even without the Ghost General 5 Poisons reminder, the man in linen had already sensed that many people had died nearby. The deaths meant that the Ghost General 5 Poison had lost control of the poisonous gas or dispersed it automatically. Therefore, the possibility of success was negligible. After all, if he succeeded, there was no need for the Ghost General 5 Poison to kill so many people and bring trouble upon himself. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first," the linen-clothed man said calmly. The 2 of them hurriedly left the courtyard and disappeared from the area. Creak. The door to Murong Qingqing's room was pushed open, and Yi Chen walked in and said, "Someone seems to be targeting me. Are you all right?" After being attacked by the poisonous gas, Yi Chen released his soul power, radiating in all directions. However, before he could find the attacker, something happened to Murong Qingqing, and the people nearby also started dying one after another. This poison is very powerful. Murong Qingqing raised her right hand in the void, and a twisting force field appeared. The purple poisonous gas squirmed like purple liquid, condensing into a sphere. Yi Chen sized up the poisonous gas and said, "The attacker should be an expert proficient in poison arts. Moreover, the poisonous gas contains soul power, which is hard to detect." Sea of Soul Realm Expert. Murong Qingqing's brows creased. Only Sea of Soul Realm experts could use soul power. Yi Chen faintly nodded. The attacker was certainly a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Why would they want to attack us? I don't have any clues, but I can think of one person. The head of the 108 Ghost Generals of 9 Ghost Cult, the 5 Poison Ghost General. It's said that the poison he releases is enough to kill thousands of people. Of course, I'm only thinking of him, but I don't have any proof yet. The southern sector is boundless, and he is not the only one proficient in poison arts. Perhaps there is someone else. Yichen didn't remember directly offending any poison arts expert, so he thought of the 5 poison ghost general of 9 ghost cult. Since Murong Qingqing was fine, Yichen bid farewell and returned to his room. The night passed without any words. The next day the 4 set out together heading north. The sky was clear and white clouds could be seen everywhere. Below them was a vast plain, and on the plain stood a few steep peaks. Swish! A huge black shadow flashed past the left side of the mountain. Then 2 more black shadows shot out from the other side. The mountain shook a couple of times. First, the left side of the mountain that was grazed instantly shattered into a semicircle, as if it had been bitten. Then 2 semicircles appeared on the right side as well, making the whole mountain look like a broken apple that had been bitten a couple of times. In the whole southern sector, perhaps only our beast-controlling martial school can travel this easily. A voice came from one of the black shadows chasing them. The speaker was a teenager in brown robes. He had thick eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, and his bones were thick and bulky. The black shadow under him was a huge black eagle, which was more than 10 meters long, and its wingspan was almost 20 meters. It was indeed a top-rank 8 demonic beast, the Black Wind Eagle. The Black Wind Eagle's battling power was not bad, but its most precious part was its speed, which could reach 7 times the speed of sound in a split second. On a black wind condor next to him, a beautiful woman chuckled and said, "Second brother, you've been very happy since yesterday. Are you going to meet your dream lover?" The brown-robed teenager blushed. "Don't make fun of me. I like her but she might not like me. It would be great if I had the strength of head brother." On the back of the black wind condor, a handsome young man in cyan clothes stood with his hands behind his back. Although the gale was blocked out by Zhen Yuan, there was still a trace of air current that managed to seep in, making his long black hair dance in the air, making him look carefree and unrestrained. Hearing the voice of the brown-robed young man using Zhen Yuan, he curled his lips and said in a domineering tone, "Second junior brother, if I were you, I would confess to her directly. It's better for men to be a bit more domineering. Unfortunately, apart from the Thunder Princess, no one has caught my eye yet. Otherwise, I would have said goodbye to being single long ago." The beautiful lady covered her mouth and laughed. "Look, even head brother is supporting you." Scratching his head, the brown-robed teenager's face became even redder. The 3 rode the Black Wind Eagle and flew straight ahead, leaving a black trail behind them. The speed of the Black Wind Condor was very fast, overtaking one person after another. When it overtook the 4 people who were lined up side by side, the handsome young man subconsciously glanced at it. With this glance he could no longer look away. Even when the Black Wind Condor overtook the 4 people, he was busy looking back and intentionally slowed down the Black Wind Condor's speed. In his sight the 4 people were 2 men and 2 women. The young man on the left looked ordinary, and his aura was also ordinary. There was nothing special about him. The young man on the right was a beautiful lady with a wonderful figure. No matter where she went, she would be a beauty. However, the handsome teenager had seen many beauties of this level, so he did not pay much attention to her. The one worth his attention was the young man in blue. He had a long sword on his waist, and his face was delicate and handsome. Although his eyes were very gentle, the handsome teenager could feel a sharp will in them. If the young man in blue made him take a few more glances, then the lady in purple next to him made him unable to take his eyes off her. There was actually a beauty that could compete with the Thunder Princess in this world. Be it appearance or temperament, they were all at the level of devastation. Even though the handsome teenager was used to seeing beauties in the world, he still could not help but feel his heart beat faster. Swoosh! The Black Wind Condor drew an arc in the air and blocked the 4 of them. "Eldest senior brother, what's wrong?" The beautiful lady and the young man in brown were puzzled, so they turned around as well. Seeing that someone was blocking their way, the 4 of them immediately stopped. It was Yi Chen and the other 3. "The 4 of you, I am Mo Xiang of the Imperial Beast School." The handsome teenager jumped off the Black Wind Condor and cupped his fists. Yi Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Mo Xiang smiled. "It's fate that we met. I'm guessing that you guys are going to the Thunder City and we are going there as well. Why don't we travel together? There are too many things that happen to us. Might not be fate." Yi Chen said lightly. Mo Xiang did not care. He looked at Murong Qingqing and said, "I wonder what your name is. I hope you can tell me." Murong Qingqing was slightly stunned, then said, "Since you care so much about fate, then let's see what it is." How could Guiyun not see that Emo Xiang had been charmed by Murong Qingqing? She found it funny. You are right, lady. But I still believe that we are fated. See you in the Thunder City. Emo Xiang was not angry at being rejected. He knew that he had to know when to advance and when to retreat. If the first impression was bad, he would have to spend more effort to make up for it. Jumping on the black-winged condor, Emo Xiang turned around. The Thunder City is not as peaceful as you think. If you have any trouble, just tell me my name. See you. After that, he left on the black-winged condor without looking back. The confused beautiful lady and the young man in brown smiled bitterly and chased after him on the black-winged condor. After the three of them left, Guiyun said, Prince Imperial Beast Emo Xiang, the eldest disciple of the 5th rank school, the Imperial Beast School. He is a genius second only to the Thunder Princess in the Thunder region. His strength is probably in the top 10 of the young generation in the southern sector. I didn't expect to meet him here. Prince Imperial Beast Emo Xiang. Yichen took back his sight. He could feel that the latter was very powerful and his aura was very pure. From this, he could tell that the latter's Zhenyuan purity had also reached a very high level. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was the strongest young man besides Murong Qingqing. Let's go. The Thunder City was full of young experts, and the group had already prepared themselves mentally. If a Prince Imperial Beast Emo Xiang could already shock them, then wouldn't they be shocked to death in the Thunder City? Emo Xiang's incident was soon forgotten as a small interlude, and they rushed towards the Thunder City. Chapter 447. The closer they got to Thunder City, the more young geniuses the four saw. Among them there was no lack of top-ranked geniuses. Each and every one of these geniuses had a unique temperament. Some had dignified appearances, some had elegant faces, some were handsome, and some were incomparably beautiful. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, dominating their respective territories. Of course, in Thunder City, even a dragon would have to coil up and even a tiger would have to crouch down. Everyone knew that Thunder City was not like other places. It was a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons gathered. Apart from the Thunder Princess and a few others, no one dared to be arrogant. Even if there were people who dared to be arrogant, they were already in the past. Thunder City, I want to see what kind of geniuses there are. This time, I must amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. In my opinion, those famous geniuses are not necessarily stronger than me. Along the way, Yi Chen and the other three heard such voices more than once. While laughing inwardly, they also began to feel the competitive atmosphere. Thunder City was the capital of Thunder Empire, as well as the #1 city of Southern Sector and one of the top 10 cities of True Spirit Continent. It was known as the Thunder Palace in the sky and the Thunder Capital on the ground. The vastness of Thunder City was hard to describe with words. Standing dozens of li away, Yi Chen and the other three could only see a black line stretching for an unknown length. This black line was the city wall of Thunder City. Inside the city wall, the silhouettes of buildings rose and fell one after another. Even before approaching, an ancient and majestic aura assaulted their faces, making it hard for them to breathe. Yi Chen remembered that when he first entered Martial City, he was also shocked. However, comparing Martial City to Thunder City was like comparing a small cottage to a luxurious mansion. Be it scale, silhouette, or grandeur, they were not on the same level. It was hard to imagine how many years this city had taken to build. This was an ancient city that had stood for several tens of thousands of years. It was the #1 city of Southern Sector, and also one of the top 10 cities of True Spirit Continent. As they approached, the silhouette of Thunder City became more and more distinct. The majestic ancient aura seemed to cause the air to stagnate. Seeing this ancient and huge city, every newcomer couldn't help but quiet down, fearing that their actions would attract some unknown attention. Thunder City. 2 ancient characters were engraved on the city wall. The character, Thunder, was like a bolt of lightning, incomparably tyrannical, while the character, Capital, gave people a sense of security. What a great Thunder City. Under the city gate, Yi Chen raised his head and said softly. Upon entering the Thunder City, the aura of the ancient city underwent a slight change. Amidst the ancient and boundless aura, one could feel a resplendent and flourishing aura that hadn't changed for thousands of years. It was as though even the passage of time wouldn't cause it to lose its color. Even now, it was still the most flourishing city in the Thunder City. On the street that was as wide as a square, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the hubbub of people. As far as the eye could see, a dense mass of people covered every inch of the street. The towering shops and restaurants on both sides of the street were like the dam of the river, encircling the torrent of people inside. Almost every 10 people there was a young man. Every 10 young men there was a genius. Every 10 geniuses there was an outstanding talent. Perhaps it was because of the abundant dragon fountain chi, but Yi Chen seemed to be able to hear countless dragon roars. Of course, these faintly discernible dragon roars weren't the real deal. If one had to describe them, they were mostly roars of beasts, which could only be counted as the roars of flood dragons. In the sky above the Thunder City, the air currents were surging, and the clouds were constantly changing. Looking carefully, one could make out many dragon-shaped air currents. Finally, the biennial martial tea gathering has arrived. I Huang Yuan will definitely shine. At the very least, I will let others know my name. Some of the young men who had just walked out of their homes felt their blood boiling, their eyes shining brightly. This time, the number of young talents participating in the martial tea gathering is the highest. If you want people to remember your name, you won't be able to do it without one or two unique skills. Brother Huang, you better be mentally prepared in case the gap is too big and you can't handle the pressure. A young man who had some experience reminded him. There were countless restaurants in the Thunder City. At the first crossroad there was a luxurious restaurant. Yi Chen and the other 3 walked in. Innkeeper, give us 4 guest rooms. The manager glanced at the 4 and said with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, our restaurant is full. To be exact, it was full 3 days ago. The 4 were helpless and could only choose another restaurant. The result was the same as before. All the restaurants that looked more luxurious were full, and the slightly inferior ones couldn't even find a single empty room. At this time, Gu Yuyun said to Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, the martial tea gathering is around the corner, and there must be a lot of people in the Thunder City. With the 4 of us together, it will be hard to find a restaurant with 4 empty rooms. Why don't we split up? That way the success rate will be increased by half. Yi Chen nodded. She was right. It would be easier for 2 people to find a restaurant. Moreover, he and Gu Yuyun weren't that close, so it was time for them to split up. Finally, in a relatively remote area of Thunder City, the 2 of them finally found a medium-sized restaurant. There were still 3 empty rooms in the restaurant. Normally, a restaurant like this would have 30% of its customers. But today the entire restaurant was filled with people, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. 2 guests this way please. The waiter walked in front of them. On the 3rd floor, Yi Chen chose a room near the outside, while Murong Qingqing's room was in the corridor. The room was spacious and clean. It had a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, and the color was elegant. After staying in the room for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing went downstairs and arrived at the lobby of the 2nd floor. The lobby of the 2nd floor was quite lively, and most of them were young men and women. Did you guys hear? A powerful genius appeared in the floating light region where the Edict Prince is from. He condensed a true martial soul at such a young age and defeated the former number 2 genius of the Gold Sand region. His fame is only below that of the Edict Prince. Yesterday, he even defeated dozens of young geniuses in the Western martial arena without a single loss. The number 2 genius of the floating light region is called Wan Zhuoming, right? Wan Zhuoming's strength is not to be underestimated. This person actually defeated him. This martial tea gathering is getting more and more interesting. Isn't that so? In recent years, powerful geniuses have appeared one after another, suppressing the old top geniuses. Who knows, a true dragon-grade genius who can threaten the Edict Prince and the Thunder Princess might appear. The possibility is very small. Other geniuses might be able to surpass them, but the Edict Prince and the other true dragon-grade geniuses have already reached the peak. Astral reaching realm is impossible to threaten them. The martial tea gathering hasn't started yet. How do you know it's impossible? If there is such a genius, I'll eat this table. I don't believe it. I'll save this table for you. Fine, but what if there isn't one? Then I'll eat this table as well. Hearing the 2's conversation, the surrounding people were quite interested. However, the majority of them supported the latter. After all, true dragon-grade geniuses were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. The young genius who was about to save the table sneered and inwardly thought, if there isn't a high possibility, why would I say it? My master is an astrology master. He came here 3 days ago and said that the sky above Thunder City was in chaos. Apart from the 3 true dragons that had already matured, there were also many false dragons. More importantly, there wasn't a single true dragon in the southern region. This was something that would never happen during the gathering of geniuses in the past. Therefore, the situation of 3 dragons contending for hegemony couldn't possibly exist this time. The southern region would be dominated by an even more powerful true dragon. He was quite clear that the true dragon and false dragon mentioned by his master was a kind of invisible and intangible phenomenon. Only people proficient in geomancy and astrology could sense them. Of course, life and death kings could also see them. Moreover, life and death kings could even influence the geomancy and astrology. Little guy, just wait to eat the table. But I should go somewhere else. How can a table be enough for one person? At least a bit more. With mischievous thoughts in his mind, the young man quietly left the restaurant. Watching the young man leave, Yi Chen chuckled, then found an empty table with Murong Qingqing and sat down. In another restaurant not far from this one, if I didn't come out I wouldn't have known. Only after coming out did I realize that there are so many geniuses in the world. We're no different from frogs at the bottom of a well. Li Daoxian drank a mouthful of wine and sighed emotionally. Yan Qihua said, "What? Are you scared?" Li Daoxian shook his head, not scared but excited. That's more like you. The relationship between Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian was very strange. They were friends but also rivals. Before Yi Chen appeared, they had been fighting openly and secretly for the first place of the hidden dragon list. Even after Yi Chen appeared, their relationship didn't change. Putting down the wine cup, Li Daoxian looked out of the window and said, "I wonder where they are." He was talking about Xikong Sheng and Yi Chen. In the whole South Rudra region, only these two were relatively powerful. One had the bloodline of a king warrior and was born with the appearance of a king warrior, while the other had suddenly risen up and changed the current situation. Nothing could stop his rise. Xikong Sheng will definitely appear. As for Yi Chen, I don't know about it. Yan Qihua knew Xikong Sheng very well. He was younger than him but had a bigger goal than him. He did not believe that he would slowly sink after losing to Yi Chen. The setback would only make him stronger and it would be easier for him to reach the peak. If Yi Chen did not appear, Yan Qihua would actually think that his road to become a life and death realm warrior would be bumpy. After all, there had never been a martial genius who could become a life and death realm warrior so easily. As for Yi Chen, Yan Qihua really could not see through him. He was like the clouds in the sky, gathering and dispersing randomly. He was also like the wind, shapeless and formless, giving him a strange and horrifying feeling. During that hidden dragon rank competition, it was the first time that he had lost his composure and wanted to beat Yi Chen so badly. But now, it seemed that he had subconsciously thought that if he did not surpass Yi Chen as soon as possible, he would not have another chance. Yeah, I think so too. But I still believe that he will come, whether it is intentional or not. Li Daoxian took a sip of wine. A sword artist's intuition? Yan Qihua felt that Li Daoxian was getting more and more mysterious. Li Daoxian shook his head. To say that intuition was not accurate, it should be stubbornness. The two of them sitting in the lobby were way too eye-catching. One was a blade artist and the other was a sword artist. The shapeless blade qi and sword qi interweaved together, creating invisible sparks, which made the people around them not want to get close. They would look over from time to time, trying to guess which region these two geniuses were from. In the middle of the lobby, Yi Chen smiled. What a coincidence. There is someone I know nearby. He did not push his soul power, but he could still sense the clashing of Yan Qihua and Li Daoxuan's qi. When blade and sword met, it was always a battle. It was not about the individual, but the natural resistance between blade and sword. Neither of them wanted to be suppressed. Murong Qingqing frowned. She could not sense anything. Yi Chen's qi was way too sensitive. There were so many qi coming from all directions and they were all mixed together. It was a complete mess. It was unbelievably hard to tell if it was someone she knew or not. Chapter 448. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing arrived at Thunder City neither too early nor too late. After a day of rest, the tea gathering officially began on the third morning. The morning in Thunder City was different from the outside world. The thin mist had a hint of blue in it. This wasn't because there was something wrong with the mist, but with the buildings of Thunder City. The buildings of Thunder City weren't made of ordinary materials, but a special kind of thunder stone. The thunder stone had the effect of disintegrating thunder and lightning. After a long time, the thunder stone would reflect a faint blue light. This blue light was normally invisible to the naked eye. Only when it was foggy or the sky was dark would it reflect the mist, giving it a hint of color. The thin mist did not affect the enthusiasm of the crowd. The sky had just brightened, but the entire Thunder City seemed to have revived, bursting with an astonishing vitality. The degree of excitement was simply shocking. Raising one's head, even the slowest person could see the changing winds and surging air currents in the sky. The biennial tea gathering was the time for the young generation to prove themselves. Being a king in one's own territory was nothing, but being able to do so on the stage of the southern sector was something to be proud of. A lot of people had put in a lot of effort and blood for this tea gathering, waiting for their fame to spread across the entire southern sector. Now the tea gathering was finally about to begin. Apart from a few people, everyone was very excited and nervous. They could no longer restrain their battle intent, which soared into the sky. Countless battle intents interweaved in the sky above Thunder City, giving people the illusion that a group of dragons were dancing and the sky was changing color. The fiery atmosphere didn't affect Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing at all. The two went downstairs and ate breakfast and drank tea together, as if it wasn't a martial tea gathering, but an ordinary afternoon tea. Sitting by the window, Yi Chen raised his head. In his line of sight, the sky didn't change at all. It was still the same scene of surging winds and scudding clouds. However, by relying on the dragon vein qi within his body, he could sense the other 3 true dragon qi. Adding himself, there were 4 true dragon qi in total. These 3 true dragon qi should represent Thunder Princess, Edict Princess, and Astral Spirit Sun. 4 true dragons, 7 to 8 fake dragons with the appearance of true dragons, dozens of flood dragons, and hundreds of serpents that have the chance to transform into flood dragons. The entire Thunder City could be said to be a dance of dragons. In a nearby restaurant, it was rare for Yan Qihua to say something to encourage Li Daoxian, which was also to encourage himself. Work hard, don't lose the face of our South Rudra region. You too. Yes, let's work hard together. Taking a deep breath, the two of them walked out of the restaurant together. The moment they walked out of the restaurant, they knew that they would not only fight for themselves, but also for the whole South Rudra region. Although the invisible pressure was suffocating them, it was not enough to make them feel scared. No matter how many geniuses there were, they only believed that the more they fought, the more powerful they would become. There had never been a time when they desired a battle so much. Outside the south gate of Thunder City, a young man walked out of the mist. Thunder City, I Tuabaku am coming. The bulky young man was indeed the mysterious Tuabaku. Being a playful and combative person, his journey had been delayed once again. This time, there was no expert to carry him, so he could only rush through the night and run with all his might. Fortunately, things were different now. His speed had helped him a lot, allowing him to reach the Thunder City at the last moment, right before the tea gathering was about to begin. He spread his arms wide, and his powerful aura and dragon fountain qi even affected the situation in the sky above Thunder City. Originally, it was 4 dragons contending for supremacy, and now it was still 4 dragons contending for supremacy. However, among the 4 dragons, there was an extremely powerful fake dragon. This fake dragon only lacked sharp claws and teeth, which was much stronger than the other fake dragons. Another expert has arrived. Outside the restaurant, a handsome young man wearing a 7-star robe raised his head and said softly. Beside him stood an enchanting figure. It was an incomparably beautiful young woman. Standing next to the young man, not only did she not lose her splendor, she even gave off the feeling that they were a match made in heaven. Head disciple, is there any expert worthy of your attention? There was still a group of people behind the two and one of them asked. The handsome young man shook his head. Although it is not a real dragon, it cannot be underestimated. A fake dragon can become a real dragon at any time. Head disciple is right. Everyone admired the handsome young man. The head disciple they spoke of was none other than the Edict Prince, one of the 5 great geniuses of Southern Sector. In terms of strength, he seemed to be the number 1 of the young generation of Southern Sector. Of course, there were also people who said that the Thunder Princess was the number 1 of Southern Sector, and there were also people who said that the Astral Spirit Sun was the number 1. Regardless, as one of the leading figures of Southern Sector, not only did the Edict Prince not have the slightest bit of arrogance, he was also extremely humble. Uxn, let's go. The Edict Prince said to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman nodded. Just as he took a step forward, Edict Prince's expression became somewhat startled. He raised his head once more. In the sky, the 4 true dragon qis were clearly separated, and beside them were 9 false dragon qis. But now, an extremely lofty false dragon had appeared out of nowhere. In a short period of time, 2 fake dragons had appeared. Fourth night, you seem a bit excited. Outside the west gate of Thunder City, 3 figures were standing there. The young man with godlike eyes said indifferently, "It's nothing. Let's go in." The figure on the left curled his lips and said, "Even if you don't say it, we know that you have a huge grudge with that Yi Chen. This time he will most likely appear in the tea gathering. And after 2 years of training by the Tower Master, you are no longer the same as before. You talk too much. You talk too much." He isn't that simple. Alright, I won't say it. But I really hope that he can participate in the tea gathering. The sixth night, and I would like to see if he is as powerful as you say. Perhaps he has already lost his brilliance in the past few years and has become a fallen meteor. That won't happen. The leading young man did not say anything else and walked into the city gate. Alright, time to go to Mianxiu Garden. Yichen stood up and suddenly said, "You don't need to suppress your aura. The sky doesn't need another fake dragon like you." Murong Qingqing shook her head. A fake dragon will always be a fake dragon. Plus, I'm different from you guys. Yichen glanced at Murong Qingqing. In her eyes he was very mysterious, but in his eyes how could she not be mysterious? He had a premonition that Murong Qingqing was not that simple. Even without demonic will, even without any improvement, she was not a simple character. She just didn't like to expose herself. Perhaps there was a reason. The moment Yichen walked out of the restaurant, the sun had just risen. The first ray of sunlight sprinkled on his body, making him seem as if he was not a person of the mortal world. The shopkeeper and the waiters of the restaurant were dumbfounded. Even after Yichen left their line of sight, they still hadn't recovered. Mianxiu Garden, the first garden of Thunder City, occupying an area of 800 hectares, its scale was enormous, not inferior to a small city. The venue of the tea gathering was here. Outside the garden, a group of astral-reaching experts were guarding. On the left and right side of the entrance, there were 2 pillars used to test offensive power. There were 10 rows of crystals on the pillars, 10 in each row. Below the crystals was a thin crystal plate. One needed to be qualified to enter Mianxiu Garden. This qualification didn't depend on fame but on strength. It was difficult to determine one's strength in a short time using conventional methods. However, the pillars were much easier. After all, although strength wasn't directly related to offensive power, if one's offensive power wasn't strong, then one's strength wouldn't be that great. A truly powerful person couldn't be weak in any aspect. What level must one reach to be qualified to enter? A youngster asked. An astral-reaching expert guarding the entrance said, 78 and above, including 78. Hearing these words, the youngster at the back of the line sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of joke was this? 78 and above? The last tea gathering wasn't this harsh. It wasn't like they hadn't seen the pillars before. The crystals on the pillars were used to display data. The first and second rows corresponded to the offensive power of mortal realm martial artists, the third and fourth rows corresponded to condensing reality realm, the fifth and sixth rows corresponded to clasping yuan realm, the seventh and eighth rows corresponded to astral reaching realm, and the ninth and 10th rows corresponded to sea of soul realm. Each row had 10 crystals. In order to reach 78, one would have to light up 7 rows of crystals, and the 8th row would also have to light up 8. The remaining 2 would be the full value of astral reaching realm. The astral reaching expert guarding the side sneered, "If you can't reach 78, I advise you to go back. This is the tea gathering, the highest palace of the southern sector's geniuses. It's not a place ordinary people can enter. Even if you enter, you'll only lose face. Why bother? Let me try." The youngster who first asked clenched his teeth and operated his Zhen Yuan to the limit. He then used his strongest martial skill and slapped his palm on the pillar's crystal plate. The pillar didn't move at all, but the crystals on it quickly lit up. 1 row, 2 rows, 7 rows, 1 crystal, 2 crystals, 6 crystals. By the 6th crystal of the 8th row, the crystals couldn't light up anymore. Damn, let me try again. The youngster bit his mouth until it bled. He had come to the Thunder City with great difficulty. If he couldn't participate in the tea gathering, not to mention his own discomfort, he would be ridiculed when he returned. Now that success or failure depended on this, he didn't believe that he couldn't reach 78. There were 3 chances to test the offensive power, and the astral reaching expert guarding the side didn't stop him. The crystals lit up again, and this time it was a bit faster than before. By the time it reached the 7th crystal of the 8th row, there was still a bit of power left, and it rushed to the 8th crystal. Although the 8th crystal quickly dimmed, it had indeed lit up. The youngster looked at the guard expectantly. The guard glanced at him, seeming to not be able to bear it, and said, "Pass." The young man waved his arms towards the sky. The excitement in his heart could not be expressed with words. Perhaps he was just a guest, not even a supporting character. However, participating in the martial tea gathering was an honor in itself, something that no one could ever erase. Next, the participants stepped forward one after another. The threshold of 78 was too high. Many people tried their best and even performed exceptionally well but still couldn't pass. Meanwhile, some people easily reached 79 or 80. Those who failed were dejected, secretly wiping away their tears. Those who succeeded were either incomparably excited or indifferent. All sorts of emotions were flowing in this place. Chapter 449. Bang. The crystals on the pillar flickered chaotically. From the first row to the 8th row, it only took a blink of an eye. When the 10th crystal on the 8th row lit up, it immediately turned scarlet, then purple, and finally black. The examinee was not a nobody, but a famous genius of Thunder region. However, he couldn't even be ranked in the top 10. 80 black. He actually reached the final limit of astral reaching realm's attack power. Everyone discussed spiritedly, gasping in admiration. It should be known that under ordinary circumstances, 80 crystals was already the maximum value of an astral reaching realm's attack power. However, the last crystal on every 2 rows had been tampered with, allowing it to emit 3 colors. The first color was scarlet, the second was purple, and the third was black. The meaning of red was purple and purple was black. It could vividly reflect the examinee's attack power. If it were only this, everyone wouldn't be so shocked. What shocked them was that the examinee couldn't even be ranked in the top 10 of Thunder region. Didn't this mean that there were at least 10 people in Thunder region who could produce black 80 or even above? Too powerful. Thunder region is worthy of being the strongest region of southern sector. Be it comprehensive strength, average strength, or peak strength, they all surpass other regions. Black 80, perhaps the strongest experts of Mountain region and South Rudra region are also at this level. Perhaps not yet. The examination proceeded in an orderly manner. Through observation, it could be seen that only 10 to 20% of the examinees could pass this test. Soon it was Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing's turn. Murong Qingqing did not use all of her power. She lifted up her left hand slightly and hit on the power measuring column crystal from a distance. 80 black. Without waiting for the astonishment of the crowd, Yi Qin also began his test. Raising his index and middle fingers, he tapped in the air, and the 80th crystal also lit up black. Another black 80. 2 consecutive black 80s made everyone pay attention to Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. However, they had never seen the two before, and didn't know which region they were from. At the other entrance of Beautiful Garden, Edict Prince is here. I wonder if he can produce 80-something. You'll know once you see it. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Edict Prince faintly smiled and flicked out a finger energy. The finger energy collided with the crystal, and the crystal flashed with a dazzling radiance. It was black 80. Black 80. It seems like the Edict Prince didn't reveal his true offensive power. That's right, how many people are willing to reveal their strongest offensive power on the strength testing pillar? Basically it's fine. No, there is one. Although he won't reveal his true attack power, he will definitely be in the limelight. You mean the Astral Spirit Sun, right? Indeed, Astral Spirit Sun doesn't like to be under others. Among the 3 true dragon rank geniuses, he's the most domineering. Look, Edict Prince's female companion is also about to test her offensive power. The beautiful woman called Wuxia did not move at all. She only glanced at the crystal. The crystal exploded and the result was black 80. What kind of attack is that? I'm sure she didn't make a move. I'm not sure. Maybe he did, but we didn't see it. Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Let's go in. Edict Prince pulled Wuxia's hand and entered Splendid Garden. At the 3rd entrance of Mianxiu Garden. 84. Astral Spirit Sun indeed has the offensive power of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, it's not 81 or 82 but 84. He's even stronger than an early Sea of Soul Realm expert. Perhaps this is not his strongest attack. Very likely. He has defeated Sea of Soul Realm experts before. Enjoying the worship of others, the red-haired youth stepped into Splendid Garden. The aura emanating from his body was like that of a demon or devil, wantonly and without restraint. If an ordinary person were to deliberately act like this, it would only leave the impression of arrogance. However, it was so natural for the red-haired Astral Spirit Sun, as if he was born this way. Behind Astral Spirit Sun, the purple-haired bewitching woman revealed a smile and inwardly said, "Senior brother, this time I came not only to challenge Thunder Princess and Edict Prince. After challenging them it will be your turn." The result was black 80. The purple-haired woman left behind a fiery figure. The Splendid Garden occupied a vast area. The location of the tea party was the Mountain River stage at the center of the garden. The Mountain River stage was actually a platform with a circumference of several li. It was milky white in color, as if it was made of fine white marble. However, those who had visited the splendid garden knew that the material used to construct the stage was not white marble, but the essence left behind by the thunder vein stone. It was called thunder vein iron. The thunder vein iron was used as the foundation, and a layer of top-grade white jade resin was cast over it, giving it a grand and heroic appearance. The mountain river stage had pavilions arranged in picturesque disorder in all four directions. Only the center was a huge empty space of 2 li. At this moment, the mountain river stage was already filled with a large number of youths under the age of 30. Moreover, the number was increasing rapidly. In a short while, it had become a black mass. What a good feng shui land. Relying on his dragon vein qi, Yi Chen could see the uniqueness of the mountain river stage with a single glance. This place was like the dragon's eye of Thunder City, adding the finishing touch. Murong Qingqing glanced at the mountain river stage, but in the next moment her gaze was attracted by 2 young men. The person walking in front of them was a handsome young man wearing a robe with 7 stars. His eyes were warm like jade and he was tall and slender. When he walked, he didn't make a sound, but he didn't give off a strange feeling. Instead, it was as if he was walking on clouds. Wherever he went, the atmosphere would change. The red-haired young man walking over from the right was the complete opposite of the handsome young man. His aura was like that of a demon, extremely domineering. It was as if he was a demon general who controlled the world. His powerful aura even caused the atmosphere he was in to change. It was a bloody storm and the wind and rain were everywhere. Involuntarily, Murong Qingqing tilted her head to look at Yi Chen. This blue-robed swordsman who came from the same place as her had always been so calm. Although he was among so many geniuses, it was impossible not to notice him. He was neither exceptionally eye-catching, nor was he exceptionally easy to ignore. He was always in the middle, impartial and calm. At first glance he seemed to be extremely calm. Only when one calmed down, would one be able to feel that peerless sword chi from his calmness, that sharpness that could draw blood at any time, and that tremor that could change the color of the world. Just as Murong Qingqing had expected, there were not as many people paying attention to Yi Chen as she did. Even the handsome young man and the red-haired young man had noticed her first, and did not take Yi Chen as their main target. It was not because they did not have enough observational power. In fact, Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen had only sensed it after staying together for a long time. If it were other spirit warriors or master-level warriors, they might not be able to tell that Yi Chen was not ordinary at all. There were 4 true dragon chi in the sky, but facing each other, it was very hard to tell who had the true dragon chi. Yi Chen also could not tell directly from observation. Only life and death realm warriors and masters proficient in feng shui and astrology would be able to tell, and it had nothing to do with power or observation power. Gradually, the number of people rushing over decreased. There were more than 300 people on the mountain river stage, close to 400. Among the crowd, Yi Chen saw Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Tua Baku, Lin Yun, Bing Ling, Gu Yun, Chen Yun and the others. Of course, there was also Sikong Sheng in black robes. Yi Chen, Murong, long time no see. Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian walked over. Yi Chen said, "You too." "Aha Yi Chen, it has been a long time. After the tea gathering we must have a good battle. These years I have been through hell training." Only Tua Baku could talk to Yi Chen like this. When he first met Yi Chen it was to challenge him. Yi Chen forced a smile. "Let's deal with this tea gathering first. Don't worry. Although we are small in number we will not fall behind." Tua Baku was extremely confident. Soon after, Bing Ling walked over with a cold expression. On the other side, Sikong Sheng and 2 other young men in black robes stood together. "So he's Yi Chen? He does not look like much." The younger man in black robes studied Yi Chen carefully and said. Sikong Sheng said, "We will know soon. Why ask so much?" "Oh, to be able to make you pay so much attention to him, he should have some tricks up his sleeves. I wonder to what extent." 7th night, don't talk too much. Those who can participate in the tea gathering are not easy to deal with. Be careful not to fail. Don't worry. I am not a 3-year-old kid." With a deep look, Sikong Sheng shifted his gaze to Yi Chen. Right at this moment, Yi Chen also looked over and their eyes clashed. "Yi Chen, I have waited for a long time for this tea gathering. You did not disappoint me choosing to participate in it." Sikong Sheng was very excited. A lot of people did not know that he was actually the first knight of the 7 Knights of the Moon Pavilion, which was only a branch of the Evil King Pavilion. After the last tea gathering, he had been invited by the Evil King to the Evil King Pavilion, but his identity had changed a bit. From the first Knight of the Moon Pavilion to the 7 Knights of the Evil King Pavilion, he had improved at an insane speed. Not only did he get rid of the identity of the 7 Knights, His ranking had also increased rapidly, becoming the 4th knight of the 7 knights of the Evil King Pavilion. His power was only below the 1st knight, 2nd knight and 3rd knight, which made him very valued by the Evil King. This time he came back not only to redeem himself in the tea gathering, but also to defeat Yi Chen, his archenemy, to fulfill his biggest wish. Yi Chen, wait for my challenge. Seeing the shocking determination in his opponent's eyes, Yi Chen revealed a light smile on his face. After 4 years he had indeed become more powerful, and his identity seemed to have changed as well. The 2 young men next to him were not simple at all. Although they looked calm, there was an extreme confidence hidden within. That kind of confidence was different from normal confidence. To be more precise, it was a kind of glory, a glory of status. Chapter 450. The Mountain River stage had gathered all the young heroes of the southern sector. Some of them appreciated each other, some of them didn't like each other no matter how they looked at each other. There were also some who fanned the flames and sat on the stage calmly. At this moment, the top young heroes of the younger generation had formed a small Jianghu. From the east, a chilling aura blew over. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over. On the small island next to the lake, a tall and slender beauty with long black hair and eyebrows all the way to her temples walked over. She was wearing a sky blue dress, and her shoulders were slightly broad. Her aura was quite strong, and her charm was not lacking in gentleness, and her gentleness was not lacking in aggressiveness. If one had to describe her, she was like a valkyrie, a female emperor, a contradiction between gentleness and aggressiveness. Every man could find a side of her that they liked. She was none other than the Thunder Princess, whose fame had gradually surpassed the Edict Prince, the host of this martial tea gathering. Everyone, Jing Aoshuan has arrived a bit late. My apologies. The Thunder Princess, who was wearing a sky blue dress, walked onto the Mountain River stage. Her eyes were as sharp as thunder as she looked around and cupped her fists. What a heroine, a female emperor. Yi Chen had said 2 things in total when he arrived at the Mountain River stage. The first was the Mountain River stage and the second was the Thunder Princess. It was easy to see how strong the feeling she gave him was. Not at all, not at all. We've only just arrived. Princess Jing, how have you been? Since the host is here, then the martial tea gathering should begin. Everyone was being polite, exchanging greetings. Of course there were also some who couldn't wait. The Thunder Princess nodded and said, just like the previous times, everyone please take a seat according to your region. The Mountain River stage had a total of hundreds of pavilions. Inside each pavilion were tables and chairs, giving off an ancient feeling. Beside them there were also well-trained and beautiful attendants. Hearing this, the young elites of each domain gathered together and chose a few neighboring pavilions to sit down. Yi Chen and the others chose 3 pavilions in the south and sat down separately. Glancing over, Yi Chen noticed that Xikong Sheng and the 2 young men in black robes had chosen a pavilion nearby. Gu Yuyun was sitting with them, and as for Li Jie, he had not reached the qualification to enter the Mianxiu Garden yet. Looking at it this way, not counting the 2 men in black robes including Xikong Sheng, there were only 17 warriors from the entire southern region. It was obvious that they were the side with the least number of warriors. The mountain region had about the same number of people as the South Rudra region. There were 20 people in total. Among these 20 people, it was obvious that the young man in the white robe and the young man in the blue robe were the leaders. The rest of them were not as powerful. Besides the South Rudra region and the mountain region, the other regions would be 1 level higher. Among them, the Black Gold region, the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region would be 1 level higher, with 35, 40 and 38 people respectively. The other 2 regions outside of the South region would be the Fire Swamp region and the Snow Iron region. The Fire Swamp region would have 36 people while the Snow Iron region would have 42. Going up another level would be another level. The Gold Sand region, where the Astral Spirit Sun was, had 55 people. The Edict Prince's Floating Light region had 60 people. The region with the most people was naturally the Thunder region, which had 78 people and occupied 15 pavilions. All in all, there would be young elites from 10 regions participating in this tea gathering. Thunder region, Floating Light region, Gold Sand region, Wavy Cloud region, Misty Snow region, Black Gold region, Mountain region, South Rudra region, Fire Swamp region and Snow Iron region. This might not be accurate, because the 2 black-robed young men with Xikong Sheng were obviously not young elites from any of the regions. In Yi Chen's pavilion there were only 3 people, Yi Chen, Tua Baku and a new top genius from the South Rudra region called Mu Lingfeng. Mu Lingfeng was not a disciple of a 6th grade sect, but a 7th grade sect. In the last Hidden Dragon ranking he had also amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, obtaining the 3rd rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking, which simply shocked everyone. As for Murong Qingqing, she was sitting in another pavilion. She was, after all, a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, so she had to sit with the people of the Sky Demon Martial School. Moreover, Mo Yen and Yi Qin didn't get along well. Although he was the representative of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mu Lingfeng didn't have any temper in front of Yi Qin, and was even somewhat restrained. It should be known that Yi Qin was not much older than him, only a year and a half difference. It was just that Yi Qin had made his debut 1 year earlier than him. Tua Baku chuckled and said to Mu Lingfeng, "Relax, it's not like he's going to eat you." Hearing him, Mu Lingfeng smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what was going on with him. Sitting together with Yi Qin he felt a lot of pressure. Others didn't feel the same way, not even Tua Baku. Yi Qin smiled at him and didn't say anything. The table was filled with all kinds of desserts and fruits. Some of the desserts and fruits were unheard of. There was also a beautiful attendant brewing tea. The strong fragrance of tea wafted through the air. With just a sniff, one would feel the endless aftertaste and feel relaxed and happy. Right then, the voice of the Thunder Princess was heard from afar. The martial tea gathering is held once every 2 years. It is a gathering for everyone to exchange pointers. I hope that everyone will not be too reserved. Sipping tea while watching others battle, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Edict Prince, the host of the last tea gathering, continued, "What the Thunder Princess said is correct. Those who can participate in the martial tea gathering are all outstanding talents. Since you are here, don't bother about winning or losing. What you need to worry about is whether you have comprehended something or not, whether you have improved or not. This is the true purpose of the martial tea gathering. Since the Thunder Princess and the Edict Prince have said so, let me start. I am Black Gold Region's Hua Feng. Who is willing to battle with me?" Hua Feng was not worried about the appearance of a young elite whose strength was much higher than his. The martial tea gathering would be held in this place. Before going up to battle, he would first estimate his opponent's strength. If he felt that he was about the same level as his opponent, then he would go up. If he felt that he was much stronger, then he would not go up at all. So what if he won? The opponent was not the Edict Prince or the Thunder Princess. "I, Lin Yinghao of the Misty Snow region, will battle you." Shoo. From the pavilion of the Misty Snow region, a figure shot out. "Please advise me. Please advise me." The two were dozens of meters away from each other as they cupped their fists. Suddenly, their gazes sharpened as they stared at each other without blinking, looking for an opportunity to attack. Hua Feng took the initiative and attacked. Lin Yinghao did not dare to be careless as he raised his sword to meet the attack. One of them used a hammer while the other used a sword. The two were locked in a fierce battle, causing the air to vibrate. In the end, it was still Hua Feng who came out on top and won the first battle of the martial tea gathering. With a start, the rest was easy. The young elites of each domain appeared one after another, sometimes even having 2 or 3 matches at the same time. Gorgeous true essence reflected a rainbow of colors, and wonderful martial skills appeared one after another. It was incomparably gorgeous. Everyone in the pavilion was drinking tea as they watched the matches. It was a very pleasant sight. During this time, a few people from the South Rudra region also stepped up. They were all famous young geniuses of this year. However, the gap between them and the geniuses from other regions was too huge. Without exception, all of them lost, which made Yan Qihua and the others faintly crease their brows. "Haha, is there no one in your South Rudra region? Let your strongest person come up. I will defeat him by myself." After defeating a genius from the South Rudra region, the yellow-haired youngster pointed at the pavilion of the South Rudra region with an extremely arrogant expression. All of a sudden, everyone looked in the direction of the South Rudra region. There is indeed no one in the South Rudra region. 17 people defeated 5 in a row. What can the remaining 12 do? Dong Haoxiong is a famous young expert from the Gold Sand region. Who knows, he might really be able to sweep the entire South Rudra region. The South Rudra region is too embarrassed. They are being challenged by others. I wonder if the strongest person will go up next. Everyone discussed in low voices. Mu Lingfeng couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly stood up and yelled, "You want to challenge the strongest person of my South Rudra region? Dream on. I, Mu Lingfeng, will try you." He was just about to step up when Yi Qin sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to him. Earlier he used about 80% of his strength. Also be careful of his blade arts. If I'm not wrong, he should be left-handed. Mu Lingfeng was shocked inwardly. He didn't know how Yi Qin could see so much. However, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. With Yi Chen's status, he wouldn't ignore these words. Mu Lingfeng flew over. Clang, 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 clang. His weapon was also a blade. The two blades continuously clashed together, creating dazzling sparks. The two's figures couldn't even be seen anymore. Eat my blade. Taking a step back, Dong Haoxiong switched his blade to his left hand and met the attack once again. The completely opposite blade arts made some of the spectating young experts feel very uncomfortable. Dang. Mu Lingfeng blocked it, but only he knew that without Yi Chen's warning he would have most likely lost to Dong Haoxiong. Dong Haoxiong was extremely shocked. Even in the Gold Sand region, not many people knew about his left-handed blade. He thought that once he used his left hand, his opponent would immediately be defeated. However, he didn't expect that Mu Lingfeng would be prepared for this. Not only did he block his attack, he even counterattacked while he was distracted. The two had similar strength, but Mu Lingfeng was a bit more skillful. Therefore, Dong Haoxiong's left-hand blade lost its effectiveness, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Let go. A blade light flickered as Mu Lingfeng knocked away Dong Haoxiong's blade. He won. Someone was slightly surprised. After winning against Dong Haoxiong, Mu Lingfeng sheathed his blade and said with a loud voice, "Although our South Rudra region doesn't have many people, you don't have the qualifications." Dong Haoxiong coldly glanced at Mu Lingfeng, then picked up his blade and walked down the stage. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Let me experience your skills." Feeling embarrassed, someone from the Gold Sand region walked out. Mu Lingfeng was not afraid at all. He knew that his chances of winning the next battle were very small. Since the opponent dared to come up, his strength must be above Dong Haoxiong's. Mu Lingfeng, don't panic. When this guy walks, his right foot is 30% heavier than his left. His muscles are purposely relaxed, so he should be training the right leg martial arts. His hands' chi and blood are more vigorous than ordinary people's, so his hand martial arts should not be weak either. Just attack his left hand with all your strength so that he won't be able to find his own rhythm. Lastly, your blade arts are somewhat messy, which should be a bit uncoordinated with your footwork. Therefore, don't casually use your speed to chase after him, lest he finds your flaws. The one who sent the message was still Yi Chen. Mu Lingfeng sucked in a breath of air and turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Chapter 451. What? Are you scared? The newcomer was about 25 or 26 years old, with a muscular body and a threatening gaze. Seeing that Mu Lingfeng was a bit absent-minded, he thought that he was shocked by his aura. Turning his head, Mu Lingfeng said, "Try and you will know. Wait for your defeat. Before that, remember my name, Li Xiao." Just as he finished his words, Li Xiao jumped up from the ground and kicked out with his right leg like a shooting star. Crescent moon cut. Mu Lingfeng's eyes were sharp as he took a step forward with his right leg. The long blade in his hand brushed against the ground and slashed out. Swoosh. A bright yellow blade light flew up from the ground, attacking Li Xiao's left side. Li Xiao frowned and changed his leg art from a kick to a sweep, sending out a powerful kick that shattered the blade light. Crescent west wind. Mu Lingfeng had made up his mind to attack Li Xiao's left side. Therefore, no matter how Li Xiao's leg art changed, he was not affected at all. His determined eyes seemed to be able to see through all of Li Xiao's flaws. After dozens of moves, Li Xiao gradually felt that something was wrong. Originally, his strength was 30% higher than Mu Lingfeng's, and logically speaking, he should have the upper hand while his opponent was struggling to hold on. But now, the two of them were evenly matched, and as time passed, Li Xiao's leg technique was greatly restricted. "I can beat you even without leg arts." Pouring Jin Yuan into his palms, Li Xiao spun his body, and a powerful palm power rushed out like a rolling wave. Come. Mu Lingfeng became more and more aggressive as he performed his blade art. It was like moving clouds and flowing water without any hindrance. It pushed the blade aura and blade intent to the peak. Boom. Another dozens of moves passed. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection as they both threw out their most powerful attacks. The chi wave was enough to tear open mountains, pushing them back and making them puke out blood. Alright, this battle is considered a draw. Thunder Princess stopped the two who wanted to fight again. You are lucky this time. Not being able to beat Mu Lingfeng made Li Xiao's face turn ugly. However, since Thunder Princess had asked him to stop, he did not dare to not give her face. Mu Lingfeng's eyes were calm. "Next time, you will not be my opponent." Just like that, the two left the place. "Sorry, I didn't defeat him." After returning to his seat, Mu Lingfeng sent a true essence sound transmission to Yi Chen. He was already convinced by Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "It doesn't matter. I'm already very surprised that you managed to tie. After all, there's still a big gap between you and him. It's not like you can defeat him with just a few pointers." Yi Chen was indeed surprised. He had thought that Mu Lingfeng would not lose too badly, but he did not expect his opponent to have such a horrifying comprehensive ability. Not only did he follow through with what he had told him, but he had also performed beyond his expectations, displaying his own characteristics. No wonder he was called the representative of the new generation of martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. He was the new star after Yi Chen's Hidden Dragon rank competition. The South Rudra region did not have a good start, and neither did the Mountain region. Even though the other regions did not purposely target the Mountain region, all of the young warriors from the Mountain region had been defeated one after another. Without exaggerating, powerful regions like the Thunder region, the Floating Light region, and the Gold Sand region, even the weakest young warrior could defeat half of the people from the Mountain region. It was an undeniable fact. Cold Moon Spear, Sai Xingfeng, is it really okay for you to not go up? Up until now, your Mountain region has not won a single battle. Pointing at the center of the stage, a tall young man named Chao Tai from the Snow Iron region said. Hearing him, Cold Moon Spear Su Jiang, who was wearing a white robe, stood up slowly. Sai Xingfeng frowned and said, "Are we going up now?" Su Jiang said, "Besides you and me, no one else would be safe. Be careful." Sai Xingfeng knew what Su Jiang was thinking. Only by beating his opponent would the situation in the Mountain region not be that bad, just like the South Rudra region. The battle had begun. Su Jiang was not called the Cold Moon Spear for no reason. With a long silver spear in his hand, the spear light spread out in all directions. It was like he was standing in the dark water, filled with the reflection of the moon. Chao Tai had trained the gold element Zhen Yuan, which was not only powerful in attacking, but also in defense. Combined with his martial intent, he managed to block out the Cold Moon Spear's spear aura. If you only have this much power, then you will not be able to block out the next spear attack. Su Jiang said lightly. Chao Tai sneered, "You and I are at the same power level. You want to beat me with one spear attack? That is impossible. Bring it on." "All right." Su Jiang took a deep breath as his silver-long spear started to spin. The spear shadow spun in the air as Yuan Qi surged. A horrifying deep ocean swirl seemed to have appeared in front of Su Jiang, dragging in the air from all directions. As the spear speed got faster and faster, the pulling power got stronger and stronger. Chao Tai, who was battling with Su Jiang, froze for a second, and his body started to crash into the tip of the spear. Not good. Chao Tai was shocked. His Zhen Yuan exploded as he tried his best to get rid of the pulling power. Too late. A spear mark appeared in the air. Chao Tai's protective Zhen Yuan layer was broken, and his clothes were cut open. If it were not for the fact that his opponent had shown mercy, that spear attack would definitely have pierced through his heart. "Thank you." Su Jiang took back his spear and stood up. Brilliant. Chao Tai and Su Jiang did not have any deep hatred between them, so losing was not a big deal. Plus, the latter's spear art was indeed impressive. Cold Moon Spear Su Jiang, I Huoxiao have been wanting to fight you for a long time. Let's spar. A warrior from the Fire Swamp region flew out. Su Jiang frowned, knowing that this person would not be easy to deal with. The warrior who had come out was one of the top 5 warriors from the Fire Swamp region. He had beaten 10 people in a row in the last tea gathering, and was eventually beaten by Mo Xiang from the Thunder region. After 2 years, his power should have improved a little, but Yi Chen had no idea how much he had improved. "Please teach me." Su Jiang threw out a spear flower. "Sure." The Fire Swamp region was mostly covered in mud, which contained a lot of decaying things. These decaying things accumulated over a long period of time and turned into burning gas, which caused many places in the Fire Swamp region to be on fire all year round. It was extremely strange. Most of the warriors living in the Fire Swamp region had fire element bodies, which allowed them to train fire element Zhen Yuan with half the effort. This Wuxiao had trained fire element Zhen Yuan. Boom. A pale green flame shot out. Huoxiao's power was much higher than Chao Tai's, which forced Su Jiang to back out continuously. For a moment he could not perform the attack that had beaten Chao Tai. Fire Shine World. Wuxiao threw out a fist attack. That aggressive burning fist power rushed out at a high speed, forming waves of turbulence that blew away Su Jiang, who had used all of his power. Huoxiao has won. The warriors from the Fire Swamp region are quite powerful after all. One of the pillars of the mountain region had lost. Now there is only the Star Race Mountain left. If even he had lost, then the mountain region would be in an awkward position in this tea gathering. The South Rudra region and the mountain region had been weak for a long time. They would not be able to change the situation in 1 or 2 years. The defeat of the mountain region had given everyone a common topic to talk about. As they chatted, they started to talk about the South Rudra region. Yan Qihua stood up in front of everyone's surprised eyes and walked onto the stage with big steps. He wanted to change everyone's opinion of the South Rudra region. The South Rudra region would no longer be the South Rudra region from before. Even if there were fewer people, they would still be able to make a name for themselves. Chin. Taking out his red great blade, Yan Qihua pointed it at Huoxiao. Make your move. Oh. Huoxiao's eyebrows flicked as he asked, why is Xikong Xing not on the stage yet? It has been 2 years since the last tea gathering. Don't tell me he has not made any progress at all? Yan Qihua said, I am more than enough. Alright then. I will beat you first, then force Xikong Xing out. Although Xikong Xing was not one of the top warriors in the last tea gathering, he was still a powerful warrior. Huoxiao did not have the confidence to beat him 2 years ago, and it was the same now. But beating a nameless warrior would be a piece of cake for him. Both of them cultivated fire-attributed Zhen Yuan. Instantly, 2 square miles of open space were engulfed in flames. The scorching heat soared into the sky, and even the extremely tough and flexible high-grade white jade was burned until it cracked, making crackling sounds. Fire-shine world. Huoxiao performed the attack that he had used to beat Su Jiang. Yan Qihua did not back out at all. Instead, he dove down and threw out a blade attack from below. That blade attack seemed to crack open the ground, and the lava started to boil. The fire wave that reached into the sky condensed into a huge red blade, which not only shattered the fist power, but also blew away Huoxiao. 33 blade net. With only 1 blade attack, Yan Qihua did not stop his blade aura as he threw out 33 blade attacks in a row. That burning hot blade light crisscrossed, forming into a blade net that fell down towards Huoxiao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huoxiao tried his best to attack the blade net, but the fire wave in the net had cancelled out a part of his fist power. The rest of his fist power could only break a small part of the net before his protective Zhen Yuan was shattered. He puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. What? Yan Qihua from the South Rudra region won? This Huoxiao is one of the top 5 warriors in the Fire Swamp region after all. He is not some nameless warrior, but this Yan Qihua is obviously not the #1 warrior in the South Rudra region, but he still managed to beat Huoxiao. This kind of power has already reached beyond the mountain region. How surprising. Yan Qihua's victory had made a lot of people realize that the South Rudra region did not seem to be easy to deal with. Although there were not many of them, their aura was not weak at all. Plus, among the 17 warriors who had come, more than half of them had not fought yet, so no one could tell how powerful they were. After beating Huoxiao, Yan Qihua had 2 more opponents, both of whom were no weaker than Huoxiao. The one behind him was a warrior from the Wavy Cloud region, who was 30% more powerful. The battles were tough, and the situation had changed a couple of times. In the end, Yan Qihua managed to hold on and won 3 battles in a row, bringing the South Rudra region to a level that could not be underestimated. Not bad. It is worth my time. It was a warrior from the Black Gold region. From the crowd, it was Shi Yen who was ranked 3rd in the Black Gold region. He had beaten Xikong Sheng in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was the one who had humiliated Xikong Sheng. Seeing him come out, Xikong Sheng squeezed his eyes, but did not say anything. Yan Qihua, let me go. You should rest and recover your Zhen Yuan. Li Daoxian could tell that Yan Qihua had used up a lot of his energy, so it would be hard for him to win against Shi Yen. Therefore he decided to take his place. Yan Qihua hesitated for a second, then said, You be careful. This guy seems to be very dangerous. I know. Li Daoxian nodded. Yichen, do you think Li Daoxian could win? Mu Lingfeng was very impressed by Yichen, so he could not help but ask. Yichen said, the 2 of them have similar spirit, qi and soul. So, the final battle would probably be the power of will. Chapter 452. If each region could be divided into 3 levels, then the young warriors could be divided into 3 levels as well. The first level would be warriors who had not formed their martial spirits yet, the second level would be warriors who had formed their martial spirits, and the third level would be warriors who had not only formed their martial spirits, but also had 1 or 2 advantages that others would not be able to achieve, such as martial arts, Zhen Yuan, and martial spirits. Without a doubt, Li Daoxian had already reached the second level, and he was not that weak in the second level. He was in the middle level. As for whether or not he would be able to go further, It would all depend on his upcoming performance. Li Daoxian was not weak, and as Li Daoxuan's opponent, Shi Yan was not weak either. The Black Gold region might be a little bit weaker than the Misty Snow region and the Wavy Cloud region, but it was only by a little bit. In other words, if he was ranked 3rd in the Black Gold region, he would probably be ranked 4th or 5th in the Misty Snow region and the Wavy Cloud region. Of course, it was not absolute and there would always be exceptions. After all, the growth of the martial geniuses was way too unpredictable. The rankings from 2 years ago would not be the same after 2 years. Otherwise, there would be no need for the tea gathering to be held again and again. I have underestimated your South Rudra region. Where would you rank in the South Rudra region? Shi Yan's weapon was a dragon stick. With it in his hand, his aura seemed to be endless. His tall and slim body seemed to be able to hold up the sky as he looked down at Li Daoxian with a pair of disdainful eyes. Li Daoxian glanced at Yi Chen and Xikong Xing, then smiled. Top 5 at most. Top 5? Are you kidding me? Do you have that many powerful warriors in the South Rudra region? Also, based on what you said, you would only be ranked 5th. Shi Yan paused for a second, then laughed out loud. He thought that Li Daoxian was belittling him and elevating the South Rudra region. Believe it or not, let's begin. Li Daoxian was not trying to belittle himself. Among all the people from the South Rudra region, he did not think that he would be able to compete with Yi Chen and Xikong Sheng. Besides those two, Murong Qingqing and Tuabaku both looked so mysterious and unpredictable. Therefore, putting himself in the top 5 was something that he had thought about. If he went further, it would be hard to say for sure. But even if he told the truth, people would think that he was belittling himself. He was a sword artist, so why would he want to belittle himself? I don't care what your ranking is, take this. Taking a step forward, Shi Yan's aura turned into a spiral. Carrying this aura, Shi Yan tightened his grip on the coiling dragon staff in his right hand and attacked with a simple azure dragon comes out. The spiral-shaped staff light almost penetrated Li Daoxuan's chest in the blink of an eye. Clang. Facing the spiral rod radiance, Li Daoxuan's expression did not change. The long sword at his waist was instantly unsheathed, and a cold star blossomed, shattering the spiral rod radiance. Ah, you do have some power. Shi Yan looked a bit more serious. He had used this attack to test Li Daoxian. Although it was just a test, his power was not weak at all. He thought that Li Daoxian would have to spend a bit of power to deal with it, but he did not expect it to be broken this easily. You take a sword attack of mine as well. After shattering the spiral rod radiance, Li Daoxian shook his right wrist, and 6 sharp sword lights pierced out. As he threw out that sword attack, the air seemed to freeze as the sword light flew out at an extreme speed. All the sounds from the outside world and the sword light had disappeared completely. Impressive. I could not believe that I had misjudged you. 6 cold light dots shone in front of Shi Yan's body. He could not help but back out 3 steps. If it were not for his fast reflexes and his staff defending in time, those 6 sword lights would have broken through his protective Zhenyuan and wounded him badly. This sword attack was just too creepy. Silent sword attack. Yi Chen had recognized this attack. Back in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, Li Daoxian had made a name for himself with his silent sword attack. Although he had still lost to Yi Chen, Xikong Sheng, and Yan Qihua, no one dared to underestimate it. After 4 years, the silent sword attack had appeared again. However, compared to before, its power had increased by 6 times. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to call it 6 silent sword attacks. A sword and a staff, the two of them were evenly matched and there was no clear victor. That Yan Qihua is a blade artist and this Li Daoxian is a sword artist. Since when did such powerful blade artists and sword artists appear in the South Rudra region? With their power, they would be able to be ranked in the top 15 even in our Thunder region. If that Xikong Sheng is even more powerful than them, then the South Rudra region would be able to get rid of the title of being a weak region. That might be the case. These two are the most powerful warriors in the whole South Rudra region. It is possible. Without hearing the crowd's discussion, Li Daoxian had all of his attention on Shi Yan. The latter's battling power was just too powerful. In the last tea gathering, it was not luck that he was able to beat Xikong Sheng. He indeed had the power. He had almost used all of his ace attacks, but he still could not wound his opponent at all. On the other hand, his shoulder had been stabbed by the dragon staff, and it was getting more and more painful. I can't go on like this. I have to finish this as soon as possible. The wound on his shoulder kept reminding Li Daoxian that the longer it dragged on, the less likely he would be able to win. Shi Yan's power was way beyond Yan Qihua's and his own imagination. Luckily I was replaced by Li Daoxian. Otherwise I would have lost within 100 attacks. Yan Qihua was still scared. It was not because he was afraid of Shi Yin, but because he had already fought 3 battles before, all of which were not easy to deal with, which had cost him a lot of energy. If he were to fight Shi Yin without his full power, losing within 100 attacks would already be an optimistic outcome. In fact, Yan Qihua did not even have the confidence to handle 50 attacks. Dao is emotionless, but it has emotions. His robe danced in the air as Li Daoxian jumped up from the ground, throwing out a fatal sword attack towards Shi Yin. This sword attack was the last movement of his emotionless sword art, which was as powerful as a 30% trained low-rank profound sense martial art. It was even more mysterious than other sword arts. The muscles on his arms expanded as Shi Yin switched to holding the staff with both of his hands. The dragon staff danced and spun in the air, creating layers of staff curtains in front of his body, continuously breaking down the sharp sword qi that Li Daoxian had thrown out. Break. Waiting until Li Daoxuan's sword aura had been exhausted, Shi Yin yelled as his staff power increased drastically, shattering all of the sword qi before throwing out another attack towards Li Daoxian. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Li Daoxian was sent flying out. But at the same time Li Daoxian flew, a plum blossom suddenly bloomed in front of Shi Yin, imprinting on his chest, soft and gentle. Cough. Once the plum blossom landed, Shi Yin puked out a huge amount of blood. When the plum blossom appeared, he told himself that there was something strange about it, and that he could not afford to be careless. However, at that moment, his rationality and his subconscious seemed to have some kind of conflict, which caused his reaction speed to be a bit slower, allowing the plum blossom to take advantage of his weakness. So, this is what it means by emotionless, but it has emotions. Shi Yin suddenly realized that this sword attack was different from normal sword attacks. It contained emotions within the emotionless attack, and this little bit of emotion was the most deadly killing intent, which was even scarier than emotionless attacks. The extreme of Yin gave birth to Yang, and the extreme of Yang gave birth to Yin. Within the emotionless attack, the emotions were the scariest, and vice versa. Both of them had been wounded quite badly, so they could only end in a draw. Tua Baku praised, "It has been a couple of years since we last met, and everyone has improved so much. I thought I was the only one who had been through hell training." Yichen said, "Why don't you go up there and have a battle as well?" Hee, what is the point of battling with these people? At least there needs to be someone who has the same power as me. Yichen, what about you? Me, I will go when the time comes. Yichen did not have the intention of going up as the last one. When the time came, even if the opponent was a bit weaker, he would still go up to show his strength. At least he would bring some glory to the South Rudra region. Li Daoxian fighting Shi Yin to a draw was not something that many people had expected. No matter what, Shi Yin was still the third-ranked young warrior in the Black Gold region, and could be ranked in the top 50 or even the top 30 of the whole South region. What kind of place was South Rudra region? In the last tea gathering, only Sikong Sheng had participated. This time, the number of people had increased by 16 times. However, in the eyes of the crowd, they were still at the bottom. And now, these bottom warriors were showing signs of rising up. How could they not be shocked? South Rudra region is not the same anymore. You better not look down on it. Yeah. South Rudra region is several times more powerful than the mountain region. You can't mix them up. The night gradually fell, and the entire Mianxiu garden was as brightly lit as it was during the day. Basically, every 10 steps there would be a sunlight crystal pillar. The sunlight crystal pillar was 3 meters tall, emitting a gentle white light that wasn't dazzling to the eyes. This allowed the tea gathering to continue under the bright light. Bang! Blood spilled everywhere. The last pillar of the mountain region, the Star Race Mountain, had fallen down. It was not because he was weak, but because his opponent was too powerful. Right now, almost all of the warriors from the mountain region had been wiped out. The remaining few small fries would not be able to do anything. How could they be more powerful than the Cold Moon Spear in the Star Race Mountain? It is time for the mountain region to remember this humiliation. The Cold Moon Spear. Su Jiang closed his eyes painfully. In the past, there had always been the South Rudra region at the bottom, and the mountain region had always been a bit more powerful than the South Rudra region. This had made a lot of people choose to be blind and deceive themselves. But now, the South Rudra region had worked hard and gotten rid of the title of being a weak region, while the mountain region was still struggling. Right then, even the Thunder Princess and the Edict Prince were shaking their heads. The mountain region was too weak. Besides the Cold Moon Spear and the Star Race Mountain, the others were all at the first level and not even the most powerful ones. Sorry, I would like to take my leave. A young man from the mountain region stood up and held his fists towards the Thunder Princess. The Thunder Princess's eyes were like lightning as she said slowly, If you can't even handle this little pressure, you will not be able to achieve anything in the future. It is up to you whether you want to leave or not. I will not stop you. The Star Race Mountain, who had just lost the battle, said with a low voice, "Sit down. Don't embarrass the mountain region anymore. We cannot afford it anymore." Hearing him, the young man sat down with shame. The one who had beaten the Star Race Mountain was the third most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Wavy Cloud region, Wang Lin, who was only below the Red Water Man and Duan Lingyun. But that was the ranking from 2 years ago. 2 years later, he did not think that he would lose to the Red Water Man and Duan Lingyun. After destroying the last hope of the mountain region, Wang Lin suddenly turned his attention to the South Rudra region. Yan Qihua had used up a lot of energy, so he probably would not join the battle. Li Daoxian had injured his meridians during the battle with Shi Yan, so he would not join the battle either. He would like to see what other powerful warriors the South Rudra region still had. A smile appeared on his face as Wang Lin pointed his finger in the direction of the South Rudra region. "I wonder if there is anyone from the South Rudra region who dares to accept my challenge?" This guy really dares to say that. Tua Baku licked his lips. Shaking his head, Yi Chen surprisingly stood up. "It would be good to go up there and exercise a bit." "No way. You are really going up there?" Tua Baku opened his eyes wide. Yi Chen laughed. "Why not? There is no need to make the tea gathering so serious. Just relax a bit." Not only was Tua Baku surprised, everyone who knew Yi Chen was also surprised. There were people from the South Rudra region, Feng Yenro and Ling Hanya from the Floating Snow Palace. Chapter 453. Ignoring everyone's shock, Yi Chen lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like an illusory blue cloud, he appeared in front of Wang Lin within a second. "I will be your opponent." Wang Lin studied Yi Chen carefully. The latter's temperament was indeed very elegant, and the great sword on his waist also told him that he was a sword artist. Could it be that there were 2 top sword artists in the South Rudra region? Wang Lin chuckled and said to Yi Chen, "What kind of ace do you have? Just use it." Yi Chen smiled lightly and did not waste any time. His right hand touched the handle of the sword, then he pulled it out, threw it out and put it back. The 3 movements seemed to have merged into one, and it was as fast as lightning. Chin. The half-moon-shaped sword chi suddenly landed on the blade that Wang Lin had just pulled out, and a bright flame shot out like a sickle. Wang Lin's body bent as both of his feet rubbed against the ground, sliding hundreds of meters away. The expression on his face was first shock, then realization and finally seriousness. Using chi to control the sword, upper stage. The Thunder Princess opened her red lips and slowly spat out a few words. There were 3 realms for taking out the sword and throwing it out. The first realm was using the body to control the sword, the second was using the chi to control the sword, and the third was using the mind to control the sword. Those who could reach the second realm would be considered as sword artists. However, the second realm was also divided into lower, middle, and upper stages. The lower stages were only at the beginning, so they were not familiar with it yet. The middle stages had already reached the point where they could control it without any mistakes. The upper stages were even more horrifying, as the sword was the chi and the chi was the sword. The moment Yi Chen took out his sword, he had told everyone that his sword was not weaker than Li Daoxuan's, but even more powerful. "I cannot believe that there is another top sword artist in the South Rudra region. No, this one is even more powerful than the previous one. He has already shown the sharpness of a sword artist. If it were not for Wang Lin's good luck, that sword attack would have wounded him badly." If Wang Lin had been a bit more careless and did not take out his blade, that sword chi would not have been blocked so coincidentally. Like boiling water, everyone started to discuss. Is it really just a coincidence? Wang Lin vaguely felt that the opponent seemed to know that he was going to take out his blade. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. "I cannot be careless." Wang Lin's expression was very serious. He had already considered Yi Chen his biggest opponent. If he didn't use 120% of his strength, he would likely lose. Walking back to his original spot step by step, the blade aura on Wang Lin's body was getting stronger and stronger. When he took the last step, the blade aura was like a bomb, exploding violently. The blade in his hand suddenly waved out, shooting out hundreds of thousands of blade lights. Each of them was as fast as lightning, blocking all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Wang Lin considered Yi Chen his biggest enemy, so he immediately used a killing move. Facing this horrifying full-range attack, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He lifted up his green lotus sword with his right hand and swung it from left to right. All of a sudden, a dense wave of sword chi spread out, continuously shattering the incoming blade light. making it hard for him to move forward. However, the spectators in the pavilions had no choice but to get busy. Due to the clash between the saber gleams and the sword cheese, the resulting shockwaves were quite powerful. A single shockwave was nothing, but if one shockwave after another were to radiate out, all the pavilions would be blown away and destroyed. The surroundings of the Pointer River platform would also be destroyed. Just as everyone was trying to block the shockwaves, Wang Lin attacked again. He jumped up from the ground, holding the long blade with both of his hands, and swung the blade down as if he wanted to split the entire platform into two. Boom! The platform shook slightly. As the high-quality white jade resin turned into dust, the violent blade energy flew out and licked at Yi Chen's body. What a powerful blade attack! Yi Chen could naturally tell that this blade attack was not normal. The blade energy contained the spinning and spitting power of the flame. Once hit, no matter how strong the protective Zhenyuan was, it would not be able to block it. It would be torn apart and the person inside would be severely wounded as well. Shadow explosion. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had used his separating shadow flying art. It was not that this art was outdated, but it was just that he did not have many opportunities to use it. Plus, it was precisely because he had not used it for a long time that he was able to walk out of the pattern of his flying art, and was not restricted by it. Seeing the blade light approaching him, Yi Chen's body shook and countless black shadows shot out in all directions. Some of them even clashed with each other, which increased their speed and allowed them to escape from the attacking range of the blade light. Crack! A huge pit appeared where Yi Chen had been standing. The bottom of the pit was very hard, and there was a thunder pattern iron that could break down thunder and Zhenyuan's impact. It was because of the thunder pattern iron that the Thunder Princess dared to hold the tea gathering at the mountain and river stage. Seeing that the blade energy had missed its target, Wang Lin became alert and quickly jumped back. Unfortunately, he was still a bit too slow. The cyan-colored sword light had already cut open his protective Zhenyuan and easily knocked him away when he was halfway to the stage. The one who had attacked was naturally Yi Chen, who had just revealed himself. Thanks for letting me win. Yi Chen put his green lotus sword back into its scabbard. May I know your name? Wang Lin took a deep look at Yi Chen and asked. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I will remember you. You are one of the 3 most powerful young sword artists I have ever met. Wang Lin held his fists together and went back to his seat. After beating Wang Lin, Yi Chen's name had been known by everyone present for the first time. The South Rudra region had also become more and more famous because of him, and it seemed like it was about to reach the 2nd level. Everyone thought that after Wang Lin, who was ranked number 3 in the Wavy Cloud region, lost the battle, Duan Lingyun, who was ranked number 2 in the Wavy Cloud region, would come out. However, he did not seem to want to fight against Yi Chen at all. Seeing that Duan Lingyun was acting like this, the Red Water Miner did not want to go out and fight against Yi Chen directly, so he frowned slightly. Gold Sand Region's Wu Feiyan, please teach me a lesson. Wu Feiyan was ranked number 4 in the Gold Sand region. Being able to be ranked number 4 in the Gold Sand region, one of the top 3 powerful regions, meant that he was way more powerful than the number 3 in the Wavy Cloud region. Duan Lingyun, who was ranked number 2, might not be more powerful than him either. Once he got onto the stage, he attacked toward Yi Chen along with that shocking heat wave. That bright light kept shooting out. Facing that burning palm power, Yi Chen only threw out one sword attack. That one sword attack had extinguished the heat wave, and a corner of Wu Feiyan's clothes had been cut off. 6 suns into 1. Wu Feiyan's mind tightened and he subconsciously threw out a killing attack. 6 sun-like palm power turned into a huge bright palm in the sky, and a layer of golden halo appeared. The halo shook once, and the golden chi wave spread out in all directions. The top-rank white jade on the ground started to melt as it attacked toward Yi Chen, who was not far away. Sky Thunder Cut. That burning huge golden palm seemed to be indestructible, but Yi Chen's Sky Thunder Cut could even cut a mid-rank great weapon into pieces, not to mention a palm made of Zhenyuan. Swoosh. The 5 fingers of the huge palm were all cut off by the sword attack. What? Wu Feiyan was very surprised, so he threw out another palm attack. Oh. The palm power was cut into pieces again. Yi Chen held the thunder sword and flashed a couple of times before arriving in front of Wu Feiyan, throwing out a sword attack. Wu Feiyan hurried to put up a thick layer of protective Zhenyuan around his body, which was made of compressed fire element Zhenyuan. Once anything touched it, it would be blown away by the explosive power. He was confident that he could block out Yi Chen's attack. However, he had underestimated the speed and sharpness of the Sky Thunder Cut. That highly compressed protective Zhenyuan was like a red crystal, and a black crack appeared on it. I lost. Wu Feiyan took a deep breath, feeling a bit shocked. As Wu Feiyan admitted defeat, all of the regions started to discuss it. TSK. Impressive. He has already beaten 2 top young warriors in a row. For the South Rudra region, this is indeed an impressive achievement. Wang Lin and Wu Feiyan are both not weak warriors. One is ranked 3rd in the Wavy Cloud region, while the other is ranked 4th in the Gold Sand region. They are already at the top level of the 2nd level. I really do not understand the South Rudra region. In the last tea gathering there was only 1 warrior. But this time there are 17 of them. Among them Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian and Yi Chen are all very powerful. Could it be that they were weak 2 years ago? No way. They have improved so fast in 2 years. Inside the square formation of the Wavy Cloud region, the Red Water Man talked to Duan Lingyun with his Zhen Yuan. Why don't you go challenge him? Why should I? Duan Lingyun asked back. You are not afraid of him, are you? The Red Water Man sneered. My business is none of your business. As for challenging him, you can do it yourself. Duan Lingyun knew that Yi Chen had not revealed his real power yet, and he was not an idiot. Why would he go up if he knew that he would lose? As for the Red Water Man, he would just let him try his luck. The Red Water Man did not know that Duan Lingyun had lost to Yi Chen, and that even the Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior could not do anything to Yi Chen. Wang Qi from the Wavy Cloud region is here to challenge you. The Red Water Man in red robes flew out. He was not provoked by Duan Lingyun but by his own will. Although Yi Chen would be hard to deal with, he still had some confidence. Once he beat Yi Chen, his next target would be Ling Hanya from the Misty Snow region. As soon as the Red Water Man appeared, the whole mountain river stage was shocked for the first time. Although there were a couple of powerful warriors, they were obviously not comparable to the Red Water Man. As the number 1 warrior of the young generation in the Wavy Cloud region, he was naturally quite famous. He could be ranked in the top 15 or even the top 10 in the whole South region. He was a top warrior of the 2nd level, so it would not be wrong to put him in the 1st level. Therefore, the Red Water Man was definitely one of the top warriors among all the warriors present. He was not someone that people like Wang Lin and Wu Feiyan could compete with. I did not expect the Red Water Man to fight against Yi Chen. This is way too fast. The Red Water Man is the most powerful warrior in the Wavy Cloud region, so he should be on the stage in the final battle. It is indeed a bit early for him to come out now. This Yi Chen is not bad. If it were not for the Red Water Man, he might have been able to win a couple more battles. What a shame. Although Yi Chen is very likely to lose, the South Rudra region being able to make it this far is already a great achievement. Almost no one thought highly of Yi Chen. The Wavy Cloud region was a big region after all, and the Red Water Man was the top warrior among the young generation. How could he be weaker than Yi Chen? Did the South Rudra region really want to rise to the top? Above the Wavy Cloud region. Chapter 454. The head disciple of the Drifting Snow Martial School, Ling Hanya, looked interested. With Wang Qi here, perhaps we can see something? The battle was not over yet, so he would not say who would win or lose for sure. Wang Qi was powerful and was not weaker than him. Yi Chen was also hiding his power and would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, in his opinion, this battle would be 50-50, unlike what most people thought, where Yi Chen would lose for sure. Sister Feng, who do you think will win? Qingzhu asked Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro said with a low voice, I think it will be Yi Chen. Qingzhu was not surprised at all. Regardless of whether she admitted it or not, Yi Chen was indeed very powerful. The 100 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain Island was the proof. It was Ling Hanya who was surprised by Feng Yanro's opinion. He already thought highly of Yi Chen, but Feng Yanro thought even more highly of him. Your power is not bad, but if this is all you have, you will not be my opponent. Wang Qi had already formed the shape of his martial spirit 2 years ago, and right now it had already reached the critical point. He was only one step away from the real martial spirit. Besides that, his top-rank Earth Realm martial art had also reached the peak of the 13th realm, and he had completely learned a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. He had also learned a profound sense martial art, and had also trained it to 40% completion. With this many ace attacks, Wang Qi did not worry about Yi Chen at all. His opponents would be Ling Hanya and the Beast Prince Mo Xiang. Only these people would be able to make him use all of his power. For him, Yi Chen would only be a bit more troublesome. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up. You will change your mind soon. Well, yeah. That would depend on whether you are qualified or not. Red Water Godly Fist. Wang Qi's eyes turned cold. As he crossed his arms, he performed the exclusive martial art of the Red Water Martial School, the Red Water God Fist art. In Wang Qi's hand, The power of this fist art was a couple of times more powerful than the red water god fist art that Huang Kaishan had performed. The powerful fist power was like a tsunami, each wave higher than the last. Green Lotus Mountain splits. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the surging fist energy at all. He tapped his foot on the ground and leapt out like a bolt of lightning. He raised his greenwood sword high above his head and swung it down vertically. The sword light, which was engraved with a towering green lotus, tore apart the sky and slashed out with a mountain-splitting and earth-splitting power. An earth-shaking explosion was heard. Wang Qi's fist power had been shattered by the sword light, and Yi Chen's sword light had also been shattered by the explosion. In the first exchange, Yi Chen had the upper hand. Not bad. You deserve me to be a little more serious. Wang Qi's expression did not change at all. He had expected Yi Chen to have this kind of power. If not, then he had overestimated himself. Increasing his Zhen Yuan to another level, Wang Qi bent his knees slightly and his whole body shot up into the sky, throwing out a punch towards Yi Chen. There was nothing fancy about this punch. It was just faster, more brutal, and more aggressive. Under the push of the water mentality, purple lightning had even appeared in the fist power, which was caused by the power of the punch. Facing this powerful punch, Yi Chen shook his wrist and stabbed out with his greenwood sword. A dot of sword light accumulated on the tip of the sword, eventually turning into a green lotus and shooting out. A subtle clashing sound was heard. Wang Qi's fist power and the green lotus that had been formed by the sword light had been destroyed together. The water and sword chi were like fountains shooting out in all directions. This blast wave alone could kill a lot of normal astral-reaching realm warriors within seconds. His body, which was gliding backward, suddenly turned around. Wang Qi had not only taken out that aggressive radiation power, but had also guided that power into a huge swirl. With the centrifugal power of the swirl, he opened his hands and dove down from the sky like an eagle. Strong water swirl. As he punched out, all the water elemental energy in the sky and on the ground was sucked dry. Along with the fist power, the water elemental energy started to spin crazily, forming a flat whirlpool that was constantly shrinking. This flat whirlpool was so condensed and sharp that it even made a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. It was indeed the last movement of his red water godly fist art, which was equivalent to a profound sense martial art with 30% of its power. Being performed by Wang Qi, its power was even more powerful. Sky Thunder Cut. Right then, the separating shadow flying art would definitely not be used, since that swirl contained a very powerful suction power. If it was not powerful enough to break through, it would be impossible for him to use his speed to get out of the attacking range. Therefore he would have to find the best angle to break through the swirl. Performing his sword steps, Yi Chen used his body as a sword, stabbing out to the right side of the swirl. At the same time, the greenwood sword in his hand had been replaced by the thunder sword. He held the sword tightly with both of his hands, holding it horizontally in front of his chest as he sliced through the swirl. Crack. All of these movements had been completed within a second. Once the sword tip sliced through, the sword light with electric light exploded from the inside of the swirl. What? You broke the swirl? Wang Qi's pupils shrank. Take one sword attack from me. After breaking the swirl with one sword attack, Yi Chen did not change his direction at all. He threw out countless sword lights towards Wang Qi while his whole body approached him. Piss off. Wang Qi threw out both of his fists continuously. His fist aura had reached its peak within a second, giving people a feeling like a dam that was filled with water had suddenly been broken, and a huge wave had poured out. Chin 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 chin. The fist tip and the sword tip continued to clash together, bringing up bright sparks. The burning chi waves had even shaved off the surface of the platform layer after layer, shooting out in all directions. Hit. The thunder sword curved into a shocking arc as Yi Chen suddenly bounced out. His left pinky finger and index finger shot out two beams of sword chi, shooting out with a hissing sound. Not good. Wang Qi had not expected Yi Chen's fingers to be able to shoot out sword chi as well, so he only had enough time to throw out a punch to shatter the first beam of sword chi. The second beam of sword chi had pierced through his protective Zhen Yuan, bringing out a large amount of blood. What? The red water man was wounded? He was wounded by one sword chi attack from Yi Chen, shooting out sword chi from his hand. How unexpected. Have you guys noticed that from the beginning to the end, Yi Chen has always had the upper hand? No matter how much he increases his power, he cannot turn the situation around. Doesn't this mean that the red water man is not Yi Chen's opponent at all? Most of the people had their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. In the square formation of the Thunder region, The young master of beasts, Mo Xiang, rubbed his chin and laughed. I guess what I said outside the city must have been taken as a joke by them. The Thunder Princess glanced at him. What joke? Nothing. I just made a big mistake. I thought he was just a normal warrior. Mo Xiang thought that he was more powerful than the Red Water Man, and since Yi Chen was able to beat him with a slight advantage, even if he was not as powerful as him, it would not be that much weaker. It is just a small mistake. It is impossible for people to not make mistakes. But as long as the mistake is still within one's tolerance, why should one care? The speaker was an evil-looking young man wearing a long robe with a gold crown on his head. His eyes were long and narrow, and he had a cynical look on his face. Mo Xiang chuckled and said, "It seems like the young leader is very confident." The young leader he was talking about was the young leader of the Shining Martial School, which was a rank 5 martial institution in the Thunder region. The current leader was his great-grandfather, the Shining King. As the descendant of the Life and Death Realm warrior, Yin Zhongli was very talented, and his comprehensive ability was not low either. In fact, at the level of the southern region, the king bloodline was not that rare. The key was still whether or not one could fully activate it. Same here. Yin Zhongli said with a lazy face. The martial tea gathering was in the spirit of competition, so the Thunder Princess was just about to announce the result when Wang Qi yelled, "Princess Jing, we are not done yet." The Thunder Princess said, "Wang Qi, winning and losing are normal things for warriors. You do not need to worry about it." Wang Qi tried to explain, "It was just a moment of carelessness on my part. If I lose, then it would be unfair. Don't worry, I will only need one attack. One attack and I will beat him." "All right then." The Thunder Princess nodded. Looking back at Yi Chen, Wang Qi's pupils started to turn red. "Very well. I did not expect that I would be wounded by you because of carelessness. But if you think that you have beaten me for sure, then you are very wrong. The next attack, I want you to accept your defeat." Yi Chen did not seem to care. "I will." Yi Chen's attitude had pissed Wang Qi off. He did not say another word as his aura rushed out like a flood. It was getting stronger and stronger. The auras clashed with each other, bringing up a cracking sound. Waves of invisible holes started to spread out. Water Beast Fist Wave. Wang Qi's ace attack was naturally the low-rank profound sense martial art of the Red Water Martial School, Water Beast Fist Wave. Different from Huang Kaishan, Wang Qi had already trained this profound sense martial art to 40%, which meant that its power was way more powerful than the fierce water swirl. Pushing his Zhen Yuan to its limit, Wang Qi threw out 18 punches towards Yi Chen. Each punch was like a whirlpool. 18 whirlpools spread out in the air, blocking Yi Chen's escape route. The whirlpools merged together, leaving behind 6 huge whirlpools that were the size of a stone mill. They formed a 6-pointed star, attacking towards where Yi Chen was standing. At that moment it seemed like time had stopped. Water Beast Fist Wave has increased my battling power by 3 times. It has combined defense, attack and locking all at the same time. Let me see how you are going to block it out. After battling for a while, Wang Qi was very clear about Yi Chen's power. Therefore he was sure that Yi Chen would not be able to block it out. Even if it were him, he would not be able to block it out either. Once he performed his Water Beast Fist Wave, it would be a piece of cake for him to beat someone stronger than him. Plus, Yi Chen's power was only at the same level as his. Facing this horrifying fist attack, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. "You think that was all I had before? I have never liked to use my absolute power to beat my opponents. For me, it is more fun to beat my opponents with techniques." His sword intent shot up into the sky. The space around Yi Chen started to twist a little, making it impossible to see his body clearly. All that could be seen was the twisted space suddenly disappearing. Yi Chen took a step out and threw out a sword attack towards the 6 huge whirlpools. It was a slanted sword attack without any fancy moves, but the sword intent contained in it was enough to shock everyone. This extremely powerful sword intent had reached beyond the limits of an astral-reaching realm warrior, reaching the Sea of Souls realm. With the help of that horrifying sword intent, this sword attack of Yi Chen's was unbelievably fast and heavy. With one sword attack, the poetic perspective of the Water Beast Fist Wave had been broken. Boom! The thick electric arc shot out in all directions, shattering Wang Qi's fist power completely. He himself even puked out a little bit of blood. Chapter 455. I did not sense it wrong, did I? This is the sword spirit level sword intent. Indeed. This is indeed the sword spirit level sword intent. Perhaps he has formed a real sword spirit? I remember that it is much harder for a sword artist to form a sword spirit than a warrior to form a martial spirit. Although some of them have reached the Sea of Souls realm, they still might not be able to form a sword spirit. The attacking power of the sword intent is already more powerful than the martial intent. Right now there is even a gap of 1 level between them. Wang Qi's loss is understandable. Like a tornado, all of the young warriors from different regions started to discuss crazily. Inside the Thunder region, Mo Xiang looked at the Thunder Princess with surprise and asked, "Did he really form a sword spirit?" Forming a sword spirit meant too much. In the whole southern region, it seemed like only the Edict Prince had formed a martial spirit. Even the Thunder Princess and the Astral Spirit Son had not done it yet. The Thunder Princess shook her head, although its power is not weaker than the sword spirit level sword intent, but if I sense it carefully, there is still a slight difference. If I have guessed it right, he should have learned the elemental sword intent earlier, which is a couple of times more powerful than the normal sword intent. It should be comparable to the sword spirit level sword intent. Elemental sword intent. Mo Xiang and Yin Zhongli exchanged a look, their expressions becoming more and more serious. The young warriors who had come here could be divided into 3 levels. Without exaggeration, Yichen was already in the 3rd level. His advantage in terms of sword spirit was something that no one else could compete with. Elemental sword intent. Mo Xiang and Yin Zhongli were not the only ones who were shocked. The 2 young men in black robes sitting next to Xikong Sheng were also shocked. As one of the Evil King Pavilion's 7 knights, they had a lot of experience. Naturally, they could tell that Yi Chen had not formed a sword spirit yet. The reason why this sword intent was so powerful was because of its intense killing element. No wonder you value him so much. He is indeed not a normal sword artist. The 7th knight let out a breath slowly and said to Xikong Sheng. Xikong Sheng knocked on the table with his fingers and said, "A couple of years ago, I knew that it would not be that easy to beat him. But the power he has shown so far is not enough to surprise me. I hope that he has more powerful ace attacks. Otherwise it would be too boring." "Ihi, you are such a crazy man." The 7th knight and the 6th knight forced a smile. On the field, Yi Chen and Wang Qi were completely different. Yi Chen still looked handsome and elegant. Holding his long sword, he looked clean and spotless. Wang Qi was in a much more difficult situation. His clothes were torn, his lips were stained with blood, and his hair was messed up by the strong wind. He no longer looked like the little Master Redwater. "You." Before he could say anything, Wang Qi spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he became muddle-headed. Previously, he had confidently said that he would defeat Yi Chen in 1 move, leaving no room for him to turn the tables. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he was also instantly killed by Yi Chen. The dramatic ending gave him a hard slap in the face, making him dizzy and wishing that he could never wake up in this life. How is this possible? How could I lose to him? This is impossible. It should not be. I am the number 1 young warrior in the Wavy Cloud region, and he is only a warrior from the South Rudra region. After puking out a mouthful of blood, Wang Qi looked like he had lost his soul. Yi Chen sighed. Was it really that embarrassing to be beaten by himself? Not to mention the others, besides the top 3 dragon-level martial geniuses, the rest of them did not make him feel like fighting at all. Of course, most of them probably did not think that they would have the power to challenge a true dragon-level warrior. "Wang Qi, you have lost. Get down now." The Thunder Princess reminded Wang Qi so that he would not continue to lose face. After all, his opponent was the face of the Wavy Cloud region. Wang Qi lifted up his head, looking a bit lost. In the Gold Sand region formation, the aggressive Astral Spirit Son sneered, "Trash. You have lost the battle and the formation." "Ehe." The purple-haired beauty right next to the Astral Spirit Son laughed. "Things have been a little different from what you had expected. It is normal for you to lose your soul. But this Yi Chen is not simple. He has beaten the Wavy Cloud region with his own power and brought the South Rudra region to the 2nd level. Even if someone from the South Rudra region manages to surpass him in the future, no one would forget his contribution." "Wang Qi, why are you so fixated on what is right in front of you?" Right then the Edict Prince spoke. His voice seemed to contain a kind of power that could make one's heart clear. As soon as it reached everyone's ears, they all became serious and cleared their thoughts. When it reached Wang Qi's ears, his messy eyes started to focus again, and he regained his spirit. With a blush on his face, Wang Qi knew that the Edict Prince had helped him out and saved him from losing face. He held his fists together and said, "Thank you." The Edict Prince sighed. "Winning and losing are normal things for warriors. If you want to never lose in your life, you have to have an unyielding spirit. You have lost for real this time. Get down now." "Yes." Wang Qi had a bitter look on his face. As he brushed past Yi Chen, he said with a light voice, "This time you have won. Next time I will not lose." Yi Chen did not say anything. Beating him was already enough, so there was no need to break his confidence. Head disciple has lost as well. Huang Kaishan's expression was even more bitter than Wang Qi's. In the Blue Mountain Island Challenge tournament, he had suffered a crushing defeat to Yi Chen without even the slightest chance to fight back. He originally thought that his head disciple would beat Yi Chen in this tea gathering and let him see Yi Chen's face of defeat. However, the heavens seemed to be against him. Even his head disciple, who was so powerful in his heart, had been defeated, and it was a clean defeat without any trace of force. Better not mess with him. We can't afford to mess with him. Huang Kaishan made up his mind to not mess with Yi Chen anymore. In fact, he did not dare to mess with Yi Chen. Otherwise, how could he expect Wang Qi to beat Yi Chen? Sister Feng is right. It seems like head disciple's insight is not as good as Sister Feng's. Qingzhu teased Ling Hanya, who was in front of her. Ling Hanya forced a laugh. I was wrong. Since even Wang Qi was not his opponent, then I would not be his opponent either. He is almost at the 3rd level. There were not many warriors at the 3rd level. There were 3 to 4 warriors in the Thunder region, 2 to 3 in the Floating Light region, and 2 to 3 in the Gold Sand region. All the other regions had 1 each or none at all, plus Yi Chen. As for the rest of the hidden warriors, they had not been exposed yet. The climax of the tea gathering was still far from starting. Yi Chen has won. Our South Rudra region's status has surpassed the Wavy Cloud region. Mu Lingfeng was very excited, even more excited than when he had beaten Wang Qi. Tuabaku chuckled. Just watch. The next tea gathering will depend on you guys. Yes, I will work even harder. Before he came, Mu Lingfeng was more or less proud, thinking that he was not weaker than anyone. The only pity was that he did not have the chance to fight with Yi Chen and the rest of the warriors in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions. Right now, he finally knew that if he wanted to reach the level of Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian, he would have to train with all his might. Which one of the martial geniuses here was not talented enough? However, if he wanted to reach the level of Yi Chen, it would not be something that could be done in a day. In the pavilion next to them, Li Daoxian said, "He is still ahead of us. It seems like if we want to catch up to him, we will have to spend our whole lives." Yan Qihua said with determination, "Even if we have to, we will have to catch up to him. If Yi Chen wants to catch up, then someone else will have to catch up as well. Don't forget, he is the only one in the whole South Rudra region who can compete with Yi Chen." Li Daoxian looked at Xikong Sheng, who was wearing black robes. He was even more mysterious than before, and it was all because of Yi Chen. Thinking about how even Xikong Sheng had been pushed to this extent by Yi Chen, Li Daoxian could not help but admire him. Yan Qihua also glanced at Xikong Sheng and said, "Catching up to someone is always better than having no one to catch up to, especially seeing the martial geniuses out there." Li Daoxian nodded, "Indeed. Catching up to them will make us improve even faster. I also believe that since we can catch up to them, we will be able to catch up to the whole world as well." Li Daoxian asked himself if it were not for Yi Chen, he would not be as powerful as he was right now. Only with pressure would there be motivation. After beating Wang Qi, Yi Chen had already won 3 times in a row. His reputation was catching up to the Beast Prince, Mo Xiang and the others. Still not going down? He is not planning to challenge all the way, is he? Arrogant. Although the Red Water Man is powerful, there are still people who are more powerful than him. Especially the Thunder region, the Floating Light region, and the Gold Sand region, the top 5 regions. Which one of them is not more powerful than the Red Water Man? It seems like the 3 winds have made him a bit dizzy. It is not that easy to become famous in one go. Just you wait. Someone will go up and beat him until he wakes up. I wonder who else besides the Thunder Princess and the Astral Spirit Son will go up to challenge him. Seeing that Yi Chen did not plan to go down, a lot of people got angry. They thought that Yi Chen was too arrogant and did not care about anyone else. Yi Chen did not know what they were thinking, and even if he did, he would not care. The reason why he stayed was not to challenge the top 3 true dragon-level warriors, because the martial tea gathering was not a challenge. If you wanted to challenge someone, you would have to see if they were interested or not. The reason why he stayed was to bring the South Rudra region to the top of the 2nd level. After doing all that, he would not care about the battles at this level anymore, and the others would not dare to look down on the South Rudra region either. Just beating one Wang Qi? The Black Sword Artist would like to challenge you. A teenager in black robes with a black sword on his back flew out. Besides that sharp sword aura, there was also that evil qi that seemed to want to devour people. It was an evil qi that only people who had killed thousands of people would have. The evil qi combined with the sword aura, and with just a thought, it could almost make people hallucinate. It was indeed the #1 warrior of the Black Gold region, the Black Sword Artist, also known as the leader of the Black Gold region's top 4. It had been rumored that his power was at the same level as Wang Jilin and Hanya. You use a sword and I also use a sword. Let's see whose sword technique is more lethal. The Black Sword Artist was very confident in his sword art. His sword art was different from the others as it only aimed for killing. He believed that killing was the ultimate goal of his sword art. As he finished talking, the Black Sword Artist took out the huge black sword on his back and waved out a heavy sword attack. Crack. The platform was shattered, and the black sword light carried a sharp killing chi as it shot out. Wherever it went, it brought up a storm. What? The Black Sword Artist has also learned the Slaughter Sword Intent? Slaughter Sword Intent versus Slaughter Sword Intent. No wonder the Black Sword Artist is so confident. Before learning the Slaughter Sword Intent, the Black Sword Artist's power was at the same level as Wang Qi, but after learning it, Wang Qi would not be able to compete with the Black Sword Artist without a doubt. Everyone thought that the Black Gold region would be weaker than the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. But once the Black Sword Artist showed up, he had told everyone that under his leadership, the Black Gold region would not be something that the other 2 regions could compete with. Flashing his body to avoid the sword light, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. It was his first time facing someone else's sword intent, and he could tell that the Black Sword Artist was way more powerful than Wang Qi. Chapter 456. Rumble. Rumble. Another 2 black sword lights shot out. These black sword lights were extremely violent, creating black tornadoes as they attacked towards Yi Chen from both sides. His clothes and long black hair danced in the air as Yi Chen held the thunder sword and slashed horizontally. Crack. With the 2 of them as the center, the space began to distort, and the airflow was sucked in, unable to escape. The sword light that had created the black tornado suddenly shattered, causing the surrounding platform to be full of holes, and not a single spot was left unscathed. The Slaughter Sword Intent is too frightening. This tea gathering is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are actually 2 sword geniuses who have comprehended the Slaughter Sword Intent. Together with Gold Sand Region's Life Taker Leng Zhua, the 3 of them are the top 3 sword artists of this tea gathering. Yeah, Life Taker Leng Zhua is indeed not to be underestimated. 1 year ago, he had defeated Gold Sand Region's former number 2, Wan Zhuoming. His strength is just below Astral Spirit's Sun. I wonder who will have the last laugh among the top 3 sword artists? Everyone discussed spiritedly and they were rather interested. Raising his Black Sword Artist looked at Yi Chen from afar and said indifferently, I am not like other sword artists. Once my sword leaves its sheath, I want to see blood. Otherwise my mind will not be smooth. You better be prepared for serious injuries or else you will blame me for not reminding you. Yi Chen smiled slightly, this blood might not be mine. It might be yours. Yi Chen's voice was not loud, and his expression was not cold or serious, but everyone could clearly feel a strong will coming from him. Although his attitude is arrogant, I have to admit that this person is not simple. Facing Black Sword Artist who has comprehended the Slaughter Sword Intent, he dares to speak like this. I wonder if it is his nature or if he is confident. What kind of confidence does he need to have to dare to say such words? Without a doubt, Yi Chen's words had enraged Black Sword Artist. He said coldly, whose blood it is we will know soon. Wolf killing. Black Sword Artist's right foot moved half a step as he slashed down with his black sword. The brutal black sword light was like a hot knife cutting through butter, carrying the howling of a wolf as it slashed towards Yi Chen. Break. Flying into the air, Yi Chen shattered the black sword light with one sword attack. His left hand reached out from the side of his waist. 2 beams of green lotus sword chi shot out with a swishing sound. This move is useless against me. Black Sword Artist reached out his left hand as well. His index finger and middle finger clasped onto his thumb, shooting out 2 black finger energies. The finger energies were like blades, blocking the green lotus sword chi in the air. Puff, puff. Black Sword Artist had underestimated the green lotus sword chi in the end. Although his finger art was not weak, it was still no match for the green lotus sword chi that Yi Chen had hidden inside his body. The black finger power paused for a second before shattering immediately, releasing 2 circular shockwaves. The shockwaves spread out very fast, but still could not catch up to the speed of the green lotus sword chi. Ding ding. Left with no choice, the black sword swordsman raised his black greatsword. 2 sparks exploded in the air in front of his chest. What kind of sword chi is this? It is not weaker than the sword chi from a great sword at all. It might even be a bit stronger? Black sword artist originally thought that Yi Chen had cultivated some kind of finger art, causing the finger energy to be similar to sword chi, but not as powerful as sword chi. But now he realized that he was wrong. The might of these two strands of sword chi far surpassed ordinary sword chi. The black sword artist was surprised, but so was Yi Chen. He knew the power of the green lotus sword chi better than anyone else. Under normal circumstances, the sword chi that he used with his mid-rank great sword would not even be as powerful as the green lotus sword chi. Only the sword chi from his ace attacks would be able to suppress the green lotus sword chi. However, his opponent was able to use his finger power to reduce the sword chi's power by half, which meant that it must be a top-rank Earth Realm finger art. Only a top-rank Earth Realm finger art could do this. I have already used up 4 beams of my green lotus sword chi. I will not use them again if I can. The green lotus sword chi was his ace in close combat. Yi Chen did not want others to know his bottom line. Seizing the chance when the black sword artist had shattered the green lotus sword chi, Yi Chen's body suddenly dropped down. The 1,000-meter-long sword light was like a heavenly sword as it slashed down. Break for me. If it were a normal sword artist, they would definitely focus on defense and focus on defending against Yi Chen's heavy attack. However, in the dictionary of the black sword artist, there was no concept of defense. He opened his mouth and roared. His black hair stood up while his inky black chi shot up into the sky, accompanying the huge black sword in his hand to meet the incoming sword light. Boom. The two swords clashed and a dark blue energy ball appeared out of nowhere. At first it was only the size of a pinky finger, but after half a blink of an eye, it had expanded to 1 meter. Not good. Everyone block out the energy wave. The Thunder Princess frowned. Her voice was pushed by her Zhenyuan, spreading out at a supersonic speed. At the same time she waved her slender palm, and a crystal-clear Zhenyuan wall flickering with thunder and lightning rose up, blocking the entire pavilion behind it. It then spread out to both sides, connecting with the Zhenyuan walls created by the others. Waiting until all the Zhenyuan walls were connected into a circle, sealing off the entire mountain pointer stage, the dark blue energy ball exploded. Because the sound of the explosion was too loud, no one could hear it. They could only see a dazzling light in front of them as the Zhenyuan walls were weakened bit by bit. Then the energy wave that had nowhere to vent shot up into the sky, turning into a 2 Li thick energy light beam that shot up into the sky, tearing apart the stunning sky barrier. Looking from the outside of the Thunder Capital, the energy beam that seemed to connect the sky and the earth was extremely eye-catching. Everyone in the Thunder Capital secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They had no idea how popular the biennial martial tea gathering was. Such a frightening momentum was clearly not something an ordinary person could create. Rumble. The energy light beam dissipated, and only then did a loud boom spread out in all directions. However, there was no one on the stage. Yi Chen and the black sword artist had both disappeared. Yi Chen, it's time for you to take my sword. Up in the sky, the black sword artist's figure appeared. Both of his hands were gripping the huge black sword, raising it high above his shoulders. Then he exerted his strength through his spine, transferring it to the muscles of his arms before finally pouring it into his palms in an explosive manner. Swoosh! A black waning moon suddenly appeared, and an extremely frightening black sword wave radiated out in a 180-degree fan shape. Its speed had already surpassed most people's senses. Facing this frightening sword, Yi Chen pulled out the thunder sword with his left hand. Without adjusting his grip, he directly slashed out. The sword light without thunder lit up the sky of the Thunder Capital once again, slashing out with an increasingly domineering manner. Wherever it went, the air was shattered by the power of nothingness, leaving a shocking black sword mark. Sky Thunder Cut. The Sky Thunder Cut performed with his current power was far more powerful than when he had fought against the Red Water Miner Spiritual Master. It might have been a casual attack, or he might have been holding the sword in his left hand or holding the long sword in a reverse grip. After waving out this sword, Yi Chen seemed to have understood something. The Sky Thunder Cut could cut through anything, including the sword wave formed from sword chi. The sound of silk being cut was heard. Not only did the black sword artist's killing move have no effect, he even suffered a bit of a backlash. Of course, with his power, this bit of backlash was nothing to him. However, Yi Chen's power made him vigilant. This battle is going to be dangerous. I originally thought that the black sword artist, who had comprehended the slaughter sword intent, could slightly suppress Yi Chen. Even if he couldn't suppress him, he should at least be on par with him. But now, no matter how I look at it, it seems like the battle between Yi Chen and the Red Water Miner Spiritual Master is the same. Could it be that even the black sword artist is not a match for Yi Chen? The battle is not over yet. It's too early to say that. Who knows, the black sword artist might have a counterattack. After dozens of attacks, the two had fought from the sky to the ground. Sword chi that was enough to tear apart mountains were attacking each other in the sky of Thunder City. Black Dragon Wave. The black sword artist's strongest sword attack was naturally a profound sense martial art. However, due to various reasons, he did not have a deep understanding of the Black Dragon Wave, which was around 30% completion, which was still not as powerful as the Red Water Miner's spiritual master Wang Qi. Therefore, this Black Dragon Wave was only as powerful as the last movement of his sword art. However, a profound sense martial art was still a profound sense martial art. Even if its power was not enough, its subtlety was still not something a normal sword art could compete with. The black sword was covered in a black mist. When the black sword artist stabbed out, the sword light was like a swimming dragon without any fixed pattern. Even if it was someone with the same power as the black sword artist, it would be hard to avoid this sword attack. Their bodies would be pierced through and shattered. What a horrifying sword attack. I can't even see its trajectory. Dragons are legendary creatures. I heard that when a dragon flies in the sky, it would be impossible to see or touch it, as if it existed in another space. As a profound sense martial art, the Black Dragon Wave would naturally not be like a normal martial art, where the word dragon would be used to increase its aggressiveness. It must have been added after careful consideration. Even if this Black Dragon Wave is not related to the Black Dragon, it must be related to the Flood Dragon. Yi Qin is going to lose. Losing to this sword attack is not shameful at all. Everyone on the stage did not think that Yi Qin would win. Even if Yi Qin had had the upper hand since the beginning, and it had been going on until now, the battle between sword artists would be decided in just a second. So what if he had the upper hand? So what if the scene looked good? One sword attack would be able to wipe out all of his previous efforts. It was cruel but also realistic. Right then, even Tua Baku, Li Daoxian, and the others were worried for Yi Qin. Mu Lingfeng was even more unable to control his emotions, his palm squeezing the armrest of his chair until it exploded. Facing this untraceable sword attack, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yi Qin's mouth. He flipped the greenwood sword and put it behind his back. His left hand instantly grabbed the thunder sword's hilt at his waist, pulled it out and sliced upwards. The sword light twisted back, wrapping around his opponent's strange sword light. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. It was the same sword attack from before. In just a short period of time, Yi Qin had already perfected it to a certain extent. What? The black sword artist's expression had just appeared on his face when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The blood that had splashed out dyed his eyes red, making him feel hot and numb. Time seemed to have stopped. Without knowing why, the black sword artist recalled what Yi Qin had said before the battle. This blood might not be mine but yours. Chapter 457. The black sword light rolled back without any warning, and the black sword artist was sent flying by his own sword. Just like the essence of this profound martial skill, Black Dragon Wave, its trajectory was mysterious. If the opponent couldn't block it, then neither could the user. It was ironic. Spraying blood everywhere, the black sword artist crashed into the Zhenyuan barrier of the crowd in the pavilion. With his back as the center, a circular shockwave exploded. Many of the spectators stood up, and those who didn't were slightly trembling. Regardless of whether they stood up or not, they were all indescribably shocked. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He actually broke the black sword artist's profound martial skill and counterattacked. What kind of determination and sword technique is needed to achieve this? He previously said that this blood might not be mine and might be yours. I thought he was just saying it casually, but I can't believe he actually did it. I can't deny that his sword Dao cultivation base is already above the black sword artist. If it could be said that the horrified expressions of the others were more or less filled with confusion and incomprehension, then the horrified expression of the deadly swordsman Leng Zhuo was completely filled with understanding and understanding. His title as the deadly swordsman was as his name implied. His sword art was extremely ruthless and ruthless. He walked a tricky path, making it impossible for one to see the trajectory of his sword or see the trajectory of his sword. By the time one saw his sword, it would already be too late. Although he didn't comprehend an elemental sword intent and couldn't compete with the black sword artist in terms of pure offensive power, his techniques could make up for this disadvantage. He had mastered a total of 3 top-rank Earth Realm sword arts, all of which he had cultivated to the extreme. Apart from that, he had also comprehended a low-rank profound sword skill to 40% completion. These 3 sword arts and 1 sword skill were all focused on killing in one strike. Even if he were to face the black sword artist, he wouldn't be afraid. In his opinion, the odds of victory were only 50-50. Either he would be defeated by the black sword artist, or he would be able to injure the opponent in a short time and win. There was no third possibility. Originally, after the fight between Yi Qin and the black sword artist, regardless of the outcome, Leng Zhuo would challenge one of them. But now he no longer had the heart to challenge Yi Qin. This person's sword art was the type that Leng Zhuo was most afraid of encountering. It was perfect and flawless. Of course, a flawless sword artist didn't mean that he could defeat a flawed sword artist. However, there was no doubt that Leng Zhuo was most afraid of a flawless sword artist. In his opinion, Yi Qin was a flawless sword artist. Yi Qin had used the same amount of power to suppress the berserk black sword artist from start to finish. This was something that Leng Zhuo couldn't do. If he were to face Yi Qin, Leng Zhuo would probably be weaker than black sword artist. Especially after Yi Qin executed the reverse sky lightning cut, Leng Zhuo knew that he didn't have the slightest chance. Not to mention killing Yi Qin with a single strike, he would probably be killed by Yi Qin with a single strike. Leng Zhuo relaxed his clenched fists. He had already given up on challenging Yi Qin. Kneeling on one knee, the black sword artist vomited a mouthful of blood, his complexion extremely pale. "You actually counterattacked my black dragon wave?" His shock wasn't without reason. Yi Qin could shatter the black dragon wave, but he couldn't accept the fact that he was injured by the black dragon wave. Yi Qin glanced at the thunder sword in his left hand and said, "For a moment of inspiration, I have to thank you." The reverse sky lightning cut was just something he had casually executed. After all, he was proficient in two great mentalities, one being the thunder mentality and the other the wood mentality. Sword arts that were propelled by these two mentalities needed a corresponding treasure sword to complement them. No matter how fast Yi Qin's sword swapping speed was, there would always be a waste. Therefore, with a flash of inspiration, he used his left hand to reverse grip the thunder sword and executed the sky lightning cut. Thunder struck down from the sky and it was called sky thunder. As it struck down, it was like a peerless treasure sword, sharp and unstoppable. The reverse sky lightning cut moved in the opposite direction, striking from below like the reversal of the universe. The sky was no longer the sky and the earth was no longer the earth. Not only could it cut off the opponent's attack, it could even counterattack the opponent's attack, returning it to its normal state. It sounded easy, but it wasn't necessarily easy to do. The first time Yi Qin performed the reverse sky lightning cut, it wasn't the real one, because it didn't have any other function other than cutting off a bit more power. However, the second time he performed it, Yi Qin purposely made it work. It was all thanks to Yi Qin's powerful soul. Relying on his terrifying soul source, he was able to reverse the sky lightning cut in a short time, using the most powerful point of the attack at the moment of the sword attack and the weakest point at the moment of the attack. It was the exact opposite of the normal sky lightning cut. Therefore, no matter if it was the reverse sky lightning cut or the sky lightning cut, they were essentially the same. Otherwise, Yi Qin wouldn't have been able to recreate a sword movement that was more powerful than the sky lightning cut. The reverse sky lightning cut was not only a counterattack movement, but also an offensive one. However, the counterattack was a bit more strange and impossible to defend against. In other words, with the reverse sky lightning cut, Yi Qin's awkwardness had been alleviated to a certain degree. Regardless of whether he wanted to admit it or not, the lack of sword movements was his biggest problem. Other people had the support of powerful martial institutions, so after learning a top-rank Earth Realm sword art, they could still learn a second one. If they got bored of top-rank Earth Realm sword arts, they could change their tastes and challenge more difficult profound sword arts. Up until now, he had only inherited one Green Lotus sword art, which was honestly very powerful. It was way more powerful than normal top-rank Earth Realm sword arts. It was almost the peak of top-rank Earth Realm sword arts, and there was no other top-rank Earth Realm sword art that could be more powerful than it. Because of this, the ninth movement was extremely hard to comprehend. Yi Qin suspected that with this amount of time, he could even comprehend a profound sword movement that required the thunder profound to 30%. Although once he comprehended the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword art, its power would be unparalleled, and it might even surpass Yi Qin's imagination. However, if he did not comprehend the ninth movement, he would not be able to use it as his ace attack, and he would not be able to change the situation. Besides the Green Lotus sword art, the Sky Lightning Cut had been created by Yi Qin step by step. He had been using it from the beginning until now, and it had been extremely smooth. Besides these two, Yi Qin did not have any other ace sword art that he could use anymore. Right now, the Reverse Sky Lightning Cut had undoubtedly solved Yi Qin's urgent problem. In a situation where the power was equal, the importance of martial arts was way too big, and it was related to life and death. Hearing Yi Qin say that he would have to thank him for the sudden inspiration, Black Sword Artist almost puked out another mouthful of blood. Although he did not puke out any blood, his face was still extremely pale. His opponent still had the time to create an unimaginable sword movement in the middle of a fierce battle, which was no different from slapping his face. Sudden inspiration. Anyone could have a sudden inspiration, but it did not mean that it could be put into action. After all, this was not a battle between mortal realm martial artists, where a sudden inspiration could turn the tables. It should be known that they were absolute astral-reaching experts, and that sudden inspiration, which could be put into action without any time, was completely useless. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sudden inspiration had almost beaten him half to death. The difference between the two was too big. Therefore, Black Sword Artist did not believe that this was a sword move created by Yi Chen's sudden inspiration. It was certainly his hidden ace. Thinking of this, Black Sword Artist felt much better. Being defeated by a hidden ace was something he could reluctantly accept, although his face was a bit unsightly. After the tea gathering, I will fight you again. Black Sword Artist had made up his mind to comprehend Black Dragon Wave to 40% completion. If not for the fact that he had spent too much time comprehending the Slaughter Sword intent, he would not have lost to Yi Qin today. However, he did not expect that without the Slaughter Sword intent, how would he be able to fight against Yi Qin? The huge black sword landed on the ground as Black Sword Artist stood up and returned to his seat without saying a word. Thunder Princess watched Black Sword Artist leave and slowly let out a breath, then announced, "This battle Yi Qin wins." Hearing these words, everyone in South Rudra region had different expressions. Mu Lingfeng was ecstatic. He did not expect that at the last moment, Yi Qin would defeat Black Sword Artist so cleanly. That sword move was simply too stunning. Sikong Xing sneered, not knowing what he was thinking. Beside him, 7th Knight and 6th Knight exchanged a bitter smile, believing that they were not Yi Qin's opponent. Everyone else's expression was normal. They had long since seen how deep Yi Qin was. Perhaps he still had more powerful killing moves. In Gold Sand region's direction, the purple-haired bewitching woman beside Astral Spirit's son turned her head and said, "Leng Zhuo, aren't you going to challenge him?" Dressed in gray clothes, the ordinary-looking Leng Zhuo was just like his name, cold and indifferent. It was as if nothing could attract his attention, yet he seemed to put everything in his eyes. His expression did not change, neither cold nor hot, as he said, "I am not as good as him." Interesting. The purple-haired bewitching woman was slightly astonished. She was not a sword artist, so she did not know much about the deep-level battles between sword artists. However, she understood Leng Zhuo. This person's sword arts were unique, and he specialized in killing with one strike. Even if he were to face someone stronger than him, he would be fearless. There were examples to prove that in the past few years, he had killed countless sword artists stronger than him. He was called the Life Reaper sword artist by the people of Gold Sand region. The purple-haired bewitching woman originally thought that Leng Zhuo would challenge him. Who would have thought that he would directly say that he was not as good as Yi Qin? This did not sound like he was inferior in strength, but in the aspect he specialized in. In other words, Leng Zhuo believed that he had no chance at all. After defeating the Black Sword Artist, Yi Qin felt that his Zhen Yuan had been consumed quite a bit. He cupped his fists and said, "I've already fought 4 battles in a row, and my Zhen Yuan consumption is not small. I'll go take a rest." After saying these words, he turned around and walked back to his seat. Looking at Yi Qin's back, a lot of people let out admiring gazes. 1 man and 1 sword battling 4 people in a row and defeating 4 of them in a row. Moreover, none of them were nameless warriors. Such an achievement would definitely cause a sensation. Because of him, the South Rudra region had jumped from the first level to the second level, and was unparalleled in the second level. Regardless of the outcome of the tea gathering, the title of the #1 sword artist of South Rudra region had completely fallen into Yi Qin's hands. In a few days it would spread throughout the entire South Rudra region, and his fame would resound throughout the whole region for the first time. #1 sword artist. South Rudra region. What kind of glory was this? Apart from the glory of being the #1 sword artist, everyone believed that Yi Qin had the strength to enter the top 10. Top 3 wasn't too likely, but 4th, 5th, or even 6th was a possibility. He has truly become famous overnight. Everyone sighed inwardly. Yi Qin's departure from the stage made the following exchanges somewhat dull. However, everyone was looking forward to the fiery exchanges. After all, there were still many powerful figures who hadn't made their moves yet, especially the Thunder Princess, Edict Prince, and Astral Spirit's son. Chapter 458. In everyone's opinion, Leng Zhuo, who didn't dare to challenge Yi Qin, was just an undeserved reputation. He didn't deserve the title of Fatal Sword Caesar, nor did he deserve to be called one of the 3 great sword artists of the southern sector. However, they were wrong. His strength was definitely beyond their imagination. 4 consecutive opponents were all famous sword artists, but they all lost miserably at his hands. The first opponent was Li Daoxian. He could only receive 1 sword strike, but he couldn't raise the second one no matter what, because Leng Zhuo's sword was already on his neck. The second opponent was Feng Yanro, who could only receive 1 strike as well. It wasn't because her icy snow sword domain wasn't powerful enough, but because she didn't even have the time to use it. The opponent's sword was like a ghost, breaking through her defense before she could even react. It was terrifyingly fast and accurate. The third opponent was Fire Swamp Region's 2nd-ranked Underworld Flame Sword artist. His strength was also above the previous 2, and he managed to receive 3 strikes from Leng Zhuo. The first strike ended in a draw, the second strike knocked away his long sword, the third strike broke his protective Zhenyuan, and the fourth strike landed on his shoulder. The victory came so quickly that the spectators didn't even have the time to get excited. The fourth opponent was none other than Misty Snow Region's 1st-ranked Ling Hanya, also known as Drifting Snow Sword Artist. Despite his title, Ling Hanya's strength was only at the same level as Red Water Daoist Wang Qi, at most a bit higher. Therefore he was still defeated, but at least he managed to exchange 7 strikes. At this point, the spectators finally understood that it wasn't that fatal sword artist Leng Zhuo wasn't strong, but that Yi Qin was too strong. Even if he went up, he wouldn't be Yi Qin's opponent. What a frightening fatal swift sword. Mu Lingfeng mumbled. Yi Qin said, if the black sword artist's sword pursues destructive power, then Leng Zhuo's sword pursues one-hit kill. The 2 are different styles, but from a certain perspective, Leng Zhuo is more frightening. Mu Lingfeng faintly nodded. He was not a stupid person. Leng Zhuo was like an assassin among sword artists, pursuing efficiency. Therefore those with lower strength were even more unwilling to face him. In the following exchanges, Bing Ling, Mo Yen, Gu Yuyun, and Chen Yun all went up to challenge the young elites of other regions. Bing Ling's strength was only slightly inferior to Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bing Ling, which made many people exclaim at the freakishness of South Rudra region. With Yi Qin, Li Daoxian, and Yan Qihua, it was still not enough. Now there was another Bing Ling. Perhaps the current lineup of South Rudra region couldn't compare to the top 3 regions, and in terms of average strength, it couldn't compare to the older regions like Misty Snow region, Cloud Billow region, and the other big regions. However, one had to understand the situation clearly. In the last tea gathering, South Rudra region was a joke. Among the hundreds of people present, only Xikong Sheng was from South Rudra region. Who would have thought that after 2 years, South Rudra region would undergo such a huge change, with powerful people emerging in large numbers? Bing Ling had shown her own brilliance, while Mo Yen had sunk into darkness. Of course, he would still be an amazing martial genius in South Rudra region. However, this was the southern regions where there were no top geniuses, only more geniuses. The strength he had displayed was no different from normal geniuses. As for Gu Yuyun and Chen Yun, although they didn't display too much of their power, compared to their age and improvement in the past couple of years, they couldn't be ignored. What was certain was that in the future tea gathering, they would be the core power of South Rudra region. TSK. What a beautiful girl. Not only has South Rudra region completely changed, even the beauties here are extraordinary. Could it be that the heavens have started to love South Rudra region and have gathered all the natural essence there? Her name is Murong Qingqing, right? She is indeed like her name. As soon as Murong Qingqing went up, most of the young warriors were shocked. Some of the beauties who claimed to be beauties were also secretly jealous. Murong Qingqing's opponent was not a normal warrior, but the 3rd-ranked young warrior of Snow Iron region. The result was shocking. Her opponent didn't even have the strength to fight back, and had no choice but to admit defeat. The second opponent was even more powerful. He was the 4th-ranked young warrior of Floating Light region. Floating Light region was the region where Edict Prince resided, and was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most powerful regions in the southern regions. If he were to enter Misty Snow region, he would probably be ranked 2nd. However, he still wasn't Murong Qingqing's opponent. How is this possible? What happened in South Rudra region? That cold beauty Bing Ling is already powerful enough, but this Murong Qingqing is even more powerful. Not to mention the average strength, South Rudra region is definitely the number 1 region below the 3 most powerful regions. It's too frightening. Unknowingly, South Rudra region had become the center of everyone's discussion, and it had never stopped. Hee, interesting. My hands are itching. In the Thunder Region formation, young cult leader Yin Zhongli, who was sitting beside Beast Prince Emo Xiang, stood up and walked up to the stage with a smile. What? Yin Zhongli is going to challenge Murong Qingqing? Yin Zhongli was very famous in the Thunder Region. In the last tea gathering he was ranked just below Emo Xiang, ranked third in the Thunder Region. However, Emo Xiang did not compete with him at that time. Seriously speaking, it was very likely that they were evenly matched. Even if Emo Xiang was stronger, he was only slightly stronger. Both of them had the strength of the top 10 of the southern sector. Yin Zhongli, one of the 10 fake dragons. On the other side, Edict Prince muttered. The beautiful girl named Uxn shook her head. He will lose. Edict Prince was slightly surprised. If it were someone else who said this, he would have thought it over. However, since it was Uxin who said it, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to, even though he knew that it wasn't good to blindly believe it. Uxin's strength was not as good as his, but only he knew that her eyesight was frightening. It was a kind of deep insight. As the young leader of the Shining School and the great-grandson of the Shining King, Yin Zhongli was undoubtedly powerful. However, he was famous for his speed, which was like a flickering ghost. Once he activated his speed, apart from the Thunder Princess and the other two, everyone else would have a headache. A dark yellow light flashed everywhere, and the crowd could no longer see Yin Zhongli's body. Light cut. Suddenly appearing behind Murong Qingqing, Yin Zhongli waved his arm, and a thin light arc that was dozens of meters long shot out like a flash of light. Crack. The light arc did not hit Murong Qingqing, but only created a large cluster of sparks on the exposed thunder iron. However, it seemed to be protected by a layer of restrictive energy, and was not damaged in the slightest. Yin Zhongli's brows creased. In that split second, Murong Qingqing had taken a couple of steps to the side. It was as if she had teleported, which was even faster than teleportation. 1,000 twist 100 stabs. Pushing his speed to the limit, Yin Zhongli would launch an attack every time he turned around. All of a sudden, the whole place was filled with his attacks, which was extremely strange. Heaven's rebuke. A black light flashed through her eyes as Murong Qingqing found Yin Zhongli's rhythm. She threw out a palm attack in advance, which contained a repulsive force. Not good. Yin Zhongli's body paused, forcefully changing his movement trajectory. The repulsive force was shapeless and formless. Yin Zhongli was fine, but a young man from the Snow Iron region 1 li behind him was out of luck. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the platform. He can actually see through my movement? Yin Zhongli was bewildered. Not only was Yin Zhongli bewildered, even the Thunder Princess and the other two were bewildered. They could only vaguely distinguish Yin Zhongli's movement trajectory from outside the arena. If they were on the scene, they would definitely not be able to attack in advance. No wonder you said that Yin Zhongli would lose. Edict Prince believed that in terms of seeing through movement trajectories, he was not as good as Murong Qingqing, and his opponent was probably at the same level as Uxin. In terms of perception, the two of them were absolutely peerless. It's the same in the underground world. It was not the first time that Yi Qin had seen her perception power. That kind of perception power was not very likely to be mental power. Instead, it was a deeper and more mysterious power, a power that no one else could cultivate. Having his movement trajectory seen through continuously, Yin Zhongli finally lost his patience. The reason why he could be ranked third in the Thunder region and think that he would not lose to Emo Xiang was because of his movement skill. But now, his movement skill was useless and his power was greatly reduced. So what if I've been seen through? Take this move of mine. Yin Zhongli performed a profound martial skill and attacked Murong Qingqing with all his strength. Flying Assassination Cut. As a genius disciple of the Sky Flying Demon Martial School, it was impossible for Murong Qingqing to not have trained a profound sense martial art. This profound sense martial art of hers was indeed the Flying Sky Assassination Cut, a horrifying killing attack that specialized in assassination. Combined with Murong Qingqing's powerful observation, she would be able to pinpoint her opponent's weak spot within a second, jump into the air and kill with one attack. Yin Zhongli's weak point was hit, and he was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Unbelievably powerful. Even Yin Zhongli is not her opponent. Could it be that her power is not weaker than Yi Qin's? A small region that has been weak for a long time suddenly has 2 warriors in the top 10. This is crazy. Even the top 3 regions would not be this powerful. The Thunder Princess was a bit surprised at this result. But she was indeed a true dragon-level genius of the southern region. She calmly announced, Murong Qingqing wins. Murong Qingqing nodded slightly and turned around to leave the stage. She did not seem to want to continue the battle. Yichen, Murong Qingqing is also powerful. Mu Lingfeng turned his head to look at Yi Chen. After witnessing the battle between Murong Qingqing and Yin Zhongli, he really did not know who was stronger, although Yi Chen had shown more power. Yi Chen faintly smiled. You only need to know that she is not simple. She always has been. Tua Baku said meaningfully, Yi Chen, you have to be careful of your position. Not only Murong Qingqing but Xikong Sheng, I also want to beat you. Yi Chen said casually, if you can then go and fight. I will be waiting for you here. Haha, if I don't show my power you won't take me seriously. It's my turn. Tua Baku could feel Yi Chen's domineering aura, so he laughed and walked onto the stage with big steps. His tall and majestic body looked like it was made of steel. Bang. Unstoppable, steady like a mountain. This was the image that Tua Baku gave to everyone. His opponents were defeated one after another under his destructive attacks. I'm already numb. Is this really the South Rudra region? His strength is not any weaker than Yi Chen's. 3 people from one region can compete for the top 10 of the southern region. What a frightening lineup. Sizing up Tua Baku on the stage, Edict Prince thought to himself, he should be one of the 10 fake dragons. Adding that Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, the South Rudra region would have 3 fake dragons. They are not to be underestimated. Although he could see how many real dragon chi and fake dragon chi were in the sky above the Thunder City, he would still have to distinguish them face to face. For example, before Tua Baku went on the stage he would never associate him with the fake dragon chi. Seeing Tua Baku, who was once weaker than him, Yen Chihua felt suffocated for a moment. He murmured, so, he has already caught up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the target of everyone in the South Rudra region. But now, Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing had both displayed strength that was not any weaker than Yi Chen's, which made him feel an incomparably heavy pressure. Chapter 459. Thunder Region Mo Xiang, please teach me. Tua Baku's power had ignited Mo Xiang's battle intent. In his opinion, the South Rudra region had been in the limelight enough already, and it was time to beat them down a bit. Especially after Murong Qingqing had shown such a horrifying power. If he did not show it now, even he himself would feel embarrassed. After all, he had told her that if she ran into any trouble in the Thunder City, she should just tell him his name. Right now it sounded so annoying. His body left a long shadow in the air as Mo Xiang landed lightly in front of Tua Baku. He had not even attacked yet, but a wave of powerful chi had already exploded. The main character is here. Tua Baku put away his relaxed expression. The Beast Prince Mo Xiang was not just anyone. He was ranked 2nd in the Thunder region and top 5 in the South region, a true dragon-level martial genius. Just the name of the Beast Prince was enough to oppress people to death. Not to mention the fact that he had not shown his power yet, so no one knew exactly how powerful he was. The two stood 100 meters away from each other, looking at each other quietly. Oh. A gust of wind blew toward Tua Baku from the south to the north, and Mo Xiang's back was facing the wind. The second the wind started to blow, Mo Xiang moved. No one could describe how agile Mo Xiang's movement was. This kind of agility was not something a human should have, but a flying beast. He opened both of his arms, and before he could even think of anything, he had already arrived in front of Tua Baku, throwing out his most powerful attack. His body slightly tilted in the air as his right knee kicked out. Mo Xiang's attack was both simple and aggressive. Wild goose attack. Tua Baku's pupils shrank suddenly. Right then, Mo Xiang was no different from a beast in his eyes, and it was a beast that was full of intelligence. This simple knee attack brought up a blue meteor-like tail flame. In that split second he could only cross his arms and take it head-on. Dong. One attacked with all of his power while the other was defending passively. It was destined that Mo Xiang would have the upper hand. Tua Baku's feet rubbed the surface of the platform as he backed out. That powerful pressure formed behind him. So powerful. Tua Baku had to admit that he had underestimated Mo Xiang. Being able to be ranked in the top 5 of the southern regions, it was definitely not just for show. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Mo Xiang's offensive didn't stop. Borrowing the force of the collision, he soared into the sky and chopped down with a high kick. This high kick was like 100 zhang long python pouncing at full strength towards his opponent. The terrifying leg pressure caused the air to surge like waves, rolling to both sides. Python pounce. Tua Baku was not a normal warrior after all. Even if he had lost the upper hand, he did not lose his calmness. Facing that powerful kick, He lowered his body into a horse stance and threw out a series of punches while backing out. Savage 18 punches. Boom. With Tua Baku as the center, countless fist shadows blossomed, looking like the blooming of a daffodil. Get down? Mo Xiang groaned with a low voice. His body twisted and 7 human-shaped shadows shot out. These 7 human-shaped shadows combined with his real body, attacking Tua Baku with even more aggressive leg attacks. Each attack brought with it a horrifying poetic perspective. Hundreds and thousands of attacks were thrown down, like an army attacking a battlefield. Crack. Bending his knees, Tua Baku became a little shorter. The sound of his bones being squeezed kept on being heard. He suspected that if this continued, he would be squashed. A wild light shot out of his eyes as Tua Baku roared. His spine and knees straightened up. The second he straightened up, it was as if there were countless air bombs exploding around him. The chi flow was messy, forming into a dragon shape that lingered in the air for a long time. Dragon World. Oh. Tua Baku threw out an extremely horrifying dragon-shaped chi into the sky. The dragon-shaped chi roared into the sky, its massive head seeming to be able to swallow Mo Xiang and the space around him. The thin air had been stirred up until it looked like liquid. Bring out all of your power. Otherwise you will lose very soon. Mo Xiang's arms suddenly exploded with a blue chi flow. It was like fire burning fiercely. He crossed his arms and lifted them up high before attacking down. Tiger Soul Cross Attack. Boom. That crossed light was like a sky blade. With one attack, the dragon-shaped chi was shattered into pieces. Tua Baku puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown backward. So powerful. Is this the power of the beast Prince Mo Xiang? He is indeed one of the top 5 martial geniuses of the southern region. Even Tua Baku, who was at the same level as Yi Qin, was not his opponent. It seems like in this tea gathering, Mo Xiang's status will still be the same. Everyone was shocked by Mo Xiang's battling power, especially the people from the Thunder region. They were all excited and their faces were full of pride. Mo Xiang being powerful meant that their Thunder region would be powerful as well, even though they still had the Thunder Princess who was even more powerful. This guy is so powerful. Wiping off the blood on the corner of his mouth, Tua Baku lifted up his head. His wild eyes released an even more intense battling intent, as if he had just woken up. Interesting. Mo Xiang could sense the change in Tua Baku and his nerves tightened. Tua Baku bent his knees and shot into the air. His left and right hands each threw out a dragon-shaped chi attack at Mo Xiang. I told you this is useless against me. Tiger Soul Cross Attack. The crossed light flashed once, and the 2 dragon-shaped chi attacks shattered instantly. However, in the next second, a shocking scene happened. A colorful giant lizard shadow appeared behind Tua Baku. Its body looked like a lizard, but its head was a real dragon head. With the help of the giant lizard shadow, Tua Baku looked like a god as he threw out a palm attack. Oh. A loud dragon roar was heard as the giant lizard shadow extended its neck and bit Mo Xiang, smashing him onto the ground. Blood spilled out of Mo Xiang's mouth. He had been wounded. What? No one had expected this kind of change to happen to Tua Baku's body. They all opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. Right next to Mu Lingfeng, a strange look flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Giant lizard shadow, 3-headed snake shadow? Perhaps there is some kind of connection between them? When people from the Wang family of the Snake Island battled with all of their power, a 3-headed snake shadow would appear behind their backs. The more powerful they were, the more snake heads they would have. Wang's snake had a 5-headed snake tattoo on his body, which meant that his bloodline was extremely rich, and his potential was extremely powerful as well. What I am sure of is that Tua Baku does not have a king bloodline, but his bloodline seems to be even more powerful than that. The king bloodline would show one's potential, but it would not affect one's current power. However, Tua Baku's bloodline could increase his power drastically, which was something that the king bloodline could not compete with. This is your real power. Puking out a mouthful of blood, the chi flow outside of Mo Xiang's body started to move rapidly. Because of the speed, his whole body looked like it was being cooked. Endless blue chi flow spread out from inside to outside, burning fiercely and twisting, which made Mo Xiang's aura increase drastically. A bloody battle. It was about to start. Enough, this battle is considered a draw. The Thunder Princess could tell that the two were fighting with all their might. If they continued to fight, one of them would die for sure. Plus, this was just a friendly battle, not a life-and-death battle. Dispersing the giant lizard shadow behind him, Tua Baku chuckled, "Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, even I would not be able to control the situation from now on." Mo Xiang sneered, "You are lucky as well. Besides the battle with the Edict Prince in the last tea gathering, I have never shown my full power." Same here. The two's battle intent was endless, and they wished they could fight again. Seeing the two clashing with each other, the spectators did not find it funny at all. Since the beginning of the tea gathering, this would be the most powerful battle. Whether it was Yi Qin against the Black Sword Artist or Murong Qingqing against Yin Zhongli, none of them could compare to this battle. In their minds, Tua Baku and Mo Xiang were already the most powerful warriors below the top 3 dragon-level martial geniuses. Without any surprises, they would definitely be in the top 6. As for Yi Qin, although his sword arts were powerful, and that reverse sky thundercut had shocked a lot of people, it did not mean that he was powerful. The two were completely different concepts. I really did not expect that the most powerful warrior in the South Rudra region would not be Yi Qin, but this Tua Baku. Ling Hanya shook his head and forced a smile. He was thinking about what his rank would be in the South Rudra region. There were Tua Baku, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing in front of him, and he would only be ranked 4th at most. If that Xikong Sheng was also extremely powerful, he would only be ranked 5th. In the Misty Snow region he would be ranked 1st, but in a small region like the South Rudra region he would only be ranked 4th or 5th. The reality was indeed a joke. Qingzhu also sighed, "I thought Yi Qin was the most powerful one in the South Rudra region." Feng Yenro did not say anything. Her intuition told her that Yi Qin was not that simple. But the truth was right in front of her eyes and she could not refute it. Plus, this Tua Baku was indeed powerful, ridiculously powerful. The second that giant lizard shadow appeared, it seemed like it had brought her to a wild world. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Returning to his seat, Tua Baku picked up his teacup and drank all of the tea inside as he chuckled to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded, "Why do I feel like our South Rudra region is a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Before there was Murong Qingqing and now there is you." There was one more person that he did not mention, which was Su Jing. Tua Baku knew what he was talking about, so he said mysteriously, "I cannot tell anyone about this." Yi Qin smiled but did not say anything else. In the third pavilion nearby, the 7th knight said to Xikong Sheng, "Plans cannot keep up with changes. 4th knight, it seems like your biggest opponent is not Yi Qin but Tua Baku." Xikong Sheng looked at Tua Baku with a serious expression and said lightly, "Take it slow." Tua Baku's sudden appearance was something that he had not expected. Facing Tua Baku face to face, he did not have the confidence to win at all. As for who was more powerful and who was weaker, he would have to fight to find out. Bystanders would not be able to understand the real details of the battle after all. Otherwise the battle would be meaningless. A bit of light appeared in the sky. Unknowingly, a night had passed. The tea gathering was said to be going for 3 days, but it was actually going for 3 days and 3 nights. 4 astral-reaching realm warriors, 3 days and 3 nights without sleep would not affect them at all. Once they reached the Sea of Souls realm, 1 month without sleep would not affect their mental state and battling power at all. It would only make them more excited. After the battle between Tua Baku and Mo Xiang, the heated atmosphere had calmed down. Everyone also needed time to digest the experience that they had gained from watching the previous battles. While drinking tea they talked to each other in a low voice, looking like a real tea gathering. Chapter 460. Yeah, this guy's wood mentality is not bad. It has a thorny feeling to it. Well, that's right. The wood mentality can represent many things such as big trees and thorns. It can also represent vines. Vines are very soft and with a whip, it would have a huge destructive power. The thickness of wood is not the same as the thickness of soil. It is more holistic. There were around 400 people participating in the tea gathering, and more than 40 of them had mastered the wood mentality. Although all of them had mastered the wood mentality and had already reached the limit, the wood mentality of each one of them was different and not the same. While they were sparring, Yi Qin would carefully observe the wood mentality contained in their martial arts, gradually perfecting his own, preparing for the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. No matter how powerful Yi Qin's sword intent was, the lack of killing moves would always be a problem. Therefore he had to learn the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. With this move, he would have 3 killing moves which would be more or less enough for him at the moment. As he observed more and more, he learned more and more. Yi Qin suddenly reached out his right hand, using his fingers as a sword to practice. Without using Zhen Yuan or sword intent, Yi Qin was just practicing calmly as if he was drawing a pattern in the air. However, after dozens of fingers, a change occurred. Wherever Yi Qin's fingers passed, the air seemed to be sliced by an extremely sharp sword, making a swishing sound. Later on, an extremely faint finger light appeared on his fingertip. This finger light had nothing to do with anything else. It seemed to be the sharpness of Yi Chen's body. The sharpness of his fingers was condensed from the sharpness qi. What is going on? Tua Baku and Mu Lingfeng looked at Yi Chen with shock. They were sure that Yi Chen did not use his Zhen Yuan or sword intent, but where did that finger light come from? It was so sharp, indescribably sharp, as if its very nature was sharp. His palm lightly patted the table and the small teacup jumped up. Tua Baku flicked the cup with his finger, and it shot out without a sound, passing by Yi Chen. Coincidentally, Yi Chen's finger tapped on the teacup. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. An extremely thin and sharp gust of wind shot out from the back of the teacup, leaving a small hole in the pavilion pillar. On the other hand, the teacup was not damaged at all, and the tea inside did not spill out. Grabbing the teacup with his left hand, Yi Chen took a sniff. It smelled nice, so he handed it over to Tua Baku. Tua Baku caught the teacup and hurried to check it, then again. Eventually, he lifted up his head and said with confusion, "No holes?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course there are no holes. The holes on the pillars of the pavilion? That hole was caused by my inability to control my sword intent." Strange. Tua Baku still could not figure it out. If it was made by the sword intent, then it would not be possible for it to reach the pillar through the teacup. But if it was not made by the sword intent, then the hole on the pillar would not have formed in the first place. Both of them were impossible, so which one was more possible? The edge of the sword. It turns out that I am still missing the gold mentality. By observing other people's wood mentality, Yi Chen's understanding of the wood mentality was quite deep. He had already seen the beginning of the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art. Therefore he became interested and started to practice it with his fingers instead of his sword. As he trained, he forgot about the wood mentality and the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art. He sank into that kind of understanding of the sword. Since he had always been using the sword to fight against his enemies, and the sword was made of metal, it was naturally sharp. Therefore his sword arts had always been sharp as well. But without the sword, he realized that he still lacked the sharpness, the edge of the sword. Until then he finally understood how sad it would be for a sword artist to not learn the gold mentality, since no matter how good the other mentalities were, they would not be as sharp as the gold mentality. The gold mentality was like the bridge between the sword artist and the sword. With this bridge, the sword artist would be able to push their edge to the extreme and show the power of a sword artist. On the other hand, without this bridge, the sword artist would always be separated from the sword, and would not be able to burst out the extreme attacking power. Although I have only understood it now, it is not too late. Yi Chen let out a breath as his eyes landed on the small hole in the middle of the pillar. The hole was indeed created by the sword intent, but it was attached to the sharp qi. The sharp qi was formless and intangible, and the sword intent itself was also formless and intangible. Once it reached a certain level, it would be able to affect reality, which was why it had become formless and tangible. The two did not combine before going through the teacup, which was why the teacup did not shatter. After going through the teacup, the sharp qi and the sword intent combined and immediately left a small hole on the pillar. This finger attack contained all of Yi Chen's sharpness. But it was still far from enough. The 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art is already showing signs. Next, I need to learn the gold mentality. I almost know where I should go in the future. The famous sword artists all had their own paths, which were their own sword arts. For a long time, Yi Chen's sword arts had not been very clear, and he only knew how to walk on it. But now he had found his own sword arts. It might be full of thorns, but once it was completed, he would be the number one on it. He would be able to compete with the ancient sword kings, and it would also allow him to step on the higher path of the sword emperor. Sword emperor. What was the sword emperor? The king of the sword, the number one in all of history. No matter how powerful the ancient sword king was, he was only a sword king, not a sword emperor. The reason why he could not be called emperor was because he could not compete with the other emperors of the same generation, and was forced to call himself a king. Although there was no limit to one emperor, it was still extremely hard to become the sword emperor. Yi Chen had already prepared for anything. Clenching his fists slightly, Yi Chen could feel his blood boiling. Boom. The qi waves on the stage shot up into the sky, shaking the entire pavilion slightly. Yi Chen looked over and realized that it was Sikong Sheng who had entered the arena. His opponent was very powerful. He was the number 1 young warrior in the Fire Swamp region, and his power was not weaker than the number 3 warrior in the Thunder region, Yin Zhongli. The two exchanged dozens of attacks. The sky-high qi waves had nowhere to go, and they kept shooting up into the sky. Lose? His opponent performed a profound sense martial art, attacking towards Xikong Shing heavily. Xikong Shing was not scared at all, and he also used his profound sense martial art to fight back. Boom. A mottled light ball exploded, and Xikong Shing backed out quickly without being wounded at all. However, his opponent did not know what had happened to him, but his body was frozen right there as he took the attack head-on, puking out a mouthful of blood. Xikong Sheng's profound sense martial art is a bit strange. Yi Qin had seen through it immediately. It was not that the number one young warrior in the Fire Swamp region did not want to back out, but he could not. That fist attack from Xikong Sheng seemed to have some kind of connection with the ground, using the endless gravity to freeze his opponent, forcing him to not be able to lift his feet for a second, forcing him to take the attack head-on. Chapter 461. As for Xikong Sheng's power, no one had the energy to be amazed anymore. They all knew that in this tea gathering, there were 4 powerful warriors from the South Rudra region: Tua Baku, Yi Qin, Murong Qingqing, and Xikong Sheng. All of them had the power to make it into the top 10. The other regions, including the top 3 regions, were all weaker than the South Rudra region in terms of top warriors. For example, the Thunder region would only have the Thunder Princess, Mo Xiang, and Yin Zhongli. The top warriors from the Floating Light region had not all shown up yet, but there would not be more than 3 of them. It was the same for the Gold Sand region. Besides the top 3 regions, there were also the Black Sword artist from the Black Gold region and the number 1 young warrior from the Fire Swamp region, CMO, who had just been beaten by Xikong Sheng. Lu Hun from the Floating Light region. After Xikong Sheng had beaten CMO, another powerful warrior stood up. He was the number 2 warrior from the Floating Light region, Lu Hun. Just like Mo Xiang, he was also one of the top 5 martial geniuses from the southern regions, with a dragon-level battling power. I hope he does not end up in a draw. Mo Xiang did not think that Lu Hun would lose, but he was afraid that Lu Hun and Xikong Sheng would end up in a draw. After all, the tea gathering was supposed to be a draw. On the 2 miles wide stage, Xikong Sheng and Lu Hun stood 100 meters away from each other. The two attacked almost at the same time. Xikong Sheng's body shook once as he performed his space move step, appearing right next to Lu Hun within a second and throwing out a punch. Fist Tyrant River. Boom. The fist that carried a horrifying power was stopped by a palm, and the owner of the palm was naturally Lu Hun. His body was not huge and his aura was not aggressive either. However, his body was filled with a mountain-like aura. Under that heavy aura, his every movement was extremely firm. Even when he was blocking Xikong Sheng's palm attack, he still looked extremely calm and relaxed. The fist power and the palm power clashed with each other, and the blast wave that exploded was like a huge pot that had been flipped upside down, blowing the two away. Fist-shattering river. Xikong Sheng wanted to win too much. Even when he was flying backward, he did not forget to attack. He pulled his right fist back to his waist and threw it out. The fist power pierced through the air, leaving a black mark in the air. The black mark extended toward Lu Hun's chest. True martial kill. Facing this powerful fist attack, Lu Hun straightened his right hand and turned his palm into a blade. He threw out a blade attack, cutting off the black mark's path and shattering Xikong Sheng's attack. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the two of them landed on the ground, they pounced at each other again. The switch between stillness and movement was so quick. Fist conquering the country. Fist breaking the mountains and seas. Fist breaking the sky. True martial divine palm. True martial interception. Dark counterattack. Both of them used their ultimate skills and were locked in battle. The entire arena was filled with the shadows of their fists and palm prints. Starry Sky Punch. Finally, Xikong Sheng performed the last movement of his mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art. Its power was equivalent to 20 to 30% of a profound sense martial art. In the air above the mountain and mountain platform, countless stars flickered in a picturesque manner. That was the phenomenon created by the fist energy. Anyone who came into contact with any of the stars would suffer a crazy attack. Those who faced this attack would feel as if they were in the starry sky, unable to retaliate. Powerful. But it does not work on me. A serious look flashed through Lu Hun's eyes. He stomped on the ground and turned his body into the air. Countless dark blue palm prints shot out toward Xikong Sheng's fist power. Each of them would cancel out one of the stars, taking up half of the space. As his Zhen Yuan was pushed to its limit, the dark blue light around his body intensified, continuously forming into dragon, phoenix, tiger and turtle shapes, looking like a celestial being. Naturally, Xikong Sheng did not think that he could beat Lu Hun easily. After all, the latter was at the same level as Mo Xianghe. Even if he was weaker, it would not be that much weaker. All of Sikong Sheng's clothes fluttered in the air without any wind. He took a step forward with his right foot and threw out a fist attack. Wait, this fist attack did not hit the ground. It was stopped when it was 3 feet away from the ground. However, a wave of ocean-like chi power had spread out along the ground. At first, it was messy, but halfway through, it had shrunk to half its size. By the time it reached the ground below Lu Hun, it had already condensed into a beam and exploded, spreading out in a fan shape. Pow, pow, pow. Before the chi power arrived, the spiral chi field outside of Lu Hun's body had already sensed it, making a weak exploding sound. However, Lu Hun did not care about it at all. The dark blue turtle formed by his Zhen Yuan suddenly sank down and was stepped on by his feet before falling down. Boom. The exploding sound of chi power continued to be heard. Sikong Sheng's attack had been shattered completely before it could even land. That dark blue turtle had an unimaginable suppressive power. Dragon, Phoenix, Tiger, Turtle. The martial art on the turtle is the earth mentality. Perhaps you have mastered all 4 of them? Sikong Sheng sneered as he jumped out, throwing out the profound sense martial art that he had used to beat CMO, the top young warrior in the fire swamp region, the earth core sinking. Yeah. Such a horrifying gravity. Stepping on the dark blue turtle made of Zhen Yuan, Lu Hun felt that he could not move even an inch, as if he was being pulled by the gravity deep underground. Right in front of him, Sikong Sheng's fist enlarged in front of his eyes, that horrifying fist power attacking at a high speed in a spiral shape. If you can't dodge it, then you will have to face it head-on. You might not be able to dodge it. White Tiger Kill. Sinking his chi into his dantian, Lu Hun's eyes shot out a godly light. He reached out his left hand and placed his right fist on his waist, throwing out a punch with a white gold light, clashing with Sikong Sheng's fist power. Boom. A mottled light ball was formed between the two's fists. In the next second, the light ball exploded. Oh. It was not only Lu Hun who puked out blood, but Sikong Sheng was also puking out blood. How is this possible? Sikong Sheng realized that he was the same as his opponent, unable to move even an inch. He had been forced to take on the backfire of the blast wave, which had wounded his internal organs. Lu Hun wiped the blood off his mouth. My black tortoise suppression had suppressed everything within dozens of meters, including you. Although the backfire of the blast wave was very powerful, it had already been weakened by 30%. In other words, I had only taken on 70% of the backfire. What about you? Sikong Sheng had a bad look on his face. He could tell that Lu Hun's wound was lighter than his. If they continued to fight, he would definitely not be his opponent. In the distance, Mo Xiang, who was watching the battle, laughed. Although Lu Hun and I have the same power, he is much more durable than me. Fighting with him head-on, the one who would suffer is 80%. As a true dragon-level warrior, the Thunder Princess had naturally seen all the details of the last battle. She said lightly, "This battle, Lu Hun wins." To be able to push Lu Hun to this level. Below the top 3 true dragon-level warriors, only the Beast Prince, Mo Xiang, had managed to do this. Although he lost, it was still an honor. The Sikong Sheng is indeed powerful. Everyone was well aware of this result. Although it seemed like Sikong Sheng had lost to Lu Hun, he was actually being suppressed. If it were another warrior who was at the same level as Lu Hun, he might not lose. The sun had risen to the middle of the sky, and it was already afternoon. By now, everyone had a rough ranking in their hearts. If there were no accidents, this ranking would be the truth. In most people's minds, the top 3 would be the top 3 true dragon-level warriors, which were the Thunder Princess, the Edict Prince, and the Astral Spirit Sun. The top 7 would be Mo Xiang, Tua Baku, Lu Hun, and Sikong Sheng. The top 15 would be Yi Qin, Murong Qingqing, the Black Sword Artist, the Deadly Sword Artist, Leng Zhua, Yin Zhongli, CMO. Those young warriors who were ranked at the back basically had no hope of fighting for a higher rank, since no matter how hard they tried, they would still be at the back. They could just find some warriors with similar power to fight, since there were so many of them, and the further they were at the back, the harder it would be to determine their rank. In the afternoon, another top battling power had appeared in the Gold Sand region, and it was the beautiful lady with purple hair who was standing right next to the Astral Spirit Sun. She had rarely been out in the martial world before, and no one knew about her. Even the young warriors of the Gold Sand region barely knew about her, so they did not know her power. But once she attacked, the power she had displayed was enough to shock people. She was actually a dragon-level warrior who was not weaker than Mo Xiang. Murong Qingqing, let's have some fun. The beautiful lady with purple hair called herself Luo Shanv. She seemed to be very interested in Murong Qingqing. After beating a couple of powerful warriors, she called out her name. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded and flew into the air. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The purple light and the black light interweaved and clashed continuously, each occupying half of the sky. Luo Shan's attacks were ruthless, and each of them was extremely explosive. Murong Qingqing's eyesight was unparalleled. She could always block out Luo Shan's fatal attacks and attack her weak points. She was even more powerful than Mo Yan's Sky Demon Eyes. Plus, every time a black light flashed in Murong Qingqing's eyes, her battling power would increase by a lot, which forced Luo Shan to defend for a while to avoid exposing a fatal flaw. I was wrong. Murong Qingqing does not seem to be weaker than Luo Shan. Doesn't that mean that her power is also at the same level as Mo Xiang? It is just that she did not show it before. Inside the South Rudra region, the weakest one would be Yi Qin. I really do not understand. Not necessarily. The South Rudra region is full of powerful warriors. Perhaps Yi Qin has hidden his power as well. That is not possible, right? Tua Baku, Sikong Sheng, and Murong Qingqing are all at the demi-dragon level. Adding Yi Qin, it would be too much. Stop talking. The winner is about to be decided. Boom. The chi waves spread out on the battlefield as the two human figures were blown back. Flying Sky Assassination Cut. Touching the ground with the tip of her foot, Murong Qingqing threw out her ace attack. Luo Shan's purple hair danced in the air as a deep purple light shot out from her eyes. She threw out a purple light arc with her spear, which blocked out Murong Qingqing's attack. Then she twisted her body, holding another short spear in her left hand. She stabbed it towards Murong Qingqing's chest. That spear attack had almost blocked all of Murong Qingqing's escape routes. Besides fighting it head-on, there would be no other option. And if she fought it head-on, then the one who would lose would probably be Murong Qingqing, since her attacking power was not as powerful as Luo Shan. Right then, a black light appeared on her skin. As the black light appeared, Murong Qingqing's chi field changed drastically. With the help of her chi, a black chi flow appeared above the Thunder City. However, all of a sudden the black light on Murong Qingqing's skin disappeared, and the black chi flow above the Thunder City disappeared as well, as if it was just an illusion. Dong. In the end, Murong Qingqing lost to Luo Shan and was slightly wounded. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.